straight into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. Forfeiters are not, as the fourth member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a Counter-Strike, there's no flash, you don't have E, you've overplayed your hands and you're gonna get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a rag doll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that.
It's Yasuo that's
it's even more to process. Flash fade seal. Another Knight goes down. New end of flash there. Gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gambling Prodigy. Gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's a killer instant goes. I take everything back. Their way into mid side here. Obviously, all the ultimates apart from the Fate Seal back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prism taking out Valare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. It's becoming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us they have secure hands. And here comes a flash Pop Blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash to Aqua. Yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Brattles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikara looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? Rest of the team's not looking Brattles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting to see. The shutdown looks good for Stardust, but it doesn't matter when Brattles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Swayed ulti battle lock if ever I've seen it.
And he's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. Hold on a second, there might be another pick here. Revenant force flash over the wall. Flag and drag actually gonna go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Cled's now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2, flashes the Q3, igniting the face. Revenant has to space that. Oh, I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian in general. Look at the damage. Popped before the Lambs Spike could even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's gonna get killed by the crop. Has to run away. Has to find the safety. Huge flash. Gonna take the kill.
He's gone. The road is long and travellers weary, but it is not over. The journey is nearly done. However, they now face their biggest hurdles in the playoffs bracket here for the OCC. I'm Blue Panda, joining me on the mic tonight. Catsby coming into it. We've seen one quarterfinals played out, or one set of quarterfinals played out. We've got our other 2 tonight. 2 teams will be going home. I mean, what are your thoughts? The competition as it stands, there are some pretty tough cookies in the competition still.
Yes, no, they're very, big, tough competitions. I'm really excited for the action-packed games that we do have coming on tonight. Especially, I feel like the feature of the match is going to be, GCA and ALE. I just am stunned by the journey that a lot of these people have taken thus far. And hey, if they got to make it, today's the day to then crack onto the semi.
Let's have a look back at that journey, of course, playing through the Swiss stage. Just infinite possibilities when it comes to the Swiss bracket. We started with so many competitors. We whittled down the numbers. Many sent home, and only those that have qualified into the playoffs still remain, barring 2 teams, of course, who have already been eliminated. And you look at it, I mean, there are some names that you would have expected to do a little bit better. Some teams that you were, I know definitely the community was a little bit shocked to see had made it through after the way that they played and how they played, because there were some interesting matches played through the Swiss bracket.
That there were indeed.
Well, let's have a look. We're into the playoffs now, well into the thick of it. We've already sent XDD Gamers and Himiko Toga's Shower home. Yukulon and Jesus Loves You all moving into the semi-finals, take each other on. Now it's time to see who fills out the other arm of the bracket. GZ Academy taking on LE first, and YYG taking on CRG. It is, of course, our other quarterfinal coming into it. Best of 3, Fearless Draft, Haboot Cat. And having had the experience I have with Fearless Draft, it does make for some interesting situations, especially when you dive down to the grassroots level and see some of those amateur champion pools getting to really showcase themselves. Well, I mean, it clearly, just top 10 on. No, it is what it is. There's only so much you can say with some of these amateur teams and what they're going to be bringing, because obviously you've got those players in this competition that will be a little bit hard stuck in their ways. Probably the best way to put it. Probably the nicest way to put it. And so when that Fearless Draft comes into play, it's not the easiest of times for some players when, you can't just play the exact same champion game in and game out, Cat.
Yeah, look, we talk about how we've got fearless drafts, picking on with the players. It's already picking on one of your casters, me, the man himself. Look, I am just going to be... I haven't actually seen too much on how this drafting kind of worked with at the moment, so really keen to see what this kind of brings into the plate. And look, with all these new players coming in as well, I've been doing a lot of little mini research on the sidelines, which are currently, still, taking in as we speak thus far. But bot lane is, from what I'm looking at, very spicy. Very keen to see how that plays out.
Yeah, for those of you at home, maybe coming into it a bit fresh, haven't experienced Fearless Draft the first time, like that Vestian dude in chat. Now, pretty simple. In a best of 3, every time you play a champion, it is no longer able to be played in the next game. So the first 10 picks from game 1 are insta-banned going into game 2. Same is true for game 2 going into game 3. So by the time you get into that third match, there is a very, very limited champion pool also on top of the bans that you will have going through. So we could see certain people banned out here. I've seen games where you've had, I think it was through games 1 and 2, there was about 14, 15 bot laners banned throughout the Fearless Draft. So we were getting right into the trenches of the bot lane picks. We had, I think Nyla came out for the first time, and I don't even know how long at first end. So there is infinite possibilities in terms of those champions that you don't get to see pick very often make their way through, because really there's nothing better to pick.
So is this just ultimate bravery but drafting pick, where you're just left with, instead of having a pre-made build, it's just good luck with what you're going to get as your final third match if you get that far?
There is a bit of an element
terrifying.
to that, because if you... So there's even been teams who get a little bit extra in terms of the psychological game, where they know that a pick could be valuable for the other team later on, so they pick it even if there's especially in the support role, if there is definitely a better support, they know that they can take that support away and deny them later on for a certain bot lane duo. Let's have a look at our teams though as we get into our first matchup. Coming into it, it is GZ Academy taking on ALE, and one name in particular, Cat, stands out to me more than the rest. The man of Mid-Beast social media fame, it is Pooh Queen. Famously appeared on a TikTok where he killed Mid-Beast, and it was the source of a lot of frustration in that moment.
Look, for frustration, I don't know. And I mean, look, a lot of the names that I'm actually pretty keen to really see is actually a little bit more of the top lane in matchup between GC and LLE. I feel like it's going to be a very heavy contested lineup, but I will kind of, put Willy Wonka as a little bit of that favoritism for my little vote there. But for bot lane, though, from what I've heard as well, might be, at least from the community, so I reached out to a little bit, they were saying that is apparently going to be the big priority for this game lineup between these two. So let's just see what that will kind of bring on as we slowly crumble closer and closer to the first.
Yeah, definitely keen to see the bot lane. Pooh Queen's stock definitely been on the rise since the Oceanic Forge tournament. There's really shot to a bit of notoriety, I'd argue, in the competitive scene. But yeah, looking at having the likes of Willy Wonka and Ebron on the top lane, definitely going to make this drafting phase very, very interesting, especially with some of the changes that have come through recently around at least priorities in terms of champions. So, look, definitely those names that came out of the likes of the OFT have started to step out against the competition. But in terms of what we could see, Kat, is there anything in particular draft-wise that you might be excited to see picked up because there's nothing better?
Look, because of a little bit on how this fearless drafting is currently working out for me, I feel like the player that's going to be the most flexible is Bob here. The only reason why I'm going to say that is I've played some in-houses with this man, and this guy can play almost anything and anything in that bot lane role, primarily in that supported tool. So that is going to be my big scene that I would really keen to see on this matchup. But
yeah. Look, enabling the bot lane has been a big priority in terms of the fearless draft for a lot of regions. We're seeing the standard, engaged supports, the big beefies, the Nautilus, the Leonas take quite a high priority. In fact, I think Leona is one of the highest priority supports at the moment, but it has allowed for some of those mage picks to come through going into the likes of a game 3. We're seeing the Zeri Lulus, the Jinx Yumis have made it through as well. So it's not impossible to see some of those picks that have been for the longest time not meta make their way in because the meta is then largely used up because of the champion pool. But I mean, even in the mid lane, there's some interesting things going on. First stand, we saw the Z come out. It hasn't really come out since, but hey, unfortunately, that's a bit of a sore point for Asia Pacific and their young upstart mid laner that they had repping us pretty well internationally, but. I mean, there's a lot that we're seeing. I know Vestian as well has been talking a lot about the Singed top lane with the changes that were made to him and some of those changes coming in down the line. He really reckons that the likes of a Singed Cassiopeia comp could be really, really good, avoiding those fights, playing those lane objectives, and just being a right nuisance there as well. And I cannot speak to how much Jace should no longer be the top lane. No, he's great. Now, it is more AD role, his tank role, not so much, but we'll have to see.
Now, look, is Jace good because champion pools are now being far limited because of this, or because he's actually making his little way back into the meta? Because look,
no, he's definitely in the meta because people are brute forcing the tank Jace. It's just the normal.
That's
Jace
what we
now.
like. That's what we like to hear. Look, I'm glad to know that, because look, when it comes to metas and trying to wrap my head around everything, look, I've been so far out of it, and that's such a shame. But hey, I'm keen to see what the meta in today's world is now really bringing on in, and I really am excited to kind of cast that through as we slowly crack on in. I mean, are there any other kind of players that at least that you feel are kind of like a little bit in your pocket aside from just Pookwing that of course you've made mention earlier?
Look, there was one player, phenomenal top laner, unfortunately got eliminated like a bit of a nerd, honestly. Vestian, his top lane Cassandre, was given it every game, literally spoon-fed opportunity after opportunity to qualify into the playoffs bracket. But I mean, how many opportunities are you going to be spoon-fed before you just open your damn mouth and start swallowing? Because look, you can play around in the mashed potatoes all you want at dinner time. You dare to do one thing and one thing only, and that's eat. And he didn't do that, unfortunately. He's been sent to bed, no bread, no butter, nothing. He's going to go hungry, unfortunately. But I mean, look, there are some names in this competition, still remaining in this competition, that will likely have a pretty big future ahead of them in Oceania. Which, yes, look, there's not a heck of a lot going, but these grassroots opportunities start building up. The more interest we get, the more opportunities we get. And I mean, look, you just look at it. Violet now over in the LCP looked absolutely phenomenal. His debut playing with the Chiefs. There are opportunities that will certainly open like that, especially when we get towards the promotion relegation into the season.
So we are. I mean, look, I think when I was while I've been having a look at a little bit of the OP.GGs and obviously seen it what pet metas and people are currently picking in, at least when it comes to these two teams, very to a degree similar champ pool styles in the senses of, from what I've had a little bit in the mid lane ways, is a lot of. Looks like a lot of priorities are kind of like control mages, but then also heavy assassins. So I'm really kind of interested to see, are they going to try, kind of pick, what are they going to try and want to control first? Are they going to want to be a little bit more into control?
I think that's the way things are shifting. The new Rod of Ages meta, everyone seems to be building Rod of Ages in the mid lane. We've seen a couple of matchups. Akali's not doing nearly as well as she was previously. Obviously, an assassin likes a low health pool champion to then blow up. And if everyone's building Rod of Ages, I mean, Ari's building Rod of Ages, everyone is building Rod of Ages. So that extra health means that they're a little bit harder to blow up, means that Akali isn't nearly as effective. So yeah, we are definitely seeing a bit of a dynamic shift in the mid lane, and there is probably a bit of a curb coming in the future to probably Rod of Ages as an item to slow things down, because if everyone's doing it, clearly it means that we're missing out on a little bit of variety in the mid lane. But I mean, given what we're seeing, control mages definitely seem to be the way to go. You'd like to see some more variety. Azir, again, still seems to be one of the big min-maxes that isn't building Rod of Ages. Can be absolutely massive in a team fight, but also can be a champion that is very, very easy to mess up mechanically, and some teams do shy away from that.
So we'll
find out.
We're going to draft. Here we are. All right.
Me first, best of three.
You go. What do you think priority is going to be? I mean, I am thinking supports, at least from the side of GC. I feel like Bob's going to be a little bit of a priority in the terms of banning out because of how versatile that man is.
Well, so far, the opening bans that I've seen in the last few weeks of play, Gwen, Rumble, and Vi seem to be the priorities in terms of those opening phase bans. Nico coming in could be targeted against Bob, could also be targeted against Vale potentially, but I think, but we've seen Bob on it previously. It was pretty terrifying. And Gwen, yeah, Gwen is just such a staple in the top. It really has become a bit of a trifecta. So you're looking Rumble, Jace, and Gwen being the holy trinity in the top lane at the moment.
I'm actually really surprised to see kind of Rumble like cracking on back in, but that's because I think, look, prior to when I was obviously touching a little bit of League and dabbled a little bit into it, is when he was starting to fall a little bit off meta, and then you're picking a lot more your engages or like heavy bruiser battles. Sure, you could always utilize it as like that one-off AP pick if you ever needed it, but you know, you had champions like Gwen that was making a little bit more into the scene. But Victor is coming into our next ban, so it looks like Vale's going to get a little bit of a focus on the next pick. But I would expect... Ooh, I was expecting an AD ban. Okay, but never mind.
Well, Pooh Queen, I think, has definitely proven that you can't ban him out, regardless of what you take away from him. There's always going to be another answer. Aurora, Victor being targeted away, not necessarily the strongest at the moment, but in terms of what you want in the mid lane going into a fearless draft, taking those away early limits you pull off the bat. Pantheon as well, could be a support, could be a jungle, more than likely. I would imagine a bit of a Bob Sagos pocket pick target away, I think, more than necessarily Dell. And so I think, yeah, it definitely goes to show the respect that's being shown. And Zid's out, probably the most standout jungler at the moment. Her and Vi are the biggest priority out of the opening ban phase at the moment on the Rift.
Oh, there we are. Well, I'm glad to hear that Xin Zhao's finally making a little bit of a spot back in. But that's because I was a fiend in the Xin Zhao jungle world. But we do have Willy Wonka. I mean, not really Willy Wonka locking it in, but, you know, we've got Varus being locked in at the zone from the side from GZA at the moment. So that'll be a nice control. It's going to help out a little bit with team fights. But what will they pair it up with? At least as a response.
Yeah, he's pretty strong at the moment. He seems to be the go-to for AD carries at the moment. And he's solid. He does a lot of damage. He's really got a huge amount of power potential. Ash seems to be the the pretty standard answer. I think definitely in terms of global priority offers them a little bit more than cross map and Enchanted Crystal Arrows, especially pivoting out of the mid lane can make things a little bit scary, especially looking towards those mid game tower dives. So there is definitely going to have to be some respect paid by GZ Academy, because if you go for a mistimed dive, the Enchanted Crystal Arrows up and it connects under that tower, that's a lot of trouble. Jarvan is not the jungler that I would have expected. I mean, this is a jungler that we didn't see for the LCP until we got to a Game 5. Like, that was the Game 5 jungle pick in that best of 5. And that was the only time we saw it all of Split 1. So, obviously, the confidence for Dell, given what's still left of the point. I mean, you're looking at the likes of a Nocturne, Skarn is still available, Lilia has been a pick, Viego still there. So Vi would have been an insanely solid ban into Polemus on the Varus, like immobile AD carry, jungler that just jumps on his face. Yes, Jarvan does the same, but one you don't even need to click. You just.
But what if I just pretty hit the assault and battery? What if I just hit that on my carry that I want to nip out of the fight? And I mean, even though they've hit Viego, I mean, I always love the Vi and Ahri combo, especially since we've got obviously Ahri being picked up. Look, we're not seeing the Vi anyways coming in here. But look, Ryze is going to that correspondence with, which I think for a mid laner, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I feel personally Ahri has more of a favoritism, at least a little bit more towards the mid to like early-ish games, but then obviously Ryze to more, I guess you could say late game, kind of like ties in a bit harder, but correct me if
as soon as that 6 happens, yeah, there's definitely a lot of more mobility with the Ryze. Correct. We've seen it, again, a pretty significant spike coming into Split 2 in terms of that mid-priority around him because of what he offers in terms of that map pressure. And paired with an Ashe, I mean, that is already an insane amount of map pressure once you get those 6s online. China Crystal Arrow into the Realm Warp, suddenly what was a pretty comfortable 3v1 tower dive is all of a sudden now a 3v3 with one of your players stunned up under tower aggro. So you got to be very, very careful. But yeah, Ahri has been very, very strong. Lacks the Rod of Ages build as well. Poppy, Rakan, and Ambassador taken away. So we've got our mid, jungle, and bot lane top and support bans, understandable at this stage. Rumble is still available, which is a little bit concerning given how strong he is.
Rumble. I mean, look, I don't know. I feel like I'm just trying to think of this when it comes to AoE, at least what would I want to like slap it on the top lane, like to the top lane inside. And
so you're telling me you don't want to insta-stick a Rumble on top of an Ashe Jarvan? Like, that just screams to me, yes, cool, setup, easy. This is the easiest Rumble game of this guy's career. You pair an Alice, okay, so it's going to be Ashe.
I feel like...
I don't know if the card was the right way to go. Like...
This is why I'm like thinking like I don't know if that's I don't know what like in the terms of like Abaddon, like I don't know fully on that pool type, so I don't know if Rumble is that pick that they do hover with. I kind of was looking again, Bob has kind of been the next pick up on that line, which I think Karma really solidifies the team. Since we're talking about mobility, right? We've got long distance mobility. The perfect pick for fights, I'm sorry. Mantra ultimate into shield is just going to blast the entire, mobility outscroll away. But we do have Not coming in though for darkness, which he'll be kind of picking up to try and I guess you could say counteract that in fights. But yeah.
I mean, Darkness had the opportunity to do the funniest thing and just pick Nocturne support with that name, but he's obviously not going to do that.
No. Wouldn't that be cheating?
I don't think you definitely can't pick the Rumble now. Cassante's going to be picked up by Willy Wonka. I don't think you with this comp you pick the Rumble. I mean, yes, look, you still could, but you probably want a CC heavy support that also contributes to setting things up. The Karma, magic damage, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Sejuani wouldn't be a terrible pick. I just definitely think they're lacking. Oh, sorry, they've already got the jungle. Yeah, so it is going to be Rumble. They are going to commit to it. Look, it's a good comp. I just definitely think there could have been a little bit more set up to enable Abaddon. And just create some more space, whereas Karma... Bob's got his work cut out for him, I think, this game.
Yeah, look, and I mean, speaking of, again, cutting it out, I think really for this game, like, lineup matchup with these two teams, I quite literally think, at least from my predictions and my thoughts on it all, bot lane is quite literally going to be the make or break for these teams. And just to see how that currently flourishes through. I'm wondering if... I don't know if there's going to be any little special, I guess you could say 4-minute lane swaps where we try and get like the Grug priority for the 6-minute mark. I don't know if that's going to look into coming in. I don't know if that's much of a meta in this current situation or the market. I just recall that was something that was lightly showing, but I mean, correct me, of course, if I'm wrong. I'm not too sure.
Look, I think an argument can be made. I think for ALE, you're looking towards that level 6 mark. Then Poo Queen can rotate. You probably want to rotate Poo Queen mid lane. Be able to pivot off either of the side lanes with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But GZ, I mean, neither team desperately needs the grubs, but it's going to be more of a look, whatever we can take. At the moment, I think we're definitely going to see a more priority around the Dragon Pit and taking those souls. The points towards the soul.
True. That it will. I mean, it kind of makes sense now. I mean, now that I'm looking at the full lineup of these teams, this is very heavily team fight orientated, or to try and, of course, get those picks, especially from ALE. I mean, I feel, how I look at it on paper, I feel like GC Academy, I'm sorry if that game goes on for too long, they are probably going to find a very nice strong pivot into being able to take over the first win. Then with ALE, it's literally going to be a matter of, can we make picks before we get a big fight to come on in, maybe grab that Baron and then try and man mode mid. Who knows? Try get it ending before like that 30-minute mark. That's where I would like to try and see the game end. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a lot of objective baiting from ALE. As soon as you draw them in, Jarvan jumps in as Jarvan does best. Equalizer on top, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Rise is doing all sorts of shenanigans. I think there is a very real possibility that Polemos is about to have the worst game of his entire life. Because you look at this draft, you look at Varus, notoriously immobile, one step out of line, and he is just getting everything dunked on his head. So, yeah, this game is definitely going to be about GZ providing that space for him. I think you're definitely going on hit Varus here. I don't think there's a justifiable argument for you to go lethality. You still definitely need that damage output. Yeah. Well, yes, Viego and Ari are going to be doing a lot. In terms of a sustained fight, that's going to be all Polemos. But look, you've got decent peel, you've got a Cassandra, you've got a Nautilus. It's not going to be the hardest of games. It's just going to be... Vision Control is going to be, I think, the big name of the game here.
Yeah, no, Vision Control is going to be a very big play. And I think jungle, obviously with the jungle matchup, I mean, I look at both pretty equal in the terms of... I mean, look, I'll kind of see what happens when it comes to watching them skill level-wise, but I mean, hey, look, still two very big names here, but I feel, again, Nox probably has a little bit more of a priority, at least when it comes to maybe working a little bit with Willy Wonka, see if they can kind of make any little works together to try and prioritize that through, as we are now cracking on in. But yeah, of course, Panda, fire away, sorry.
Okay, so it is going to be lethality Varus. Obviously... A little bit of respect being paid here to the Rumble Jarvan combo. I can understand it. I think you probably could have got away with on hit, but I suppose why tempt fate in a matchup like this? It's already going to be a pretty poke-heavy bot lane. So I think, it's going to be about surviving, going to the mid game, and then look to make things happen there. On the whole, there shouldn't be a huge amount of kill threat around the map. Maybe mid, we see something happen off jungler intervention. A charm goes out, Valari gets caught, and from there, maybe they transition, but I think, yeah, the early to mid game shouldn't be too action-packed.
Yeah, looks like we might have to get our tent set up until I guess we wait till that 15 to 20 minute mark, or I guess really when the first dragon objective comes in. But I mean, looking at it anyways, looks like we're probably getting that. If I'm not looking at that wrong, that looks to be Ocean. No, I'm wrong. Is that Chem? Is that a Chem Tech dragon? Is that the first dragon that we're getting to pop up? I could just see it when we were scrolling down to the bot lanes here. But look, it seems like we're doing a pretty similar, stand-up. Look, junglers are going to be basically going for their rotating red sides. Nox going to make his way up towards probably blue right afterwards once he clears the spots. And then obviously, we'll have lovely little Jarvan cracking on down bot. But hey, at the moment, things are just pretty equaled out at the moment. But I'm excited. What am I talking about? We're getting already a jungle invade coming in from the wild man Nox himself. He already cracks on in.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. Honestly, the identification that Jarvan is that top side. He started red. They can look to get away with it and potentially set something out. Because you can see how pushed in this ALE bot lane already is. So taking that blue buff, and Jarvan is just going for the full clear here. So they are going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to this dive in just a moment. And there is just no information for ALE. They have no clue. And in fact, they're the ones looking to get a little bit aggressive, thinking that Viego might be heading their way, gonna get a ward down, they're heading towards blue. They'll now know, unfortunately, and Nox makes the right call. He's gonna recall, get himself back to base, look for a bit of a spike, and try and go contest in his own blue. Unfortunately, in terms of pacing, he's probably gonna be a little bit late.
Yeah, the pacing will be late, but we did, of course, though. I mean, look, they did realize, obviously, that Nox was, obviously, mirroring down at the bot side at the moment, with obviously taking that blue, able to then take the crab. So they're going to try. I mean, look, we've got GZ now coming on in, trying to see if they can snag anything. But the hook does come out down onto level 2 Queens, pucking on through as the magic Q comes on out. Ari goes back. We are now rotating back to bot lane as the Ignite's used up. Things are dropping down very low. Sante, already off to half HP, is now. We've got Arya backing off the way. Why did I say Arya? That's meant to be Dell.
Well, either way, things are going all right. I mean, this is largely what I expected. Yeah, there would have been a bit of fighting early. Ash, oh no, Pooh's in trouble.
Oh, Pooh, that'll be the first blood going on to Lovely Little Polymus as he claims down that first cube, and the mantra, Tether comes in, heals, Pooh Bob up at the moment, and my lordy lord, here we are, tongue twisting ourselves at the moment. But I mean, hey, we did obviously have a little bit of contested in the mid at the moment as well, which they were now repelling back with a teleport, which I'm sure we will have CGen teleporting back in. What will our Dell be able to pick on through? I'm actually really shocked to see our man getting caught out here. As a couple of attacks will come on in, and we will now have Dell claiming his kill there, as we get a little bit of a 1-for-1 trade.
I definitely think you take that though if you're GC Academy. You've taken down Pooh Queen again, probably one of the big targets in this game. You've only lost Darkness. Yes, probably could have avoided that situation if he just backed off immediately, but sometimes you just sort of make do in the situation. And I think that, again, it's just the matchup. Varus Nautilus is a very, very scary... Oh, buddy. Yeah, they've called in Valari for a bit of support, but now you look at it, Darkness coming up. Full well knowing, there's no way they can stick there in the jungle and try and contest that.
It very much is. Things cracking on through. And I just love watching the new teleport animation as I just see lovely little Abaddon zooming on across as farms that up. I mean, CS at the moment, I mean, look, at least in this early game, is still sitting pretty equal for the most part for most areas. However, though, we did have... Oh, Hex Flash coming on through. Hook will go far, and it will be able to find Bob at the moment. He's now trying to back away. We've now got the stun landing in from the Viego, as now we've got the last final auto tag. Varus, we've got to claim that kill up now as we speak, as that will be another kill for Polymus, as they are really trying to focus a bit for this man down in the bot-sided battle. As look, was talking about it earlier, if there is a way to try, claim at least a game, or at least try and keep yourself in this tournament, bot lane is going to be the matchup.
That's just a complete lack of respect from ALE. You've just been ganked there, you've burnt so many summoners. Of course they're going to be looking to try and set something up there as well. Lack of vision on top of it all. They just, yes, to be fair, look, there was a control ward that was cleared out in that bottom tribe, but the fact that they haven't even got something in the river just to give a bit of extra information is what allowed ALE to be taken down there on the repeat visit to the bot side. So, Yeah, it's going to be a rough situation. The one saving grace, Poo Queen is already up CS on Palermos at the moment. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, again, it's just going to be a bit of a handshake of damage.
Yeah, no, it very much is. And look, we do have Void Grubs coming up at that 6-minute mark, as you know, as you can see right now, which we did, of course, have Darkness walking on up, just kind of, you know, help it out, trade it through, but they're probably going to then rotate for the bot-sided Dragon, which we can see ALE now picking that as we speak. So, you know, I guess you could say it's a nice little jungle mutual agreement. As, you know, here we are. Just resets itself again. Mid lane looks so calm at the moment. Nothing too crazy, nothing too flashy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an insane amount of kill threat in this mid lane until sort of the jungle intervention starts to come around. Yeah, even with the ultimate, Ari, I don't think necessarily has the damage to get through a Catalyst Rise at this stage in the game. The lane swap has happened. Yeah, it's going to be a Chem Tech Drake. It's slow, but sure, and they will get it done. But you already see the level disparity between these two junglers. Finally taken, finally 5 hitting for the job, but Nox is actually pacing this game really, really well.
Yeah, no, they very much are. And, I mean, look, I was talking about it a little bit earlier to see what would kind of happen with, like, the lane swapping. And, you know, although I was 2 minutes too, I guess you could say, ahead of my time, but, you know, because we had a little bit of action down on the bot side, it was a little bit to what I was saying earlier. You know, I was expecting to try and see at least some mirror matchup of seeing the bot lane rotate up top, to try and, you know, keep the Grubs obviously control as we speak, and then also trying to funnel a lot more funds into the Varus here, as, you know, Palermos is sitting, you know, I mean, he's probably going to be sitting about that. He did claim that first spot, actually, so it'll be about a 500 gold lead ahead when it comes to the Poo Queen himself. And, you know, things are still mirroring up. But we've got a 3 rotation sitting up at the top side, as we've still got Bob supporting that little bit of tool. But don't...
That is Cataclysm up as well. So the Equalizer has been used. It would have been to clear a wave so that Abaddon could get back. But now, with that 6 hit, Cataclysm's up. Equalizer's going to be off cooldown in just a moment. So any significant team fight that Bruce in his top side, it could be a very deadly one.
Yeah, no, it very much could be, but I feel like, you know, GC are going to be respectful in that they're kind of going to, you know, I feel like they're reading the map very well, at least because they did pick up that Jarvan was still obviously on the bot side, with Dell as with a deep-watered vision. A precise arrow does come very far, far wide. I don't know where it was going, and I think
Equalizer
it's
was
going
used,
around
so Abaddon and Bob tried to make a play up on the top side. It was then answered immediately. Palermos drops the Chains of Corruption, they back themselves off, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, timing-wise, I think if they'd used the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to set up the fight there, maybe something could happen. Look, we did miss it, the action there, so I think it could have even been Chains of Corruption engagement. Rumble Equalizer to deny, so something happened. Both teams lose some key ultimates, but I mean, by the time the next objective comes up, they should be well and truly up and again.
That there very much is. I mean, look, I mean, this is kind of what we were... I mean, I was expecting a little bit more, maybe slight passiveness, but I think really GZ are really trying to make a stand, at least with the aggression plays. But we do have, though, lovely man himself needs to currently be careful now, as we've got Willy Wonka. I feel Willy Wonka should be able to escape very much soon, though, as we've got the ultimate coming on through. Billies are being dropped down as he will be able to claim his kill, and as we've got Blue Team claiming the Feet of War for the first started stack. And we did have a TP coming down as well from our man Nox. Not Nox, sorry. Seagen.
That was a bold call. Looking to gank a Cassandre that close to tower. And that is why it was a bold call. We saw that played out. That is entirely how I expected it to go. I mean, he's just got so much in his kit to deny exactly what a Jarvan wants to do. He gets knocked up, he gets slowed down, he gets pushed back into the tower while under aggro, and slowed down even further. Yeah, look, I don't think that was ever going to result in a kill without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow setup. They needed to sort of link everything together, lock him down long enough to get Ashe in position to do damage. And then you look at it, the Ashe has a BF sword and finish boot, so it wasn't going to be a huge amount of damage, even at the best of times.
John goes wide though. Yeah, Rise is currently in trouble. Hook goes on, will not land, but Void Grubs are up again. So that was very close. I mean, I feel like that would have opened up a lot if Rise did get hit by the hook there. But we've got Willy Wonka. I'm at a loss of words. Seeing where he currently is right now, though. I mean, look, I should be able to see this man be able to die very, very shortly here, as Poo Queen will be able to claim his first kill there at the moment, and that is now moving up to the top side as that was going to be 5. Soon getting to number 6 with Krugs. As we've got a little bit of a fight coming in mid.
That was inting. I cannot conceivably grasp any other reason why he was playing behind the tier 1 tower. Yes, you're a Cassante, but you've gone Runic first, and look, I don't know. That was a bold call. That was a very, very bold call.
We'll just say that it, keeps up the Krugs, as now we've got the Chain of Crop landing on through. Nautilus just happily tanking on through. I'm not going to be seeing this boy living for much more longer, as Nox claims that kill onto the Rumble for himself. Gets a little bit of an extra little snack there. But yeah.
That's why you manage your heat, as Rumble. So you don't end up in situations like that. Just fully silenced the entire time he was being towered over there. Yes, he cleared the wave, but in that situation, you'd kind of want to be able to, drop a slow, drop a shield, get some damage out, potentially even find a kill off the back of it. Regardless, though, tower going to be going pretty freely here to GZ Academy. They take it on the top side. They are still in contention for the the Noxian Blessing here at the moment. They aren't that far behind in the grand scheme. Unfortunately, actually no, they are. They are a little bit further behind than I thought. They need 2 dragons, which this would be their second. After this, it's now become a race to try and get... Actually, no, sorry. I'm wrong entirely. First tower and 3 kills. GZ Academy have taken the Noxian Blessings. I'm just wrong.
Well, look, hey, it's alright. Look, our lovely little flavour of the dragon, for Soul Point at least, will be the ocean, which I think, at least for ALE's favour, is going to probably help them out a little bit. And hey, we get our first little Realm Warp sprinting down the mid lane just to try and get back and get a little more farm up as you can do. But I mean, you're currently a tower down. I feel like you've got 6 grubs up. You're a tower up at the moment. Sieging probably on the plates very soon, or at least maybe try and get a little bit more pressure onto that bot side. I'm just trying to open up maybe the dragon capabilities. But hey, not too sure, as we've got a potential. A lot of pings coming down the bot side though from GC Academy. Maybe looking to do some form of 4-man, but I would expect though that Bob looks like he's got a little bit of a thinking cap on his head as now the wards are being picked up. But Pooh Queen, you are alone. There is no one else here to really help you out though as the ultimate comes on through. Crystallized arrows will land in. Flash comes in from the Mantra Q as Polymers claims himself a kill there. Nord's no longer taking tower, as now we've got Willy Wonka taking a couple of more pokes there, and this will be the tower probably coming down very soon, or at least grabbing the plates here, as the 6 grubs are just doing what they do best. Melting it so low, but maybe the next push is probably going to be it there.
Yeah, I mean, the way it pushes up, timing-wise, it was always going to go down to GZ Academy. The problem with ALE's comp is it needs to be one played off the front foot. They need to be the ones making momentum around the map. They need to be initiating plays. Big dive onto Shen here. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay, he's just gonna cop it.
But he will. There wasn't really much respect there as the hook goes wide into the minion, into the Viego ultimate, dropping on through. Jarvan does still live with that ignite. As now we've got Poon Queen poking it up, working it in with the lovely little Rise himself, chaining these little combos together. Equalizer coming in on the back, as we've got Oliver still alive. They won't be able to grab any more. ALE just claim 1 there, which I'm shocked to see. I felt like the Ari just didn't respect.
Crazy thing. So if Pooh Queen doesn't drop the Enchanted Crystal arrow out of the tier 1 bot lane tower, he has it there for that fight. They get at least 1 more. Varus is in trouble. Flamos just absolutely farmed by Rise the mid lane today. Oh, they might find another one.
Yeah, no, they might do. I mean, no, maybe not. Maybe soon, but we've got Ari coming in from the sides. Charm goes wide. Nothing further at this stage other than a little, as you could say, group up, push in mid, use these grubs, try and see if you can claim yourselves an extra tower here. You've got the push for it, as now we've got Jarvan EQing on through. Nord, hook again goes wide. Really need to start seeing that, as the charm was very nicely done there. Doesn't mean that the tether from Karma won't go any more further from Bob, as now again resets coming on through.
Meanwhile, on the bot side, Willy Wonka's getting some free pressure down in terms of wave management, given that we are just shy of 2 minutes away from that dragon coming up. Probably not the best spot to lead the lane in. Now, obviously, ALE can work it back down. You've got to have it on there on the Rumble. Should have it in a decent position for ALE to potentially take themselves a thirds and put themselves onto Soul Point. So, a little bit of an issue timing-wise, 90 seconds. Abaddon is slowly pushing his way back in, so they should have great pace in terms of getting this next Dragon objective.
Yeah, they very much should. I mean, look, they've got GC, they've opened up top, they've opened up bot. Mid's really going to be the next pick, which again should kind of help out with at least the grouping rotation for when Dragon comes up available, which is going to be not until the next couple of minutes. I mean, what might happen here? I'd expect just a little bit of a Trode battle at the moment, and that's exactly what happens. Tries to still shed his little raptors, tries to get some extra chicken in his pockets, but not really much to really come on through. Garrison Arrow flies. Poo Queen takes it. Just takes it like a champ. But hey, there's a lot of pings coming out at the moment, and they are obviously now rotating a little bit with vision controls, as look, again, Dragon's coming up very soon. I don't know why I said 3 minutes, as that's actually meant to be 30 seconds. But now we've actually got GC. Are they potentially looking to... Oh, no, they've got time. As now we've got Rift Herald coming in at the moment, at least being taken very, very slowly for the time being. Top's being pushed up by Sejen. I'm going to be expecting the fight to be coming on down through as the Crystallized Arrow comes on in with the Realm Lord Torplet onto Rumble, as now we've got that ultimate flying on through, but he's just CC'd and picked up out of nowhere as the EQ comes in. Cataclysm drops 2, drops 1, as now Rise is making his statement into this tournament at the moment, as now Poo Queen trying to kite on around as he can. Viego so low as they are trying to pick any more. Polymus did get a kill in return, and that is going to be the fight on over for ALE's favor.
I mean, realistically, this game should have been GZ's. Easy, they just play the game smart, they carry on, and from there they close it out. But they take some very, very questionable fights. I mean, it largely started with Xian in that mid lane, just overstaying a fight, getting caught by the Java, and they find another couple off the back of it. You look at him now, all of a sudden, your Rise in the mid lane is 4-0-1. He's tied in terms of farm. It's going to be third Drake taken by LA. They were down nearly 3k gold. They are now only 1800 behind.
Yeah, that they very much are. And there we go, Rift being used. I mean, look, poor Shelly. Do you think Shelly gets good healthcare cover for the amount of times that she bashes her head into towers?
I mean, surely it's like pet insurance on the Rift. The groundskeeper's making bank every game.
The poor cleaners, you know.
It's all right,
like
we got another one growing in the stables, don't you worry. But, this could be a bit of a problem here.
You know, it very much is, as we've now got Veil just having to try and back on through, but I don't really think he's going to be able to, as the CCs are just far too strong from the likes of GC Academy, as they now claim a little cheeky beverage there, I'll say. I think that was a nice little snack.
That was a good 400 gold shut down there too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just not necessarily respecting positioning-wise. I think it speaks to the vision game. Yes, you've got some very, very good deep wards, but there's nothing in the river, and it just allows them to cut sick from mid lane, walk on down, and take what is one of your key pieces off the board. If you're ALE, if Veil carries on the way that he's going, this would have been a pretty easy turnabout. But losing a pick like that, giving gold over where you don't want it, I mean, as soon as Nox starts really stacking up, he can put himself in a position where he sort of one-shots Poo Queen, which is very, very rough. Now, though, they're looking for the turnaround. I don't know if they've got the kill potential yet. It's just going to be a back off here.
Yeah, no, very much is looking to be. I'm glad that it kind of respected it, but I mean, look, we did have, again, you know, a lot of, I guess, with the rotation of the new visions coming on out, then they're able to kind of see that as a response, at least for ALE, as they now back away. Smite battle, more money for Nox, as he is being a little bit of a monster. He's already 2 items up at the moment, which I think is going to help out, at least for GC, maybe with these fights, or at least when they try and get these picks, if anything can come through, you know, before maybe the fight crashes on in. But, oh, Atakan has spawned bot.
Ruinous.
Do you think Atakan's going to die?
He's almost certainly going to die. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a huge amount of kill threat from GC Academy. They do take a while with this lethality various to take the Atakan down, whereas you look at ALE, you've got an Ashe, who is just going to rip and tear through the Atakan pretty comfortably. He's sitting well, has opted towards what I would only imagine is the Lord's Dominic's regard as a second item, so pretty interesting path, looking to do as much damage as quickly as possible. But there should be a pretty clean fight brewing. Realistically, ALE, if they can take this, they get a 1-2-man Cataclysm with an Equalizer on top. That's pretty easy clean-up duty for Poo Queen.
Yeah, no, they very much are. They're trying to see if they can kind of claim Bob here, though. We do have Chain Corrupt comes in wide. Very, very, very wide. I feel like it was a little bit too ambitious, I would say.
The problem being is Shen is up in this top tier 2 with Grubs and for free. There was just nothing they did to respond there. Lose a huge amount of priority on this top side.
Yeah, very much has. I mean, surely... Oh, they're still not really grouping for this Atacon, but I mean... Will the time come? That's the question. It's the question on when. As I mean, looking into the Vision as well, I mean, it's just a lot of a Vision control wards battles at the moment as, you know, GZ, you know, they're able to have a Vision control of everything, and then now ALE respond back. Just kind of like clean sweep it through. But I'm keen to see what next is really going to happen. I mean, surely at this time, you're going to be able to claim a top tower, or at least maybe a bot tower. I feel ALE need to try and get a little bit more money into their bank, or even try and force. Just don't know.
Well, at the moment, it is going to be a match in the top side, and I think that's a smart call. Shen is just going to keep shoving this wave into the top side. They need someone that answer. Luckily for both teams, realistically, the teleports are both up for top and mid. They can respond pretty quickly. On top of that, you got to Rise, even if he doesn't have to commit the teleport. He's got the Realm Warp to get himself in position to at least assist. You can see GZ Academy are wanting to sort of force the issue on the spot side. They're going to clear out that vision. They want to bait ALE into a bad fight and look to clean things up, because the more disjointed a fight, the harder it is for ALE to find their win condition, which is sort of Cataclysm, Equalizer, Enchanted Crystal Arrow combo, and from there look to mop things up. But you can see they're clearly trying to bait out using Polemos.
Yeah, no, they clearly are. But I mean, look, Bob's got his thinking cap on. He's kind of realizing, look, we don't really have the team. I guess you could say group up advantage with the synergizing-ness at the moment. And it's just still going to be a very slow pace. I wonder... I mean, look, Ocean Soul is coming up very soon. I feel like this is probably going to be the make it or break it fight. But they just have to play it. I mean, ALE need to start getting their positionings in very, very soon. But I mean, Poo Queen's going to be very late. That's if it's even started. Do have teleport for Siegen though for the top as well, which can rotate back.
Yeah, they want to threaten this. They want to deny Soul away from ALE, because an Ocean Soul is going to do a heck of a lot for them. And I mean, realistically, this is where you force the fight if you're ALE. You've got a Jarvan Rumble,
Yeah.
and an Ashe on top of it, so you kind of need to get. They're just going to completely give it up. Yeah, look, okay, you can make the argument it's only the first dragon for GZ Academy. There's no need to overcommit there. But you're a good 90 seconds away from Baron being up, so a lot of those ultimates that you would have used if you just pulled the trigger there would have been up again. They are going to start up the Atacon as well, which it seems ALE's more important target. But there was a scrap going on the top side.
Yeah, no, there very much is. As you know, Vale, already dropped to about quarter HP into that top side. I mean, ults was used as well from both sides. But I mean, here we are. Atacon being a little bit of a focus at the moment as ALE try and reclaim the trophy back. As it is dropped down to 6.4k HP at the moment. Slowly getting down there. Do they let it go? Don't really say so. Crystallizer comes on through with the Equalizer. It's not really hitting any targets, as Jarvan is going to be the focus target here as the just gets dropped by Nox. As now, Cassante in the back, pulling on through. Nox trying to cleanse another target if he can. The Chain of Corrupt lands it on the back on the right, which will be able to be cleansed off with the Bob Sagox play. But there is just nothing that ALE are just able to respond because they missed everything at the start. They tried to shoot their shot. Ari Charm goes wide. Another Q flows on through for the slow effect. But GZ pummeling in.
In League of Legends, there are two sides of the same coin. On one side, you've got synergy, which is, you've got a team fight that works well, it synergizes together. You layer, for example, ALE, you layer the Cataclysm with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with an Equalizer on top. All of a sudden, anyone caught there is in trouble. Unfortunately, what we saw from them is what we refer to as anti-synergy. So Equalizer goes down, Jarvan Cataclysms two people not even remotely close to the rest of ALE for them to do damage. Ashe dies because Poo Queen was not hugging the terrain and Nautilus got the freest hook of his life. So yeah, anti-synergy is unfortunately what we witnessed to the absolute bane of ALE there.
It's going to be the bane of their existence. They don't try and patch this up soon because, I mean, look, the gold lead is just getting much farther. I mean, from what was just a 1.8, a moment long ago, it's now just bumped itself up to now a 7k lead. Just scared as, we've got Nox just pulling up onto his third item, going that very big, heavy damage, I guess you could say. Crit Viego, which just in that match, it just showed in that fight. Like, it absolutely decimated 2 targets through, as he does claim onto the line at the moment, but he's got no one with him at the moment. This might be the pick that comes on through. Crystallize Arrow comes in, as we've now got Veiled claiming a very big shutdown at the moment. They try and teleport away, but he gets absolutely denied by Willy Wonka as Chain of Corrupt lands on through. Can he get the final shot? Yes, he can. Willy Wonka tries to go for another knock-up. Doesn't get to pick anything. I mean, that's 2 very big key players for each team being taken down in that fight.
The crazy thing is, I think Vale gets the kill there, if not for the fact they have a Rumble top, and Kazante was forced to build MR early. Because you look at it, that's you get used 3 items, 3.5 item rise currently. But the fact that he was forced to build MR off the bat because he was into a Rumble, yeah, okay, Rumble's just burn equalizer. He's not going to get anything for it either.
No, he currently really isn't. Trying to see if they... I mean, look, we've got our boy in the jungle. Javin's trying to see if he can kind of walk up, but I mean, he's got nothing. Our poor boy, Dell, can't really make a pick off for Abaddon. Abaddon is just, again, free. Taken away. I just don't know.
The crazy thing is, I think realistically, ALO very much could have had this game if they'd just been playing off the back of each other. Whether it's a lack of communication or whatever's going on, they just have not been using the synergy that their team comp inherently has. It has all just been super disjointed. Everything's sort of staggered in how they're using it. I mean, you've got a Rise and an Ashe who are going to scale up even stronger than they are at the moment. I mean, Vale is just an absolute beast right now with the full Rod of Ages, full Seraphs, and a Void Staff. Like, he's chewing through almost everyone on this GZ Academy comp. As we saw, as Nox just melted between him and the Jarvan. But unfortunately, they just keep finding themselves in situations where you're not getting the full effect of this team comp. It's not even that, you know, we're not getting the Cataclysm Equalizer combo. It's just we're not getting anything.
And that's quite literally it. And it's, for what was on paper, looked very good. Can you claim it? Oh, no. My poor boy Sejan's trying to turn it around if he can. Uses his Zhonya's, but he's just surrounded. Again, Nox finding a juicy target there, and just, I mean, look at where everyone is. ALE, all topside. While we've got our boy, Vale, in bot. There's just nothing that's happening. I just don't know what ALE are doing right now. Dragon has spawned, though.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, GC Academy aren't in a position to completely shut this out just yet. It is going to take at least sort of another 5-10 minutes for them to close this game out, barring potentially a horrendous fight out of ALE, which they have not been immune to. I mean, again, GZ Academy were in a great spot. They were like 5-2, and then all of a sudden, ALE finds a couple of great fights back in, and now all of a sudden, ALE just completely blow their opportunity to take meaningful control in this game, overset their mark several times, and now they're under the pump by a pretty significant margin.
Yeah, no, they very much. I mean, it was such a shame because I mean, ALE was slowly crawling it back. I mean, they had 3 dragons ahead, and then even then they were able to finally show up a play into the mid. But here we are. We've got the very decent equalizer coming on through, but the catalyst system can't land yet. So Gender Crab does keep the interruption CC through. Crystallized Arrow comes in, lands in onto Nox, as they are now trying to back away. ALE now regrouped and armed as a 5-man team to what was a 4v5 situation. But yeah. It's just, I felt like that was just a little bit of ultimates coming on through, slapping on in, but it can open up Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, GZ Academy, going to be pretty free in taking this. I just don't think that ALE have been able to play this comp well enough that they can theoretically make a comeback situation. I mean, you look at how grouped they are. This is prime time Jarvan opportunity. Yeah. Unfortunately, with no Equalizer, no Cataclysm, no Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's not going to matter for much. Everything is just going to go GZ's way.
Oh, dearie me. And yes, it very much is, as they are now trying to back on through. Does claim the soul. There is... nice little round more teleport away, which, I mean, look, keeps ALE in the game for a little bit. You know, I mean, not too much of a deficit, which keeps them in for longer to try and regroup and reposition with this Baron trade-off. So trying to see if they can snaggle on through. Rise Hook does get hit up, as now we've got the Ari in the back line, does land the travel to Poo Queen, but it is just diversified as the teams are split up. Ari's working on for the bot side while Poo Queen is space gliding away, as we've got Willy Wonka claiming a kill for himself. Crystallized Arrow is again just unable to claim that, as Polymus claims on for a double. Equalizer lands on. People are so low, but I don't think the Rumble will be able to barbecue people. Abaddon gonna have to back away. We did also have teleport being used in by Willy
aggressively
Wonka
onto the tier 3.
Yep, that it is.
Oh,
dear.
and yeah, everyone's dead.
Oh no. Oh, he's still alive for a little bit longer. Wins the next charm. Coming in 3. Coming in 1. Misses. But I mean, I mean, we're going to be on a wild goose chase. Can we add some little Looney Tunes music coming on in? Oh.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Pookween almost just went absolutely ballistic in that fight. Unfortunately, Current Ashfield takes too long to chew through. And yeah, the fact you had the 3 biggest ultimates for your draft on cooldown at that moment is literally the worst timeline for them to play through. Literally the worst possible situation to be in.
Yeah, very much is. I mean, that's 30 seconds that they have without their Rumble for what was such a delayed kill. I mean, hey, might have been unintentional. Maybe it would be planned. I'd like to say it was planned just because it sounds nicer that way. But I mean, look, GZ are regrouping around the Baron pit again, which they are wanting to try and reclaim that. But it's still 13 seconds out. I feel like it's probably going to be gone by then. What happens at the moment?
I mean, they've got enough to play spoiler. Ari's not really threatened. They don't have the damage traits in position. Again, cool. Cataclysm's down onto 3.
Amazing. Chain of Corrupt goes live.
Yeah, okay. Bob's just dead. He's the sacrificial lamb here.
Oh dearie. Oh dearie me. I mean, especially when, you know, mid's been pushed up at the moment as Nox trying to even claim anything. Arrow comes in. I mean, stops it for the moment. Just to kind of regroup it. But I mean, look, I would expect Willy Wonka just kind of tank the tower at the moment, keep the minions up, as they're going to now start barreling down on that inhibitor.
Yeah, this is game. I mean, Baron up, ready to go. You've got no ultimates, but you've got the depth charge, that's about it. But the same is true for ALE. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no Cataclysm. You've got an Equalizer, but you just walk out of that. This is just going to be a slow burn with 6 scrubs ready to go. I mean, okay. I mean, it's probably more respect than necessarily worthy at this stage in the game, but they are going to just hold off pulling that trigger.
Yeah, look, that they very much are. But I mean, Willy Wonka needs to be careful. I mean, he's walked a very interesting, strange path. So now that gets picked up. I mean, look, we should be seeing this man. Never mind. What am I saying? Yeah. Ult on out is still escaping. They're still trying to come on in. Commits with the Equalizer, but they backed off. You've got no Equalizer with this dragon. What is happening, Panda? What is happening?
Jump shows, Kadik, and Merctrets. And then he's obviously building towards what I can imagine is Unending Despair. So there's all the magic resist, and you've got... it's okay. It's okay. Something is happening.
Yeah, look, that very much is. Arrow was used up, not claims 1 kill, goes for the Jarvan, tries to EQ 1 out, which he's going to regain himself in. Ari is just decimating, though, this fight at the moment, as we did have Hole in the sidelines, having a little 1v1 trade. Barry's going to get used up, and it's just... ALE are just dismantled here. GZ are most likely going to be ending the end right now. Can another kill be claimed in to get that ace? It's so close. There's the Zhonya's. Q fires out, and that will be the ace at that 34-minute 15 mark, as that is now going to be GZ claiming the first round as they take down 1 tower, they take down 2, and the Nexus dropping in at 34-30.
That was a roller coaster of a game. Like, GZ taking early lead, ALE fight back, ALE then throw, GZ Academy. I don't know. I mean, there was some interesting calls made in the draft that you could see what the game plan was. Given that it's Fearless Draft, probably was not the greatest. But I suppose in terms of the jungle, you don't suffer as greatly without Jarvan in the pool. I don't think anyone's suffering that greatly without Jarvan in the pool. So, I said it. I think the Bob Sagox picks wasn't the greatest. Karma really did next to nothing that game other than keep Pookween alive for that fraction of a second before he then ultimately died anyway. I think an engaged support, something to at least more reliably set up the Cataclysm Equalizer Ashe combo would have been better. But look, the one benefit is we don't have to see any of those champions again.
I was just going to say, I'm like, look, maybe this is far too much thing, but maybe they're thinking in advance. Maybe they're going, hey, you know what? Let's play this. Let's be completely unsynergetical. And then maybe the next game, they completely revamp it. It's out of the pool, never to be seen again, abolished. I don't want to see that anymore. It's such a shame because it looks so good on paper. It looked so good. And we saw one fight that was pulling them back in. Never happened again. It was gone.
Yeah. I don't know. A little bit of an interesting game there from ALE. Sets them off on the back foot. But I mean, look, who's to say they can't come back? From what you've seen of the Fearless draft now, though, Kat, how are you feeling about it?
It's very exciting, actually. I don't know. I feel like it's so new. Like, I'm really keen to see it. Obviously, how it further progresses. I mean, hopefully, if this pulls into a game 3. But I mean, look of it. The design, the idea, absolutely killer.
Well, we'll have to wait to find out. Game 2 up after this. Do GC Academy close it out in clean sets, or will ALE fix those massive issues that plagued them in Game 1? We'll have to wait and see. Coming back from the break, and Cat, we saw an interesting game one with some picks that we maybe didn't think were going to get as much priority as they did. But GZ come out, they had a bit of a roller coaster, they get it done in the end.
Hopefully we are back in live.
You just missed like the Giga analysis and it... look, Cat,
yeah,
you're gonna have to tell them again.
Yeah, look, it was a 300-word rapid fire. Look, I was mainly just talking about, like, I'm just really hoping to see, ALE kind of pick it up to where... I can't even say where things were last left off. It was just very, very, I'm at a loss of words. Panda, I don't know what to say.
They had an idea. Unfortunately, the idea didn't pan out because they weren't allowed to play the comp the way they wanted to. So going into the second draft, with those 10 champions removed, plus another 10 more, they're going to have to cook something a little bit different. I think it was a little bit gimmicky, a little bit too transparent for a draft going into this stage of the competition. You kind of want something that's well-rounded, can sort of do a little bit of everything, whereas what they drafted was Cataclysm and then mini-golf, essentially.
They just didn't get the par. Couldn't even get an Eagle Strike. But hey, look, we're going to be noticing quite a lot of champions. It's no longer being picked up. And I guess from what I would kind of like to really see, I guess coming into the next game, kind of like line-up-age really, is probably Bob probably playing something a little bit more engagement. I was
also don't try and gank the Cassante as soon as he hits after level 6.
I was going to say that as well. Like I feel like there just needs to be a little bit more presence, at least when it comes to making plays, or if you're going to make a play, commit to it. I felt like it was very hesitant, very disorganized, at least from ALE's side, while GZ, fluid, rapid. They wanted to make a choice. They went
Except
for it.
That one moment where Shen gets a greedy in the middle lane and it costs his team too. So, neither team was sort of wholly perfect in that matchup, but definitely there was some great transgressions on the side of ALE. Coming into this one, the refresh off the draft might be just what they need to come back in this series, because you could see, like you said, GZ very much fluid, very, very much playing in that flow state, whereas ALE felt like they backed themselves in a position where they had to kind of force the issue. And I think given that game, another 10 minutes or so, I think that suddenly ALE become very, very hard to deal with. Pukwin's online, Vale's online, you've got some great front line, but Vale got caught, 2-3 times in a row there, just dying. Originally for a 400 gold bounty plus... this is the prime anti-synergy. Equalizer dropped, Cataclysm dropped, Enchanted Crystal Arrow dropped, and then it just, after that, there's nothing left to ALE. They completely lack any sort of substance without those ultimates finding any traction whatsoever.
No, they very much did. And, for a team that had a lot of mobility as well, I felt like they never really used it a lot when it came to trying to control the map. And, the amount of times even in this play that we're currently seeing right now, a lot of us just denied whenever it came to any form of, realm warp teleports. I'm really just hoping to see that if you're going to try and draft something where you can get a lot of map presence, you kind of use it. But, at this rate, though, GZ... really swaying my votes here.
Yeah, so it's worth remembering that Vale was 4-0 at one point, and that clip we just saw, he was 5-4. That is a pretty significant downturn, and I think it was probably the most effective realm what we saw that game, which was used to completely retreat. Even here, stacked up, primetime opportunity, Pukwin. If he had the frontline set up, which none of those abilities, in fact, all those abilities were coming off cooldown now. If they'd had that frontline capabilities at all, you saw him, he was ripping and tearing. Given that room, he would have absolutely blown up GZ Academy. But because, again, ALE get caught in a very, very disjointed fight, they're all out of position. For some reason, Pukwin's on the front lines, it just collapses from there. And I think this is just indicative of where we are at the moment in that. At this stage in the game, it was just a complete rout from that point on. There was nothing left that ALE could really do to get themselves back in it. And even the force of the issue here with the Jarvan was never going to really translate into anything, because for some reason, Pukwin could never get in a position to actually play that game comfortably.
No, he very much really couldn't, and it's such a shame to really kind of see, and I feel like I'm arcing up and hyping it up, not really hyping up, sorry, I'm arcing up about it so much, but it's just because that's just how disappointed I am to see that you have the ability to be able to control a fight, and nothing just flows through. But anyways, it's out of the pool. They're gonna have their time now to recoup it, and re-strategize what they're really looking into it. I guess for my thoughts, or I guess when it comes to the next team, I guess Pidge, that was talking a bit earlier. Again, I want to see Bob maybe a little bit more engagement. I feel like maybe give Bob's the reign, see how he can kind of maybe control a fight. I feel like I don't know if Rumble was the pick for Abaddon. I don't know. I mean, not to say I'm going to see it again, but I just don't know if APs are his style. If that makes sense.
With what's left of the pool, yeah, you're probably looking Jace Gwen as the two high priority picks. I think out of the top lane at the moment. From there, you sort of transition to the likes of Sion, which again in its own right is very, very strong at the moment. Very, very hard to deal with. But yeah, definitely you want... While yes, Karma Ash is a very, very good lane, into what is arguably one of the strongest lanes at the moment in Varus Nautilus, it was always going to struggle. One pick early on was going to spell death for either the Karma or the Ash. You can't shield both of you. You've just got to go for the one. At that point, you've just blown so much to try and keep them alive, it doesn't even matter. But I don't know. I wonder if maybe they were just trying to do too much too early in the quarterfinals. Like, there is no punishment for just... Yeah, there's no punishment for playing a solid comp that's a little bit safer, rather than one that you have to sort of just push the envelope to try and make opportunities. So I think realistically, if they tone it down a little bit, they play something a little bit more classic, a little bit more in line with what we are seeing played for the most part in each of their lanes. I think there's still a lot of champions in the pool that could give ALE the avenue back into this game.
Yeah, look, there most certainly is. There's plenty... Look, for a game that has been out for gosh knows how many years and for how many extra champs they bring into it, there are still so many, I guess you could say, metas, transitions, team build-ups that you can kind of make. But I just don't know. Like, where could I see that fills the missing puzzle? That is what I'm looking at least I'm trying to really strategize for ALE. What is going to be that missing puzzle to give them what they're going to need? But I mean, it's just not much that I can think. It's such a shame.
Well, I mean, realistically, it is one of those you're not going to quite know until you get into it and start playing out first of the draft and then the game itself. And speaking of, it is draft time, of course. I'm expecting a Gwen ban. I'm expecting Xin Zhao to be banned out. Israel possibly going to cop the ban in terms of what's available left in the bot lane pool. What else am I expecting? I think, yeah, Xin, Vi, Gwen, potentially even a Jace could be your go-tos for the opening round of banning.
Yeah, fair. And then, do you think that the then might rotate into leaning C? I mean, where does Renekton currently sit? I mean, would he be a
third
potential?
String, I think.
I'd be like he fits. I would say like that B. Like, because if you had tiers, he sit maybe around that B tier, like little slot. Look.
Bottom B, top C.
Bottom B, top C.
Moment, depending on the situation. But Nico again. So I think they just don't want Dodd to have the Nico at all. No. Which, to be fair, they've given the right AD pairing. Kalista wasn't banned out, despite what we're seeing. Not necessarily sure if Pooqueen plays the Kalista, but Kalista Nico is just a terrifyingly strong bot lane duo at the moment. Gwen going to be banned out, no surprises there.
Yeah, there are no surprises, but I mean, I probably would expect a Poppy probably to flow through very soon, because I mean, again, anything that's a little bit more of a... I mean, I feel like Bob's just going to be copying a lot of the bans when it comes in from the GC side. But Victor's coming in. I feel like it's just like as if it's deja vu. We're back to where we were at game 1. It's going to be very similar.
I mean, Victor's not that... He's not like the be-all end-all in the mid lane, which is a little bit concerning. Yes, Vale is solid on him, but he's very mobile. You pick something along the lines of a Vi, Nocturne, he's just immensely abusable in that mid lane. Aurora going to be taken out by ALE. I mean, as much as we're not seeing it at the moment, Nocturne Orianna is a very strong combo. Kalista is also, just a huge amount of ban priority at the moment. I think easily in terms of global priority, the highest in the draft phase between both ban and pick side. By a crazy margin. Like, it's not even close, I think, the next highest.
Damn. Jeez. Well, look, we've got a Xin Zhao coming in as the final pick. I mean, look, ALE doing the very exact same strat on their first rotations of bans. The only thing we're really going to see difference here is really just more, instead of getting the Pantheon, we're going to get it rotated to a Kalista. But again, what am I going to see is probably the first pick. I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to guess... Very unorthodox. I'm thinking Zeri. Don't know why.
Jace was going to be my answer. Jace on the top side. I think it was always going to be the pick. Like I said, yeah, you got your holy trinity of top laners: Gwen, Jace, and Rumble. Rumble's taken out. Gwen's banned. Jace was the sort of really the next best option. There isn't going to be a great matchup at the top side. Now, this could be top Poppy, and I think that's probably where we've seen her most recently. But again, it could be a pivot down to Bob. Probably not. Could even be a Dell pivot into that jungle. Poppy Jace. I don't think that's a great matchup, honestly. I think Abaddon's going to have a really, really rough time. But at least there shouldn't be an insane amount of kill presence after sort of that 4-5 point in the lane phase.
I'm a hard believer in the Yordle bot. It's like as if it was TFT. They're trying to generate a synergy. But, I mean, Corki was actually... I mean, I wasn't actually expecting Corki to be picked up. Yes, very much strong there. But, I mean, would Corki fit very well, at least if it was going to be a Tristana mid? Because I know Tristana mid's been slowly hovering around a bit, but I feel like it'd be too early to kind of show that out.
Zyra, this has to be a Nox Zyra, like in the jungle, in terms of, again, strong jungle picks that are still available. No Neferi played, which, I don't know, maybe not. Diana going to be the response. So yeah, this is going to be Zyra Diana matchup in the jungle. Pretty standard from what we've seen, which I think leans more towards indicating to me that Poppy is probably going to be support, which from what I hear from Bob is not totally unheard of. In fact, it's quite popular for him. But you look at the drafts already, so Poppy Diana are going to be looking to go in really deep. Tristana playing in the backline is very, very scary at this point. The Brom, understandable ban there, would have been just insane on top of it. But then, of course, you look at the response. Cho'Gath being banned away, probably from Vale in the mid lane, if I had to guess again, given what we've been seeing from him. But yeah, Zyra, Jace, Corki, that is a huge amount of setup, plus a huge amount of damage on the backside.
Yeah, look, you're going to have a lot to write up here. Silas coming on in, which, I mean, that is a good response in retaliation, especially since you've got, the Crescent Moon of the Diana ultimate pulling in. That can really set up a really good play if you get that to snag on in. Yone coming in.
Yone, Diana, Tristana.
Diana comes in. Yeah, I was going to say, that definitely does synergize well and can write itself in paper, which, look, Vale, again, can kind of hover up into that Peak or even Abaddon. But look, now we're getting slowly to our next rotations. I mean, I feel like put a little bit more meat, and meat is coming on into that perfect slot right there. But yeah, just kind of like top it off. What do you think will be a nice?
Yeah, I rate the Sion top lane. It gets very, very tanky. Again, it does reasonably well into the Jace early because natural numbers wise, Sion probably hits a little bit harder, but realistically, there should be no massive kill threat. So Corki mid, Israel, bot lane for Polemos. Pretty stock standard. I mean, you've got the Leona, you've got the Rel, you've just got so much in terms of setup. Alistar, really any sort of engaged support that you could possibly want with the Israel. It's going to be the Leona. Again, pretty high priority in terms of global pick rate in the support role. Now, this leans towards mid lane. What is it going to be? Are we going to see potentially the Diana pivoted mid lane? I think that's probably the wrong call. You want that on Dell in the jungle. What do you pick up here in mid? You've got decent AD, Magic, so likely going to be a mage in that mid lane. Vex, which I can't say that I've seen in a competitive game ever.
Well,
mostly because I just haven't been watching at least when Vex was meta. So,
I mean, look, I really don't blame you there. I kind of sit into that ground as well. I mean, Vex wasn't, I guess, really my idea on it, but I guess if you're gonna go for a Diana, you could slowly paint a picture, right? Diana ults in, pulls everyone in. Tristana, guess what? Rocket jump, or just fire away from the back. You got a Vex ultimate, flies on in, fear, demolish. Potentials. A lot writes up there. And can even help with potential picks as well, because from my memory, I think if memory serves, that ult can fly a far decent away if it does land. So maybe we could see, I guess you could say, a 2.0 version of a crystallized arrow, but instead it's a Vex.
So, True Shot Barrage V2 them more than anything. I think, synergistically, ALE, it's not as telegraphed as what we saw in their last draft. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of engage. Suddenly you've got everyone jumping in on top of you. It's a very heavy collapse comp. So GC Academy out of position, they get jumped on, they die front to back pretty quickly. So spacing is going to be a big issue for them. For GC Academy, a lot of burst damage, but again, closely quartered. Realistically, you're going to be looking for individual targets, blow them up, transition from there. So again, ALE, much the same. You're not going to be walking alone in the jungle tonight.
Yeah, no, definitely not. They definitely won't be walking alone, but we are now coming on into our second game of the night as ALE are trying to see if they can crawl their way back. Because if they don't win this, they will be knocked out. As now GC Academy, just I guess you say, having a nice little mutual exchange. Going to try and help Zyra to, I guess you could say, get the plants up for their jungle. Because Zyra's going to be needing those plants to really get that quick jungle clear. But, yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't a Scion. It seems it was an Ornn.
Oh.
Which, look, much of a muchness, I think, between the two of them. I think in terms of late game scaling, Ornn, yeah, offers a little bit more with the upgraded items, but I'm guessing that was probably a misclick.
Maybe. Potentially it was. Who knows? I mean, look.
Given that they would have seen it at the loading screen, I think.
Yeah. That it very much is, and we know we don't.
There's no way that GC Academy get to lane and go, hold on, why is there an Ornn here?
It's just a definitely not Scion skin. What are you talking about, mate? It's just all it is.
I rate it.
Completely different. Yeah,
just whack some horns on his head. Instead of an axe, it's just a big hammer.
I mean, I think it will work. I think it will work quite splendidly. But I mean, look. I've been seeing a lot, at least when it comes to the Zyra coming on in. I mean, Zyra has a very, very strong jungle clearance in the terms of like clearing. I think if they have like one of the quickest clear rates. So I'm really keen to see how that might, I guess you could say, set them up prior to like the 4-minute mark. Maybe so you can get a little bit of a cheeky gank, or even just continue like I guess more of a jungle prior presence. But yeah, look, I don't think it'll leave it there. I
think thinking is overrated.
Yeah.
It's better to just go with the flow. I mean, in this bot lane, it should be a GZ Academy leading lane at the very least between Leona, Israel, and Tristana, Poppy. I think that there's probably more kill threat out of the Israel and Leona, at least in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, no, definitely like kind of flowing through. But look, we got a nice little quick early recall. Already buying a Dark Seal, so that's going to be nice. I feel like that's going to write up a pattern of wanting to really try and get those ganks in, get those kills, and see where that Dark Seal shines. But I mean, look, Nox though, just decimating this jungle clearance at the moment. I mean, probably at this stage is going to be a post clear by 310, but we did have a first blood taken into the bot side, as wish we were able to see that, as now we're trying to see them claim one more target. Poo Queen get a couple more attacks in, but Nox is here with a level 4 clearance, as he will be able to claim one. Bob Sagos taken down. Poo Queen tries to flash on in. Will it be enough? Tick bomb, boom, it's there. Poo Queen claims himself a double.
Okay, so great double for Poo Queen, but also Nox got 2 there onto the Zyra, which, comparing the two, for ALE, it's more or less contained down in the bot side. GC Academy, only the bot lane duo really has to worry about the Tristana picking up 2 kills. Whereas for ALE, Nox can now freely roam the map with an extra injection of gold and look to impact other lanes. And we've seen a couple of times now over the last couple of weeks of play in Split 2 how some of these snowbally AP junglers can do with a little bit of a lead. Yes, look, it's not a Lilia, but a Zyra with a couple of kills under the belt looking to gank with at least a finished item over comparatively where it would have been otherwise is a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is very scary, and our poor boy Dell is going to have to be the one to try and, I guess, play with it. I mean, to really see if he can kind of, I guess try and mirror match when it comes to Nox. But with a 2-kill lead, it's going to really make that pace a bit hard. But I mean, he's trying to see if he can get anything, at least trying to shut down Wise, but it's just a little bit too late there. Just a little bit too late on the read, but they're going to now know that Dell is sitting topside, which Willy Wonka will be able to use that info. Not to say that I would expect a gank of some kind, but they're going to know that he will rotate to his Krugs. About to say Gromp there, but we're on the wrong side of the map. Little cheeky Hex Slash from Bob. Just being flashy. Nothing further though.
Yeah, again, wouldn't have thought there would have been a heck of a lot of kill threat. So what I'm guessing happened is that Polemos stopped thinking and then stood next to the wall. And, well, Poppy loves that. And as a result, was punished quite heavily because everything was blown down in the bot side.
Yeah, very
for
much.
both lanes. And, okay, Abaddon's having a bit of rough time. Luckily, he's got Dell.
Yeah, he does have Dell there as a saving grace, as Willy Wonka is just going to continue his CS lead. Does he get the interrupt? I guess he gets the recall interrupt, and he did tether that range on the dash very well. So that would have been catastrophic, or at least maybe have to really burn a flash. But Dragon is up. Would expect GC to start it up very soon, maybe. Here comes the ultimate coming in from the Ornn, as that will be landed on through. Flash is used up, and that will be a kill coming on onto Abaddon as he puts it on his hat. And what will he work with it? I guess it'll just be a tanky Ornn.
The classic repeat gank. Unfortunate there for Willy Wonka, and it's going to transition Dell straight into the grub. But the call has been made by GZ. Nox is down on the bot side looking for that Drake, which again was it's a bit of a flip-flop from last game. It was obviously each team taking the other objective. Very much priority for Nox under the grubs, whereas ALE had control over the Dragons. Didn't unfortunately amount to much for ALE, but they are potentially looking threatened. Oh boy, Jen could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like he's kind of got the cavalry coming on in, as it's going to be a new target onto Dell, as Dell's got no one around, as Nox is now going to claim a killing spree there. And I really liked the fact that CGen kind of basically walked up and just said, hey, hold on there, mate. I'm going to stop you right there. Just enough time for his team to come in and claim one grub and get a kill on top of that. It just puts Dell further behind.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot. He blew the flash on the top side, helping to get that kill, and then as a result has been punished for it. And now Willy Wonka is getting smacked. Unfortunately, the Brittle Prox was not there. Oh my lord, Vale, how is he alive?
He's just got really lucky with his little booty patooties. But look, the thing is, Dell is still not 6 yet. We're 7 minutes in at the moment. Hopefully, very soon, that will kind of crack on in, because that might start to open up a little bit of the next can of worms to see if he can make any little plays to try and get himself back in. But I mean, look, bot lane, they're just now retiring, resetting, replacing themselves in. Here comes the magnificent orb, and it's Vex. It's Vale. And what's he going to do? Snack.
Well, it's not going to be the Rod of Ages build for Vale on the Vex, as so many mid laners are. Nox being a nuisance, as only the Zyra can. 3-0 Zyra, by the way. Plus a good 16 CS lead, so a decent lead out of the jungle. There is a very, very scary and very, very real possibility that Nox leads the way to a runaway game here, because a Zyra, who is as fed as they are, could be a real problem that ALE don't really have the tools to deal with.
No, it is very true. I mean, even though as much as they are kind of like all in engaged, I feel like Zyra fits that perfect pick to be able to create that tether, that little break in that line defense to separate the fight, especially with the Veil Stranglethorn. It's just going to sit perfectly in that slot in the middle. They're either going to have to burn things, but because they're already 3-0 ahead, the initial damage might just be that enough standpoint to really set the pace. As now, look, I mean, objectives aren't still up for the next couple of minutes. I mean, are they going to try and maybe look for something bot? I don't know. We've got Nox, maybe seen. What could be picked up here, but that world's going to be shown up there. Again, it's just gentleman agreements here at the moment. Nothing too flashy. Unless CGen...
yeah, Vale should get, realistically, until he gets an item up, should just be bullied, especially with the Hex Trinket. Dell looking to come in, but so is Nox. And I would be running away too if I was Dell, honestly. Nox is a very scary prospect.
But they're going on in, trying to claim a fight here. Like I was saying earlier, the Thorn is just going to pick it up, sets a perfect pace there, and we did actually have Abaddon claiming a kill onto that top side. The tanky Ornn is just getting a little bit tankier, but you look at his items. It's all, of course, going into that AD route when our big man itself, I mean, look, our priority really is Nox at the moment. A lot more of the ability power in there, but that sets the pace for a lovely Corky mid. 2-0 for him.
Yeah, Stranglethorn.
Like that.
Kind of busted. in the situation. You look at so Nox gets jumped on.
Yep.
Turns around with 2 abilities and does like almost 50% of both Vale's and Dell's health.
It's even through the shield as well.
Yeah, like again, it was the attempt they should have gone for realistically. Like that was a great setup for them. Unfortunately, again, a very, very significant jungle gap between the two. Given that Leandri's already finished and Dell's still working towards it.
And it's a 2-level lead at this point of time. I'm pretty sure that fight was only a 1-level lead, but it's just cracking on through even harder. And they're not even going to be able to contest these Void Grubs here, so it will basically just be a 4-2-2 trade. I had to do quick math there. I forgot how to do simple addition.
Quick maths. Yeah, it's a bit hard.
Yeah, 2 + 2 is 1, -1, that's 3, quick maths. But hey, Poo Queen getting a decent amount of plays on here as Bob Sagos goes for the flash, ram charge, battle through, but that ultimate comes in, will the bomb do another one? It does! Kaboom! Another final, I guess you could say, with styles. You know, they put the shades on and they walk away from that fight as now they're getting more damage to that tower.
Well, TP down to the bot side, it's a 4. Oh boy.
Uh-oh, it's continuing. Solar Flare comes in, snags Bob. What will they be able to do as Willy Wonka gets grouped up with that nice very play, but the Diana ultimate claims 3 targets. Ram ultimate coming on does now hit into 1, now into 2. Poo Queen claims a kill there, will now be able to claim another. And the Ram claims himself a kill for himself in that pocket. Can they claim another? Will they go in? Yes, they will. Nox coming on in, nice flash play to avoid that Thorn as Diana now gets that shutdown, which is going to be good for them. As the true sharp barrage comes in, Vale is down. The fight is still not over. Tower taken down. I'm going to rest my voice. Continue. Ahead, please, Panda. Tell me.
The obscene thing is, so that was a gross overcommitment by ALE. They send everything down to this bot side to try and deal with it. To be fair, it was a gross overcommitment by GZ in the first place, but then you know. If not for that, like if Willy Wonka had not teleported, if it had just been Shen down and then all of a sudden the Ornn follows, they could have found so much off the back of that because there would have been absolutely no response. Like that, you're looking at an almost completely cracked top tower. But no, they just both teams overcommit, and unfortunately because GZ overcommitted early and then got collapsed on by just everything that ALE could have needed in that situation, it goes horribly wrong. Up, Poo Queen is up 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, Poo Queen is indeed sitting in that health tank state that he's currently needing. You know, 5-1, already an item up. I mean, it's already halfway to his next item. And I mean, that Cull also is about to be procced, which I think might be getting procced off after that wave that he's claiming under that tower, or he might just be 1 minion short. So I mean, even then, you could technically mean that he's 6-1, really, if you look at it, because that bounty gives an extra kill onto that. But I mean, you know, I did like, obviously, the fact that, obviously, Willy Wonka, you know, TP'd at that stage that it did need. I mean, I guess you could say it lightly softened the blow. But again, there's so much that's on Nox, and they just shot their shot without Nox. I don't know why. But I mean, AOE turned it in their favor.
Yeah, they did indeed shoot their shot. Unfortunately, the blow that was being softened was... GZ being curb stomped, unfortunately, by Poo Queen, who is having a phenomenal game so far. Look at Bob, he's just ducking, diving, and dodging.
This is the Bob that we would be seeing and need to see, and just continue that aspect. So I think Bob, you know, he's in a realm of what he feels is probably going to be a lot more comfort. Not to say that the Kama, you know, isn't a comfort, but the man likes to fight. The man likes to make those flashy plays, which we've already seen a couple with all of those flash ins, all-in attempts. You know, it's enabled 2 kills to be picked up for Poo. But now, things are going to be, I'm probably going to say maybe calm for the next minute, as really... Oh, what am I talking about? True Sharp Rod fires. Poo Queen takes it to the face like an absolute mad lad.
Yeah, and I mean, already working towards the second item. This is a very accelerated Tristana.
It is.
It's a scary prospect. I mean, Tristana... one of the few bot laners that you really don't want him having any sort of advantage, let alone the massive advantage that Poo Queen currently has. Oh, Nox, he's found Abaddon. Oh, drops the Stranglethorns. That's a bit rough, but not far from the end of the world they're committing the ultimate.
Yeah, look, it was used, sure. A lot of commits there, but there isn't really any other kind of objectives that are up at the moment, so it'll be back for anything next mage to come on through, but it does allow, I mean, even though I feel like the top was going to be down regardless, it just more solidifies that. Poo Queen, though, does go for a very heavy, really engagement in to get as much damage onto Polymus as he could. Does do that, might reset the lane through, because there is a kill potential there, as Bob does have flash available for any kind of dive attempts as they now group up to the mid side here. And I am now liking the fact that, you know, ALE slowly, you know, putting a foot in, not too much into the pool, but again, really only gets that tower to half. Not too much more damage. Are they
definitely
for something bot?
Definitely a good lane top for Abaddon. He's sitting pretty happy, and then of course Boog winning on the bot side, so they're really winning comparatively where they just were struggling so badly in the last one. Now they've actually found some traction, they've found some comfort. They're not playing from under the pump. ALE are looking a lot more comfortable here, but in saying that, you look at it, Zyro, Israel, Corki, and a Jace on top of that. So one misstep, even
Rut roll. What's gonna happen? I mean, they're just gonna go for a little bit of an engagement in. Nice fear out. Nox still hasn't been able to land anything through, but that will be enough for now Sejin just to really show his bloody Rocketeers as he just blows Vale in the face. That will set that up. Mid's currently getting picked up. It's going to be a flash and a Crescent Moon in. Grabbing on two. Solar Flare drops down. Hits absolutely no one. Willy Wonka being taken out. Teleport comes in though from Abaddon. Just... sorry, found that a little bit amusing there as they really just kind of give a little bit of a shake there. Darkness will be able to walk away there now. As now we've now got the final battle ram coming on in. Does hit a exceptional ult from Nox. Poo Queen though had to cleanse flash away. Will he be able to do the trick? No, it won't. True shot just avoids as we've got another TB coming in from Vale. Will he... I feel like the fight is still not over as Bob goes in for the flash play in. Hits absolutely no one as Nox flashes in return. Nice pop yacht to back away through, but Sejin has no one available to his arsenal at the moment as now bloody Dell claims one dash into another dash into the back line. We've got Corki claiming a double here for his pocket there. That was just back to back. Is it over? I don't know yet as Bob claims his dominance onto Nox. Gets that nice trade there, which might be keeping the tower alive.
It was pointed out in chat by the bit of a staple of the Oceania community, Drag Coup. This is Lethality Poppy, by the way, and I've never been more upset in a draft than I am currently.
Hey.
Why Lethality support Poppy of all things?
Because why not? Think about it, right? We've got this new draft thing. Maybe draft works the same way as it removes their items and Lethality Poppy is the only thing he can go. Come on, maybe that's what it is. He went support Karma. Lethality Poppy clearly makes sense. What is there to grasp, Panda? It makes perfect sense.
Oh dear. Oh well. Who am I to judge? I am not nearly good enough to be a support in the quarterfinals of the Oceanic Challenger circuit. I am just a mere commentator who talks silly about video games.
Certainly. We did have a battling ram coming on through, which Bob did have to dash, well, not really dash away, but he kind of like backed off as he was engaged in, but that ram was used to kind of slow things down. True Shot Rosh flies in with the Solar Flare, plans used up. Now we've got Nox claiming that kill, not really the kill, but to solidify that dominance. The Dell, as we did get Polymus to claim that kill for his pocket. I guess, nice little gold sharing, not too bad. I'm a bit... Dragging out. Soon to be dragging down.
Yeah, much in the same vein. Going into the rest of this game, it's hard to call which way this falls. You've got Poo Queen, who is exceptional at just ripping and tearing given whatever space he needs to. Unfortunately, he is then alongside Vale just taking mystic shots to the face. Okay, so now it's a Lethality jungle support Poppy.
I mean, of course. I mean, didn't I say, you know, at the very start that this Bob guy is just so flexible in anything? He's just showing that he can not only be a support player, but also a jungle player. But he will be getting that little cheeky Hex Flash over and taunting his enemies. As, you know, Darkness trades forward back, but See, this is the power of the lethality Poppy. Tell me any support that clearly can one-shot a ward. I swear it's not an item that allows them to do that. It's clearly the concept of lethality Poppy that destroys wards in one hit. Just don't worry about that item. About that grade.
Oh dear. I don't even begin to understand. 2-item power spike coming through GZ on their Corki and Ezreal. Ironically enough, the exact same 2-item power spike for both Mirana and Triforce. All stacked up and ready to go, so they're going to be hitting that much harder. Bob Sagox on the lethality support jungle Poppy proxying GC Academy, holding that mid lane wave off to try and slow down the push a little bit. And Pooh Queen's dead.
Ooh. The shots were fired, the trades were made, and Pooh Queen did not survive. And that is a very unfortunate shutdown. That's actually dropping onto Polmus now, which is just helping him getting back into the game for what was sitting. I mean, look, yes, still comfortably, about an item ahead, but that's just allowing him to get back in a bit more. Rift Herald's coming on down. Oh dearie myth. Oh dearie me. I don't know if a Rift Herald though is going to stop a lethality from trying to attempt a proxy again. I'm just telling you. I don't think it will.
Proxy Poppy. Not on my bingo card for 2025, but maybe Bob knows something that I do. I don't necessarily know that's the truth either. Maybe it's there is not a single thought going through his pretty little head.
Yeah, Dell's going for this fight here at the moment. He had a little bit of a priority there as Willy Wonka is going a little bit more of that tanky side, but he doesn't really have much in his arsenal. Vex ultimate comes on through, does go wide since it was a flash over the wall, but he will be down there as now Nox might be the next target here as the battling Ram gets in, gets one Ram, does not get the second charge, but Nox is doing a lot of damage to the backside, but nothing much further as Abaddon claims himself a kill there. Very snazzy. It's cool because of the lethality pop, by the way. I'm going to be riding this train, I hope you know.
This is certainly one of many games of all time.
Yeah. Welcome to League of Legends. You know what I say? Welcome to League of Legends. People are going to try anything and everything. And if it works for ALE, it works for ALE. Because, I mean, look, comparing the two games, yes, still scrappy. But I feel like ALE a little bit more into their mob with Jumbo as I was way too soon there as Solar Flare. Look, for what was nighttime, it is now daytime. The sun reigns supreme. With the aid of a man with a mustache flying a little ship.
Yeah, it's no one expects the Assassin Brush Corki Leona combo. But Atakan is going to be started up, Ruinous to boot, and Bob Sagox is the first on the scene, lethaled up and ready to go.
Lethality.
I mean, an opening here could be scary.
It very much can be. We do have the Ram coming on in, see if it can claim anything through, but it's used on the Atakan to try and stop the trade in. But Bob is already down to no man's land's HP, flashes off to avoid the Jace's EQ shot, but it looks like Abaddon's going to be the pick here at the moment as he will be now taken down. Solar Flare is also down, Val is also down. We did also get Pooh Queen, tries to trade him for a kill, which he does. It's a 2-2, but it still doesn't give them the favour with Atakan.
Mid and top for mid and support. GZ takes that every day of the week. Pooh can't fight. Dell is back in, but he's fighting a 1v3.
Yeah, Dell is, but he didn't get that ultimate hit, but he will be able to claim that Nox kill still somehow. But it's nothing really further as someone call the gardener, because those plants are now gone. Or, I think I did the wrong tool. I don't know. Deforestation has now happened on the Rift. And look at this. Lethality Poppy just clearing wards. AA cancelling the pink ward twice as Polmus is going to come in. Tries to go for the 1-for-1 fight. It's close. But he didn't use Ignites. Imagine. It might have been enough if it was used.
Look, all I'm saying is Collector Poppy would not have lost that fight.
You fool. You grabbed the wrong item. Take notes. Take notes, I would have to say. Dragon is spawning, though. Do we see another cheeky fight?
More than likely. I realistically wouldn't be surprised if there's another fight brewing. I mean, this is a far closer game than I thought it would be. Nox gets a couple of early kills, and now he's gone from 3-0-1 to 3-4-9. So yes, he is stacking up numbers elsewhere on the map. And 9-2 on the Corki is a massive lead in that mid lane, not to mention the good 50-odd CS that he's up as well. He's hitting hard. He's got 4 items actually. He's got the more and the rapid fire cannon. No boots on the Corki, which is a bold call.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, no boots, but I mean, 2 levels up as well. I mean, you know, he's just clearly a little bit more, much more stronger in this, but they don't yet notice. Mark my words, that was way too soon, as they did use a little blue orb just to kind of find that started. So look, they're going to know the Baron has been started, but if I last checked, that was being melted very, very soon. I think they're just going to let it go, as they are now trying to Rift Herald across into that mid-side aspect instead. Can we get any interrupts? We did. A very beautiful True Shot Barrage did stop 2 of those recalls. Bob is just pushing in on that top side with the Baron, but this might be opening up the inhib because they just couldn't get the reset yet. But we do have a fight coming on down between the top and the mid, as it is Abaddon trying to turn it around if he can, but he's going to have to flash away. Backs on through. What's going to happen mid? I don't know, but Bob is still top. Look at this Poppy. Lethality is working. Look at it. Dominance. It's going to do it. It's going to take the tower. But we do have a fight coming in from Nox at the moment. Does use a Stranglethorn, which does have to make Dell force and engage in. Gets dropped in there now. As look, I don't know what's going, Panda. I don't know. Tell me. Talk to me. Talk to me.
No, I'm good. I'm just taking a beat. Don't you worry. Oh, Vale's dead too.
Oh, Poo Queen. One more. Doesn't have the vision at the moment. Dragon's here. Oh, it's going to be the battle of the 2 carries, but I think Poo Queen was able to shoot his shot, which he definitely did. Bob Sagox, the lethal lethality. Poppy tries to come on in, does get the ignite in. He claims the 1-for-1 trade, but still is not going to stop the Dragon from being taken at the moment, as that should be on GC. Well, should be for GC Academy's favor. Still, it's going to put him to soul point.
Oh.
We got a game on our hands.
It is League of Legends time, baby. League of Legends indeed. I mean, you've got what is likely to be now a 4-item Tristana, and it is going to be 4 items, upgraded boots. Well, not.
Yeah.
Not too boots, not the full upgrade. Into a 9-3. I don't know. I think if GZ are grouped up in a team fight, they handily take this. ALE purely only in this because of just how scrappy this game has been.
I mean, look. If you don't try, you don't try. You got to shoot your shots. And they're trying to shoot their shots as, look, Bob is going to be the main center of the attention right now, as he's gotten some decent amount of wards, really on the blue side, I mean, for the enemy, but it's not really going to open too much. But it might just mean that could just be there a little bit for Abaddon to try and, I guess, you know, push down that top side. But I still just don't see that really being plausible. Look, though, we do have GC grouped up a bit into the jungle. As Bob gets the Baron recall out. Not caught yet. Slippery rabbit.
Bob is easily the most criminal individual.
I mean, speaking of criminal, I don't know what Dell is doing there. They knew.
Dying very quickly.
But they knew, like, they knew that they were around there. I just don't know why he walked that side. But I don't see this tower standing up for much more longer, as, that just solidifies it. We do, you know, have the inhibitor that's no longer open mid. I mean, those super minions will be pushing in very shortly. As, look, we've got Bob Sagox having a little fight on the sidelines. True Shot Barrage comes in on the opposite end, does go wide to hitting no man's land. Poo Queen, though, gets the maybe 1-for-1 trade. Yes, he does. There's that tick, 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 boom, will land in, but Ram Ultimate comes on. It's no one. Oh, dearie me, I sound like I'm about to become a horse racer commentator. I felt that.
That's right, Abaddon's got a great future ahead of him in the AFL, right between the uprights. Just absolutely nailed it for some big points for the team.
100%, that's a 6-pointer. That's coming on in. Ooh. What is happening? Solar Flare, used up. Nothing really much more. I guess it was just there to, I don't know. It's kind of like a boost stop. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, Yomu's upgraded and done, and Power Boost done. This is a very fast Poppy. I'll give Bob that.
They really funneled it.
He's zooming. Look at him.
Yeah.
Streaking around the map. This little yordle with a hammer.
Yeah. Instead of Mundo goes where he
500
pleases.
move speed. Oh, there we go. Yomu's.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna proc too. Could you imagine? I mean they did also get the cloud, at least the first point. But look, we might have something happening up here as look, we've got, you know, the little matchups here at the moment, but we do have GC Academy coming in as the cavalry here as look, Darksins does get feared away, but there is nothing further that's really going to come in as Willy Wonka was just able to decimate with his hammer as he slams that through. But again, I guess ALE tried to shoot their shot, just wasn't quick enough.
Again, 11, 4, and 3 Corky. For those that are not quite keeping track. Paired with Jace, who's had a phenomenal ladies. It gets AS70 CS ahead. Every single lane is doing very, very well. The one big disparity is the bot lane. That's only because Pooh Queen is having a phenomenal game.
Well, that's it.
Willy Wonka playing split. Oh my lord. They need to be a little bit respectful of the Pooh Queen, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, they very much do. Because, I mean, look, Willy Wonka really just traded his life there. Goodbye, top tower. I mean, look, as much as I would like to keep the hype dream for ALE, I just feel like it's just still slowly more crumbling as the seconds to minutes go by. Baron is up, but I mean, look, really it's just going to be Pooh Queen being that main final defender to try and trade in those team fights, or you never know. Maybe the lethality Poppy from Bob Sagok. See if he can claim 1 or 2 targets before his optimal
With
demise.
an upgraded Ord Numu. Classic. Iconic.
I mean,
But you look at it.
It
Soul
works.
Point is up and available for. They're on Soul Point. Soul is up and available in about 10 seconds for GZ Academy. Bob in the backside might
Hold
be
on.
the thing that stands between ALE and conceding a Dragon Soul right now.
it could be. It could be. EQ from Willy Wonka did of course hit Val, which sets that up. They don't know that Bob is here, but because could be the ultimate play coming on in. Does hit the Corky in return as we've got now Diana going in for that engage. Does go wide as we will not be winning that Dragon Smite battle as he was in the middle of the Zonya stance. Zonya's juiced up by Nox. Dell's taken down. Val fires on in as Darkness will be the next target, which is now fallen to Nox. Pooh Queen is not going to go anywhere further, but Bob Sagox does get a kill for himself. Another fly-in from Val as the top battle Netta are trying to see if they can clack on anything through. Flash into the queue, does claim a kill onto Polmus. Bob Sagox trying to run away, cause a little bit of disparity, but got Pooh Queen mid. Just healing himself up. Now he's now back to full. I don't know what that fight was.
That was 3-for-3
Oh!
trade. Oh,
Bob
you're kidding.
Sagox special! He's popping off as Pooh Queen finalizes the deal. They can't end off that, right? That's still close. 15 seconds.
4 seconds left on the Leona, and then another 10 seconds off. They could crack Fountain. 100%. They could try, and they're at least going to get the inhib. Yeah, at least it'll be inhib. So they've got 2 lanes now open, one with inhib gone. What is this game?
I don't know. I feel like this brings back to the long times. I think it was Albus Nox when they were using the ZZ Rot portal meta, where they kind of went like 5 ZZ Rot portals and kind of like stormed their way in, able to take like that win against Rock's Tigers. Like they're just doing something completely unorthodox, and that ZZ Rot play is Bob Sagox playing lethality Poppy, but I won't be able to utilize it again though. If they do win this round, it's still so close. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, one bad fight from ALE, or even just one good fight from GZ, where they don't run in, like, headless chickens, and this game is over, and it's a 2-0 sweep. If they can just not let Pooh Queen run rampant in the middle of a team fight, this game's over. Unfortunately for them, Bob Sagox is now playing Assassin Poppy, and there's nothing that GZ can do about it. You might hear the frustration in my voice, as is evident by the fact that the Assassin Poppy is potentially going to dictate how this game goes.
I mean, if there is anyone that I would imagine to do such a diabolical creature, is Bob Segox right here. As needs to be very careful. Oh, what can happen? I'm pretty sure he's just going to let that cancel out so he has it back for the next fight, which is very good. But look, what will happen? I mean, GC.
Yes, the age-old will just switch positions on the map. Willy Wonka is going to try and base race a Tristana. Who are you kidding? In what world?
Let it happen. Just let it ride. You know, sure. I swear.
It's a Tristana. That's all 3 lanes cracked wide open.
This can't be it. This cannot be the play that turns it around, as now Dell had absolutely no one there available for Poo. It is available, but Bob Segox keeps Poo Queen alive with that ultimate through, as now we've got Abaddon coming in down as the next target. Polmus still around here. We've got double TP coming in with the fear, as Vale's trying to see if he can get anything through, but Poo Queen is still nowhere to be seen. Does get 1 kill onto 2. Bob Segox fails now on a killing spree. Vale is falling down here. We've got a double Yordles trio. Can they do anything through as Corky comes in? Nothing much further. Will die. Bob Segox cannot keep the team alive for much more longer than he was rampaging through, but it's very unfortunate. Poo Queen couldn't get any more autos in.
Oh, at this stage, I am no longer surprised. That was a gross overcommitment from ALE. Great punish there from GZ Academy. I think completely just disrespecting the fact that this Corky is now, at the time, was I think 12-5. Yes, Poo Queen is insanely fed, but so are the other team's 80 carries. And in a straight 2v1, which it was, that was always going to go that way.
Hold on. We've got two carries for each team that are highlighting the AD. You're forgetting about Bob Segox. Come on, Lethality Poppy is clearly the AD carry better. I don't know. I'm gonna give credit when credit's due. Bob low-key kept that fight alive a little bit longer, at least enough for for Val to kind of come in with that TP play. But even still, then it was kind of still over. But was able to keep Poo Queen alive in that dire, strenuous moment. Because I mean, if Poo Queen died there, we would have seen. I probably would expect it to have been over. To be honest, I feel like the game would have just been GG's from them.
More than likely.
Yeah.
And once again, well, we did see it was Soul taken by GZ Academy, and that is Infernal Soul with the Corky, Israel, and Jace. That's a huge amount of burst potential.
It is.
The problem being is that GZ Academy's vision is just so perennially in the bin because Segox is trying to set up for the assassination play on repeat.
Man, it's clearly on it. But I mean, Elder's up shortly. It's gonna force something. Something's gonna be forced here very, very soon. Someone's going to take their foot onto the pedal and hit the gas. As look, do like Dell at least stuffing the proxy for a little bit longer. It's definitely what is needed. As now that's going to be opening up as Dragon is indeed spawning on through. We've got Elder started up, but I think they know that they are in that push. Or do they not? Abaddon goes for the battle ram, goes wide, but it will be able to allow Vex to land a very cheeky ability down there. Uses up the Sonya Solar Phase, using the backline here. Poo Queen is now arriving, and he is unstoppable. He's got no one else to defend. Bob Segox did get a kill onto Willy Wonka, and will it snipe through? Yes, it does! We're going to a Game 3! We are going to a Game 3! It's happening.
Okay.
It's happening.
So, ALE had one singular threat for almost the entirety of that game in Poo Queen. And what did GZ Academy do? Force fights onto everyone but Poo Queen the entire game, allowing him to ramp up to a 14 and 2 Tristana. I mean, the amount of attention that Abaddon unjustifiably drew that game is just absurd to me. Why are you perennially diving on the on-tank top lane?
It's just I couldn't even pull up any scroll to decipher. Like, I could get the world's best inscriptor to try and read what has just happened, and I don't even think they could kind of help out in that manner. But look, I mean, it worked. It got them what they needed, and we're now landing into a game 3. I'm terrified to see what's going to happen.
Staring down the barrel of a game 3.
Like, what is going to be put at that end? I don't know.
Off the back of, again, just Pooh. Pooh Queen just got dumpstered on game 1. Like, he could not play as the Ashe in game 1 to just reset upon free reset given to him as Tristana. Like, you look at it, he, I think, had more kills than the rest of his team combined by the end of that game. Like, that is just how criminally fed that he was.
Yeah.
You had 280 carries. Like, how, just hit him. Someone, you had Leona, whose entire shtick is just locking down one person. Then attack it. Attack the Tristana. Okay, it's time for a break. I need a reset. We're going to come back. It's game 3. GZ Academy, ALE. Who takes it? Who gets to the semi-finals? It is chaos about to ensue. Come back soon. Coming back from the break, and it's going down to the wire, Cat. We are going to a game 3 off the back of what can only be described as O's Assassin Poppy shenanigans. We are, look, we're deep into the Fearless Draft here. We've theory crafted, we've talked about what could be coming. I don't think any of us are quite prepared for what Bob could pull out now.
I'm still at a loss of words, and even though I had, extra time in my arsenal to reset my brain, I'm just looking back and I feel like it's going to give me PTSD. If I go to bed, I'm just going to think of all the Flash Poppy plays that come on through. But look, that's no longer going to be available coming into this next game. So it really just kind of comes down to what is that going to mean for ALE or even for Bob himself, where they're going to try and rotate him in now. And Abaddon was pretty comfortable as well with a very nice, strong tank pick. Do we maybe see Sion maybe trying to slice on in? I don't know.
Which was picked in the draft phase, though. It was a bit of a wig out in the software, and it was odd. So maybe it will be the actual Sion, like you said. I don't know. We get into that magical place in the Fearless Draft where we start to see, you thought it sort of third, fourth string picks coming on through. Those mid laners, bot laners that wouldn't be viable normally, now starting to rise to prominence. I mean, you see your Zeres, your Jinx, your Xayah. This is where they really start to step up because there's not a heck of a lot available. Xayah, to be fair, has been stepping up in terms of priority. Draven has even made a few reoccurrences throughout the Fearless Draft. So there is room for improvisation and some fresh picks that it always makes me interesting circumstances because obviously those picks don't get played because what's strong is just too strong for them. But because those picks are no longer available because of the Fearless Draft, suddenly those third, fourth strings are really, really scary.
Starts to open up a whole new world, and I felt like Game 2 has already shown what kind of world that could bring, and as much as I am excited, I'm also scared. I guess, really, what does this mean for GZ? I mean, it clearly shows that I felt like they had a comp that was pretty well structured for the most of its being. Like they had lockdown, they had Zyra that was able to be there to disengage the fight. Obviously, it's now no longer available. I mean, it kind of like brings me back to ALE at Game 1. They had the written scroll, they had everything that made a very nice comp, and both teams GZ played a lot more better, but they just lost it.
Yeah, just because you got solid picks doesn't mean it's the be all and end all. It's largely about execution at the end of the day, and there were some decisions made in the execution that was a little bit questionable. Again, I did talk about towards the end of that game. You've got a Leona and a Zyra, and only one real target threat coming out of that ALE comp, and you decide to CC everyone but the Tristana. Who maybe I'm the one that's wrong in this situation. But in the draft for Game 3, we've gotten 20 champions already banned out automatically due to the Fearless format. Now we get another 10. Well, 6 to start it off with anyway.
6 starts it off with. What I'm going to see ban-wise...
Crazy.
Nico.
3 games in a row. Who would have
Easy
thought?
way.
Also crazy that ALE at red side 3 games in a row.
I know, right? It's like they're not wanting to switch over. And what do you picture a Gwen to be our next little subject here in that little lineup?
It's what you want to open up in the top lane. Yeah. Now, obviously, your go-tos are banned because of the Fearless Draft. You're looking, and Bessa, Gwen would be, I think, the 2 strongest left in the pool at the moment. Sion potentially as well. But there you go, Gwen first round banned from ALE. I mean, what are you banning out into? Yeah, Victor's been a go-to second for GZ Academy. I mean, Vi wouldn't be the worst ban. I just think she offers a lot in terms of locking down AD carries, and with Ezreal being the go-to counter for Vi out of the pool. Xin Zhao also could cop a ban here in terms of, again, strong junglers still left in the pool.
Yeah, no, I would still see that, and I mean, I still feel like you're going to get still your 1 to 2 comfort support picks as well. I guess in terms of banning area, I mean, you're going to notice Braum I feel like Braum's going to get picked up there. In the terms of, I guess, really for junglers, I mean, you've already kind of said it. I mean, Xin Zhao seems to be my most, I guess, number one that I kind of highlights in my head. Is there any? I mean, Vi's good. Do we potentially even see maybe Nefuri? Do we see a spicy Nefuri coming in?
I rate the Nefuri coming out, but again, in terms of O's and what we're seeing out of O's, okay, so it's going to be Bob, Sagox, AP, Alistar banned away.
Yes.
I was wondering maybe that because it's never just Alistar.
No.
It's never just one thing. That or it's like Triforce Alistar or something stupid. Which, to be fair, was kind of crazy in the top lane back in the good old days.
Yeah.
what are ALE ban out here in terms of AD carries? I don't think there's a heck of a lot that you're worried about. Supports probably more so. Rakan maybe.
I
Rel.
feel like it might be jungle.
Yeah, Rel. There you go.
Yeah, Rel. Straight on the dot. Straight on the dot with it. All right, first pick rotations.
What's your priority for GZ Academy in terms of what's left? Like Silas, but again, you're not going to blind pick Silas into a comp.
Yeah, Silas is too much of like to make it first pick it. It seems way too much to be.
You need something.
You
for
need
it to
something else
answer
there
into.
to really look like cricket.
Scion, something in the top side. Is
Comfort,
probably safe.
Yeah.
Support. You've got. Well, okay, it's going to be Calista first pick for Polemos.
Oh.
So, look, I'd imagine something along the lines of Renato. Calista Renato just very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Renato would be a definitely good support pick that does link up with for Willie. I mean, in the terms of for Bob, we've seen an Engager.
Oh, Lucian.
We're seeing Lucian. Where's Manami?
It has to be. Like, it's Lucian and Mage. Like, that's really the only duo. Lucian's trash, but canonically, that's probably a little bit on the nose.
Or do you get the center? Do you get the lovely pairing duo, even though they don't work that well together?
Okay, Lucian Nami. So we're going OG. We're going back several years. Ardent Sensimeta.
Yeah.
But I mean, Calista could really struggle here. One good bubble, and that's a lot of damage suddenly coming out. So you want to pair something strong with it. I reckon Calista Nada could very much match the Nami Lucian. Probably struggles a little bit once Lucian starts getting the dash off. Obviously, positioning is going to be key. Or do you go the tank route? Unfortunately, you're not going to have the Calista Nico, which would have just been a devastating combo. Calista Blitzcrank.
Okay.
Not sure I rate it as highly, but look, I think he got a little bit of a buff recently.
Yeah, but is it really going to be
one of the classic
change
Riot buffs?
The quotations a buff. I mean, I'm probably going to see. I mean, do they start now trying to rotate for more of a top pick, which literally is just about to kind of highlight a little bit more just as Mbessa kind of come out, which can now kind of get seen up to be picked in. I would then kind of really expect to see a counter. I guess Nail's a counter pick for the top side, but what does that really open? Sure, you've got Scion, but I don't know too much about the Scion and Mbessa matchup. I personally would see Mbessa rolling that in more, but we didn't have the ban for the Aurora, so we will actually get Aurora coming in now. We'll finally see one of the champs that have been banned for the past 2 rounds coming on in. That's the final match.
Yeah, very, very strong. Well, not necessarily strong, but consistent. Even in the top lane, we've seen it played. Zoranus in his debut at the LCP picked it up in the top lane, and it was the game that they won. Very, very scary game for him as well. Going on to an international stage against, again, a very capable top laner in Ray Farkey and picking up an Aurora and doing pretty well on it. Talia taken away from Shiana, potentially knocks in that jungle as well. I think probably geared towards mid, given the Rod of Ages builds that we're seeing at the moment.
I mean, we say Rod of Ages.
Yeah, I think your priority is going definitely mid jungle. Yep. Jungle again. There's not a heck of a lot that's too terrifying. Maybe I wouldn't have said Nox necessarily deserves the target banning. Vi very much so. Vidal would have been a big issue for the Calista. Yeah,
no, it very much is there. And I mean, I guess because GC still have another ban that can kind of link in, do you then maybe look at that Sedge pick? Because I mean, look, you've got Aurora, beautiful ultimate, it cages things in really well. You've already got a very nice utility for the bot lane. I feel like they're going to now need a little bit more man mode meat in for that front piece. Which, Sedge could sit very well, but, Orianna will get banned up from the ALE side since, look...
Orianna Nocturne, while it would have made for a very squishy comp for DC Academy, would have been very scary for ALE.
Yeah.
Yes, Aurora and Lucian have a decent amount of mobility, but Nami's just getting insta-exploded by a Nocturne. Couldn't say much for the top side of things, but even then, Mbessa sets up a lot. By Mbessa as well. Could have been an interesting combo. We've said it a couple of times, but Sejuani, yeah. So Dell is really going to be tagging the bottom of the champion pool. Again, Nocturne is available and is reasonably strong. The crazy thing is, ALE could have pivoted the Aurora top side, gone Orianna Nocturne with the remaining 2 picks. Again, pretty niche, but into an Mbessa, I think Aurora does all right.
but it's nothing like a lethality poppy. That sounds like too much to a planned script. It needs to be something very unorthodox here. I'm not too sure what we missing a pick there. Am I crazy? Not too sure what these final little picks are. Well, look, let's try and metadata it. We've got jungle needing to be picked up. We've got a potential horror bar for Aurora. I feel like if I was to really look at it, I would probably find, I think Abaddon maybe more for that top side.
Hecarim jungle.
Hecky.
I did say we were like right in the pits. We were like deep down in the champion pool.
We're in the trenches, boys.
We are. I mean, we've taken the shovel. We are well beyond the trenches right now. We are down. The children, they yearn for the mines, and we are sending them back.
Oh dearie me. Oh no, not how we're liking it.
Oh, Hecarim Oriana. Oriana was banned.
Okay, Oriana was banned. So...
Okay, so that can't be an Oriana. Unless the Oriana ban. One of these two is wrong.
What if it's just another variation of definitely not Oriana, similar to how we had the Scion? Let's make a random pick. What do you think the champion will be? Because I was going to say for the jungle, even though we can see Wukong here, that's where I was kind of hovering in if you were to look at something.
Either production is messing with us in a pretty significant way, or this is about... Okay. It's about to be a Goomba draft. It is absolutely so. Oriana is mid. Okay, so the Oriana ban was wrong then. But
okay.
Akshan mid, Aurora top. So it is Aurora top for Abaddon.
Yeah, that it very much is. I think Willy Wonka's. I mean, I'm probably going to start again playing on something I think he's a bit more comfortable with. I'm not too sure with Abaddon, at least when it comes to the Aurora gameplay. For both junglers, I would hope in this matchup, Dell might have... I mean, as much as everyone's going to pick as much as their comfort picks to their pool, I would kind of picture Dell to have a little bit more in his reigns, especially when it kind of comes to an 80-80 type matchup. You know, passive from the Wukong does help out very well. But... yeah, I mean... This
comp has a lot of potential to really snowball. ALE have got a lot of space between the Across Worlds, the Cyclone... and the tidal wave as well. It's just going to be very, very hard for GC to close the gap, which is entirely what their comp is designed to do. And then any misplay, Akshan can then revive his teammates off the back of just a counter engage. Lucian and Akshan are going to be doing a lot of damage. Aura is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Very much will.
Yeah, I think the entire comp for GZ is just going to struggle to find themselves in position. So Pantheon was the ban. Okay, so Pantheon, not Oriana, was the ban. The only problem to ALE's comp, if Darkness hooks almost anyone, they are dead. The only one I think who doesn't die immediately is Dell, if he can, like, clone away.
Yeah, of course.
Because Aurora, not the tankiest. Akshan, certainly not the tankiest. Lucian, that's funny. And Nami might as well be a wet paper towel, if Blitzcrank gets the hook off.
But what if it's Tank Nami? What if it's something that we're never thought of? You never know what Bob Sagox is going to do. I mean, as much as I really, really wouldn't see that. But, you know, we've seen lethality. We've seen Enchanted. That only leaves two things. Full AP or tank. I don't see it happening. But a man can hope. Not really. I don't want to hope it. Yeah,
someone might want to check Cat's house for a gas leak.
Let me just.
Yeah, there's some gas leak going on in the kitchen.
Yeah,
You've got to turn the stove off, and well, here we are. Wow, I mean, what year is it? Hecarim, Blitzcrank, Lucian, Nami, and Akshan. I could not recall a time when I've seen Akshan in a competitive game until now. Same with Hecarim. Has not been a factor in a very, very long time. Blitzcrank rears his ugly head every now and then.
Yeah.
So, look, if it works, it works. If it does, I'm a little bit concerned for GZ Academy, because that's a hell of a way to get reverse swept.
I mean, it's a very much a shame. I mean, when you had the availability to have as many champs as you kind of want in your arsenal to try and claim the first two matches, but hey, at the end of the day, it comes down to the plays that happen in the moment and how they try and turn the tides. And look, ALE really did scrape that in from the bottom of the barrel, and they flipped it over in their favor, thus to bring them into a Game 3 opportunity. I mean, yeah, look, ALE have a little bit more comfort, definitely in their comms, at least again, what's on paper. A little bit more favored besides Wiz. But for GC, you know, it really just kind of like highlights what you said. You know, I feel like this game's going to be quite heavily on Darkness. You know, where Darkness just kind of tries to have to crack on with those hooks to really break a difference in these fights, whether it's before or whether it's even in the middle. So let's say you get the Hecarim ults in. I mean, you never know. Maybe you get a double wombo combo. Could that happen? Because I see so much peel slightly from ALE, limited, but not impossible.
I mean, this is the exact same comp similar comp that Chiefs played in their match against DFM, where the Aurora top was picked.
Yeah.
It was very much, as Vestian liked to put it, it was a comp derived around playing big circles into big circles, and the team with the most big circles won. Unfortunately, Aurora does kind of have one of the biggest circles in the game, so it's very, very hard to play. But Cat, it's time. It's Game 3 in our first quarterfinal of the night. It is GC Academy, ALE. One more to decide who books their spot in the semis.
Yes, one more game is all it takes. The hook goes.
That could have been
I don't know
game
where
right
it
there.
went.
That
Bang.
could have been game. Unfortunately, there was just no one in that bush.
What a shame. You know, the monkey magic, as much as they've been monkeying around, they went in that. They didn't actually go for the top-sided as they had done for the 2 prior games. So, I mean, look, they're going to get a ward in. They're going to, I guess, slightly know the pathing.
Cat,
Yes.
this is Electrocute Nami. So this is 100% Mage
I'm
Nami.
sorry.
This isn't
I'm
support
sorry.
Nami, this is Mage Nami.
Was the gas on, or was I just cooking? I think I should put
Oh
my
no, the
chef's
gas
hat
is on. Someone check the gas is
Well, look.
on.
Speaking
CO2
of
poisoning
cooking-
is very much in effect. Unfortunately,
I mean-
the fever dream is now being embraced by everyone.
The fever dream is, and look, the crowd wants, the crowd will get. But for us casters, we must merely sit and yap the ways to make it sound cool, one would say. Look, equal jungle clear at the moment, but they're going to know a little bit of the matchup, at least for Dell's jungle timings, as they was able to be seen into the Raptor.
Bobby's positioning so aggressively behind his one minion.
It is. I mean,
I was like, come on, I'm gonna do it.
This is the electrocute way. You're going to have to make something happen with it. Willy Wonka, though, took quite a bit there. And, still taking it. Level 2 advantage. Can he get a play in? Don't think so yet. But look, I mean, it's kind of, I guess, what we would expect to see, I guess, from an Aurora top lane into the bloody Mbessa. Should be able to keep, like, that priority for the most part. At least for the farming tree and the poking tree. But they're gonna know that Dell is topside still. So this is actually really good for Nox, at least in the terms of jungle clearing and time. But we've got a big wave building up here. A big
Yeah,
wave.
Willy Wonka is very low. If they can stop this back, he is pretty much dead to rights. And yeah, great stop there by Abaddon. Willy is about to be first blooded.
Bing, bang, boom.
It's alright
What a
though, as
power.
Willy has pointed out, they got Abaddon's flash.
That they did. The flash has been seen. The flash has been caught. That will not be there for the next 5 minutes. And that will be teleported.
And Hecarim is alive.
Yeah, Hecarim.
Just so everyone knows.
That's my Pooh Queen shout casting and shot calling. He is indeed alive, and Wukong's waiting for W for 5 seconds, by the way. 5 seconds has passed, as he's now able to use that timer to get the lovely little wolves. Things just tracing on through, but we do have a very aggressive GC Academy here, because again, they know that Dell was on top side. They're going to be able to punish here a bit, so you will just kind of have to let it go, really.
They don't. Not necessarily. Smite battle. Oh, nah. It's in the bin. ALE are done.
That's
game.
that's
Darkness takes it. It's alright. It's carry Blitzcrank though.
now he rotates this to AP Blitzcrank. If you're gonna do a special, you're just gonna have to rotate it. Don't worry about the Glacial Augment. It's not real. Just like our bans during the Champ Select. It wasn't an Orianna. It's a Pantheon. And just like how Sion was picked, it's an Ornn. A lot is of course happening here. However, Willy Wonka taking out a quarter HP needs to be kind of a bit careful here. Just able to dash off.
13 CS and 1 death already. That's a very rough gig. Nox looking to bully Vale, takes a tower shot for his troubles. Nox is about to have a very, very fun game as a hacker, I think.
Yeah, it's been set up very well for the time being, and unlike Fidel, he is, well, he's not even a monkey king. I think he's just become a monkey servant, and that will be for Nox's favor. As look, this might open up a potential play here. Look, Del should be around to definitely help support that and ensure that Dive doesn't come in full commitment, but will be there to basically claim the last little bit of rugs there, as that just helps solidify more of the CS lead, as that's now turned into a 17. Not too much happening bot. I mean, we've got a 9 CS lead for Lucian, but that's because they've not yet had the second wave clash, at least to try and farm out. We did have a couple of pings into mid. Looks like it was an attempt of a gank, but just couldn't really make a mark there. Nox, though, able to see another Del here, as now they're trying to get a little bit more of a fight. It's getting his nice little Q stacks up. Not going for the commitment, respecting it. Yeah. What much more can really kind of happen? Now we're finally seeing a little bit of the Nami playthrough. Goes for the bubble, flashes out. Wukong knows. Wukong knows.
Del's on it. Yeah, I suppose he's going to be doing something for the team right now, given how the game's gone for him so far. Don't worry, guys. I got some timers. You don't have to worry about it at all. Void Grubs are up. It seems that GZ have been looking priority. They got the scuttle there on the top side. Vale went down for a bit of a trip into the bot side. River, he's going to have Del there. Del is a decent way behind at the moment. Nox is just going to hit 6 there. So there's a 2-level gap in the jungle alone.
It's terrifying, especially when you're versing a Hecarim, and you definitely would never want to be so far behind as Wukong. So once you're
and
behind,
not just a Hecarim, but a Hecarim Orianna.
True. I mean, pickaxe too. Like, pickaxe boots already. Ugh. Terrifying. Terrifying, terrifying. But look, it looks like we're just getting, again, another simple exchange. That's what's happening in the other games. You know, ALE claiming for the first Dragons intended, and then GC Academy going for the grubs up top. But that's another wave camp being taken down for Nox, as he's going to know that. He's going to be able to read that through.
I mean, now Unstoppable Onslaught is there. Oh, he's looking for Veil, but it's an up chun, so...
Man's going to grapple hook his way away. Indiana Jones style. Flies on through. Here is the man, the myth, the legend at the moment. What can he do? Can he do anything to try and help out? As they do know that Nox is here. A couple of pings come on through. Also, some question markable pings. Dex, Nox was not, I guess, expecting to see an army here, but a hook did land in, though, onto Poo Queen. As an Ignite was used up, but Darkness taking a couple of bit too many tower shots there. Can't get much more in, though, at the moment. Now they'll kind of mirror it together.
Oh, Nox, he's not done yet. He's looking to bully Del even further. 600 HP, and
no smite.
That is the second buff in 7 minutes, nearly 8 minutes, that has been sold away. Luckily, Abaddon was already channeling his back, because otherwise that could have been a pretty free tower dive, given the HP differential.
Yeah, most certainly, and just look at the CS lead. That is just building up more and more as the seconds go by. What might happen here? I don't really see much now. Trying to see maybe if we can get a little cheeky hook in, but I don't know. Ultimate Oak does come in with a shockwave, but there isn't enough damage yet to kill the Akshan. As, Vale's just gonna get away with the grim mistake.
Oh my lord, Nox is just free. Okay, so Nox is aggressively taking away Del's jungle, Onslaught of Shadows, and Abaddon flashes out.
I mean, you flashed it once, you're going to be able to flash it again. Timer spells does come through, but you're way too aggressive here as Willy Wonka doesn't actually make the read as Abaddon keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but I'm not going to expect it for too much longer. Akshan comes on through with the barrage of the shots. Keeps himself alive with the lovely W ability to boost up that shield. Yeah, Ori from, I guess, we got Sijin.
Yes.
Top. Oh,
Grappling
was
hook.
death. He died. He's dead! Where is he?
It's crazy.
Where'd he
Archon, gap close. Who would have thought? Might have needed to move a little bit further to back off. But now it's Dell's turn. He's got some freedom in the jungle. He's going to start stealing away buffs. So I think that he's still at -1 overall for buffs because Nox has taken 2. But with that red steal, he's now 1-1.
Look, and if memory serves, I'm pretty sure I see a Nami that's supporting to enable such an aggression to allow that to occur. And can we just appreciate, the similarities, I guess, when it comes to builds? I guess when it comes to our ADs here, we've got 2 pickaxes and 2 longswords coming from the mid and the AD from, ALE side. But the speed of synergy, I mean, I should expect much to be changing.
It didn't work for Corky Israel in the last game, so... oh no, not again.
Uh-oh, here comes the assault charge. I'm expecting it to happen very, very soon. Not yet being used up. Comms on through. So Abaddon is not going to do anything, but he's still alive! How? What? Willy Wonka just perished. How did Vale live there? What happened, Panther? I don't know what to say.
What a game. What a game is this League of Legends.
Vale should not be alive. I'm not crazy.
He should not.
He shouldn't be alive. Oh, Bob Sagox, though, does find himself a little bit caught out here in this mispositioning here. Nox going to be able to easily claim that through. Just kind of slices in. And eats up that up, but does use the unstoppable force to re-engage in. Abaddon trying to see if he can get anything through at the moment. Hook will come flying, and it will be missing as now the calling is being used up. We do have Pookreen trying to make a name for himself. He gets that shutdown. Just exceptional. 1 Cyclone usage will flash. Does have another Cyclone available. Willy Wonka trying to back off. Will be able to probably safely escape here. It would not be seen much happening. But yeah, sorry.
Eclipse Seeker almost did it there. I thought for sure Willy Wonka was about to send it for a 4th. Oh dear. Yeah, look, I think what we might see from here on out, yeah, I can hear the spamming going on with the things. GZ Academy might just be giga tilted out because Willy Wonka could not confirm the kill onto Vale and then dies.
No, certainly. It's not what they're needing. It's not what GZ are needing to try and, keep their hopes alive. I mean, for what was really good as a flawless run, it's just trying to keen on through. But, look, Groz are being taken at the moment. Not really shocked to a surprise. Could he maybe win one smite battle? Never mind.
Doesn't need to because Dell's
Didn't mean to.
So damn scared.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a jungle gap and a half. 103 to 67 at 12 minutes.
What can happen? Bubble. Flashed. Nothing. Shockwave, though, does come landing onto Bob as Bob's dropped down to half HP. Very, very soon, though, if CGen is able to get another combo win, does flash away into another bubble trade. Doesn't land the flash bubble through, but we do have Akshan teleporting down. But we do have Abaddon alone on this top-sided, as now we've got Nox charging on through, barreling in, going to be able to easily claim that up for Willy Wonka to get that exchange. But we did have ALE claiming a trade into that bot side, claiming the, the CGen in darkness.
What a game, this League of Legends. There is just insanity ensuing, and yeah, that might just be the game plan. Look to bully where you can. They do find this Aurora pretty freely. Oh boy. Someone is about to get bullied by production. And I do not apologize for it for a moment.
What is
happening?
Here we
go. This is it. This is a dead fail. Dead to rights. Public execution. Catch on the tail end. And Oriana is more focused about farming than helping secure the kill.
I didn't want to see it again. I wanted that memory burned away, and it's just come back. It won't leave. It won't leave. Willy Wonka has to now live with that. Hook goes through. Misses as Scuttle's got jukes for Jesus, as now they are trying to get a little bit on to Dell at the moment, as he's now getting hit by the Glacial Augment. Serenity in on that side, fine through, which does land that ultimate through. It's really good placement by the Aurora, but Nox is just decimating him through on the backline. Foo Queen's nowhere now yet to be seen, but does re-engage in, does not get the dash over the wall. Paul will be able to live there. They got the pick, but I think that was very scrappy.
It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all All just a farce at the end of the day. Oh, what is this game? This League of Legends, as they call it, is just an absolute... I'm not going to say that on broadcast. It's yeah, I can't say that variation of it either. It's a mess. That is certainly what it is, and the game shall continue. It shall persist. Somehow, some way, this could still be anyone's game.
Look, it still very much is. There isn't too much of a gold lead, and I guess if you could say this in the terms of gold splitiority, I mean, both carries are sitting on 2 kills.
Splitiority. I'm adding that one to my caster vocab.
So it's a way to like crack on through that. I'm not sure what's happening on with my replays through at the moment, as now we've got Poo Queen dashing on the wave. Darkness has to get up by the bubble. Veil is here as the Carleen is blasting on through with another shots barreling in from Veil, and Nox, stop bullying the monkey. He's just trying to get as much as he can in his pocket. It's just taking lunch money away.
Okay, so I really hope we get a replay of that, because I don't know if you've seen the film, Kat, but in the movie, you know, Willy Wonka, the kids are at the chocolate factory. Augustus Gloop just starts slurping from that chocolate river. And Willy just lets him get sucked up into the tube, and that's exactly what we saw. Poor little fat blitzcrank goop down in the bot lane, and Willy just walks the hell away from it like nothing's going on. Forget OSHA violations. There's something over here that's far more interesting than a fat kid getting sucked up a pipe full of chocolate.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, look, there's the Oompa Loompas just, you know, making sure the done deal is done. Yeah.
Oh Jesus, Willy Wonka!
Oh, he's doing it again.
Be careful! But we do have Nox on the side here. The real man that we need to be threatened of. Unstoppable Force comes on in, does get a nice split up. Will he be able to claim it? It's very, very low. Abaddon, you'll be there. Decimated through. Nox just really just carrying that on his shoulders there, as Willy Wonka couldn't really do much more. That will be tower being taken down.
Oh dear.
I'm scared.
It's yeah. Who knows? Who knows where this ultimately ends up? Because what I know for sure is they are hungry.
Nothing. Close. That's as Graves would once say, no cigar, as now we got the Cyclone Strike coming on in, does get a nice double wave here. This is a really good combo, but we did get a shockwave onto Pooka, which will be interrupting in. But Veil is turning the tides as he arrives on in, and there is no Willy Wonka, as, well, I guess he's too busy dealing with the chocolate factory as his team has been eaten up for more into their pockets. And the bubble actually set up that pace there very well, as we've now got the teleports coming on in, though Nox free roaming through as the unstoppable shot comes wide, very much through, and that will be a kill onto Veil. We've got Willy Wonka claiming a kill for himself here, but I will not be seeing him living for much more longer. Bubble also does miss. That is now also a revived Poo Queen. It's kind of like nothing happened. The team is still all alive and no one was lost.
And it's a 7-0-2 Arkshan, who should have been, like, what, 2-1, dying under the top tower, except for the fact that Willy Wonka doesn't abide by local safety standards and just lets kids die on tour.
Oh dearie, oh dearie. And we've still got plenty of action to kind of come on through, because I don't see this game ending anytime soon. I'd probably see it still going for another solid 20 minutes, unless something drastically happens, where things are really pushed to the one-sided battle. But look, Dragon's coming up very shortly. Probably going to see a fight happening soon, at least for what we can try and call these as fights. But I feel like these are just like Goon Squad Royale battles. I don't know what to say.
Welcome to the Goomba Squad.
Yeah,
We hope you enjoy your stay. We're certainly not. No, look, for all it's worth, Poo Queen has put up a hell of a fight to keep his team in this. And now he's had Veil and the rest of the team step up and join him in Game 3.
Yeah.
I mean, Veil is having an absolute stunner. There's no denying that whatsoever. Yeah, just complete priority over the Rift Herald as well.
Yeah. Look, GC did claim a Dragon. We'll also then claim a mid as well, and I guess really in response to only really a Herald being picked up. I should be seeing, though, Abaddon taking that top side very, very soon. Willy Wonka still just kind of like pushing waves through, taking as much as he kind of can with Nox and the sideline pull, which they're now going to realize that they are there. Willy Wonka might be the focus target here, but Dell is still alone at the moment, as Veil doesn't have the grappling on Drown movement through, and here I am drowsing myself with these words. Just kind of has to back on away. Okay. Guess very heavy commitment here, but it doesn't really help Bob here, as now he will be the next target being used up. Unstoppable Force comes on through, does not land that investor ultimate here to claim it was the target, which will be getting knocked up. Will be now taken down here as Bob claims himself a kill there. Bale on the side, in stealth, no one yet knowing or seeing. Don't see much more continuing. Bowl used up to boost up Pookman, as now we get that lovely little ultimate coming on through into that hook, which is the hook that was needed to stop it from going anywhere further, as Darkness is now showing a play in his own state of mind.
Cognitively, I'm still trying to comprehend what we're witnessing here, because not only are we seeing a hyper-aggressive Hecarim, but it's a hyper-aggressive Invisible, which is bold, given that you're at 2 and 4 on the map at the moment with Electrocute. Abaddon just dies.
It does. And it's what they're going to be needing. You know, it's very much what they're going to be needing to... Well, I mean, for GC, I should say, to try and crawl their way back in. I mean, look, we are now seeing the Callista getting a couple of more kills into their pocket, which, look, I'm sure that's now going to start... Hopefully, training a little bit with these fights, but I mean, I'm still just stunned by how to really picture a lot of these fights that are kind of going. They are very scrappy. I mean, a lot of just kind of like back ins and outs, and then rotating on which targets to kind of go for. But hopefully, Darkness can try and make a solidified pick, kind of like they were able to do in that mid to get.
I mean, the crazy thing is, even given the state of the game, one decent team fight from GZ Academy just completely ruins ALE. I mean, an Onslaught hit the one button I didn't need to... Okay, I'm back. Yeah, one good team fight, and this game is essentially over for ALE going into the later stages of the game. Onslaught of Shadows, Command Shockwave, Public Execution, Blitzcrank thrown into the thick of it, with just Callista doing Callista things.
Know.
Like, ALE need to position this very well.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am liking now GC. I mean, look, pushing down the bot, pushing down the top as well. We do get an all engagement in here onto it at the moment. That Callista ultimate's going to stop the engagement coming any much further, and they will be able to claim Dell. There's ultimates used up by Bob, which he will be able to land that bubble through, and we still got Shelly alive here, but we do have that bot tower coming on down, as Abaddon did die on that sidelines. Nox is now here with his Orianna. Will he be able to get a play? Flash ultimate is used up, but only claims one, but not for the kill. But we still got bot tower being taken down here, as that's now finally taken down, and the top tower did actually survive. So Gen was not able to yet claim it. By having to tell.
Yeah, again, a little bit of a disconnect. Nox had the Onslaught of Shadows. Orianna had the Shockwave. If you drop them in synergy, that would have been a perfect setup onto multiple members of this ALE roster. But they don't do that. What happens instead is Command Shockwave only onto Bob Sagox, and Nox just doesn't commit the ult. Yes, look, the big benefit being that they will have it in the near future if they look to force something.
Yes. Certainly through. Another minute for the Dragon to be here. But for wards, there are not many, as both teams are kind of going in very blind. I mean, look, we've got obviously GC now starting to get more of their priority with these wards. Just to try and enable for this potential Dragon control. There are many pings being heard for this top side, for this little Atakan. Will this happen, though, is the question. Because, I mean, look, still got 30 seconds on Dragon. Something Cloud. Something going to be the second rotation. Oh, something's looking to be happening into the mid. Never mind. No sums were also needing to be used, or ultimates. So, ALE still have that in their arsenal.
I mean, in terms of raw tower pushing potential, ALE are just going to chew through objectives. Between an Arkshan and a Lucian, you're pretty handily going to take any tower in your way. Atakan, the next target priority, is GZ going to start themselves up for trade. That's a pretty bad trade, all said and done. I think it's your second Drake for Atakan, which is, just dead. Because Arkshan is so fed right now.
Well, I mean, look where Willy Wonka is right now. He is absolutely, you know, making a statement into that bot-sided area. I mean, he's nearly got that tower, but might not be able to yet clean it up. Darkness Snow does land that hook onto Bob, onto that top-sided area, which I could currently see. We did get that that force lining on through from Nox. Isn't able to hit anyone, though, as things are rotating very through. I don't know what's happening with these fights, as now we've got Dell here trying to back off. Bubble does land onto Darkness, and we've got Willy Wonka now finally dying, as we did have Pooh Queen recalling back since they did get that through, which Abaddon, yeah, claims it for himself.
This is a wildly cyclical game. I'm still in the middle of processing. We'll see.
That's okay. It's only an 0-5 Wukong. I mean, there are 2 items in. Yes, still big threats from Nox, but I feel like that's slowly starting to dwindle a little bit as the game's going out a little bit longer. But I mean, always yes, big heavy presence if they do finally get the combos in. But I would kind of just say, I mean, I don't know what else to really try and highlight at the moment. I mean, look, Baron's probably going to get touched for a little while. There are 2 towers very, very low. Do we probably see GC doing what they've been doing most of this game, which is kind of split pushing and then trying to just slowly nip at it? Is that, seems like that might be the game plan that they're trying to go for at the moment. But I don't know.
Well, either way, at the just shy of 26-minute mark, Baron is up and available. One team, again, takes it very, very quickly. I mean, to be fair, with the Callisto, you take it pretty well as well, but the problem being is your 2 main tanks, at least on the objective, are going to be Willy Wonka and Nox. They're going to be the ones taking the brunt of the damage, which, if a collapse does happen from AoE, chances are they just blow up immediately because all those resistances have been shredded. They just have not found the fight they were looking for. If they can line things up with an onslaught of shadows into a command shockwave onto at least 2 members of AL even, okay, they're just going to go for Veil.
This might be, I mean, that might be the final onslaught that we're kind of needing. The shockwave, though, still being kept up here for any next moments that are needed, but that will be the Cyclone picking up 1 target, as now Teleport comes on through from the Aurora, but the Wukong magic is now working together as the 2 animals fight to defeat the horse, and Willy Wonka.
If he gets the public execution off here, Pooh could be in a lot of trouble, but while all that's going on, yeah, unfortunately Palermo's takes too long to clear the minions. They don't actually get the threat that they're looking for. I mean, look, both teams are just so on the verge of just running away with the game, and then they make like 1 or 2 questionable decisions, then all of a sudden that momentum is just completely wasted.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I feel like ALE are going to have a little bit more of a priority for the Baron here. I mean, still 15 seconds down onto Nox. Of course, yes, just able to run it down, but they've got plenty of carries that they are needing to melt this through. And we've got Oriana teleporting, coming on in. Does still have the shockwave available. Could we get a public execution play? Maybe this could be the rotation that is needed. I don't know. Flashes are used up by both of that sidelines. Bob is the target here, will be found out. Public execution is also used onto Veil, as he is now knocked out of the fight. Baron was taken for ALE, so they're going to be able to just to keep themselves alive for a little longer, but GZ finally crawling in with something that they needed in their pocket, I guess.
And Willy Wonka. Yeah, this hyper-aggressive opportunity. Oh, I don't know if they find anything here.
And they're still, I mean, the Colin is shot out with a very wide hook, but Pooh Queen is able to fire quite freely here. Shockwave does finally land, claims 1 target. Paul has not yet made it into the fight. Now he will, as he goes for the flash play. Does not get the rend execute, but will instead finish it up with an auto to claim that shutdown.
Almost killed his mid laner there. Very, very nearly. And then they're just going to recall off the back of that. Because they need to. Because there's nothing else they can do in that situation. Oh, what is this game?
I don't know what this game is, but you know what? You know what?
It's League of Legends, baby. That's what game it is.
League of Legends. Yeah.
Also, just so we're both on the same page, Bob Sagox currently has a Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory.
I mean, man needs to protect themselves. It's tough times in the trenches here. I mean, even though we've gone further down to the Earth's crust. Dragon is up. again, I mean, they're probably just going to let it go through because it's only Cloud. At least for the third soul. Won't see too much for ALE picking it up, really, as they don't have much priority here. Does this game end in the next 5 minutes?
Probably not.
At the rate of how things are being played through, probably not. But what can happen? Could this be the hook that is needed, and could Bob be the caught-out man that needed to happen? But Nox goes on through, but Zonya's just perfect there as the Cyclone Strike does claim one. Is able to get another knock-up. Oh my gosh, what just happened there? As the Shockwave lands on through, claims in. CJ's trying to run away. Pooh Queen does have the Nami boost up and can't claim anything further, but here comes the Axe-Chan ultimates as Darkness is now claimed. He will be dead. Can Pooh Queen finish it off? Is that game? They've got Baron still.
Ain't no way Darkness completely sells up Palermo's there and then helps Shen get away.
Is this?
That's game. That is it. There is no turnabout here for GC Academy. I'm sorry.
I mean, they respawn in 5 seconds. I think they're too slow. Yep, it's not game.
Yeah, not right now, but
I mean, I don't know.
And all of this, Cat, ALE are currently down gold.
They are.
In this situation. They're down towers. They're down meaningful objectives across the board, bar an Artican and a Baron. If you presented this current game state, just without the context of the match itself, you would think that this was, like, GZ Academy winning.
I mean, this is something that I was expecting, and I was expecting. I was thinking, close games. I mean, action-packed. I mean, it's definitely been action-packed, but I mean, yes, close games, but it's happened in such a odd way. Vale firing off, though. There was a couple of shots there, but I mean, that
the goal difference is almost purely off Nox. You look at that, 264 to 185 CS.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look at it. That is a near 4,000 goal difference purely out of the jungle alone.
And they're only behind by 2.5k. That is shocker.
Oh dear.
It's quite literally just really jungle that's really making more of the difference here when it comes to this gold lead. So it's potentially why I guess these team fights are somewhat close for the stages here. But look, more vision. Not really like there's much vision from ALE for them to kind of clear out. But hey, nothing hurts to try and check it out just to make sure. Let's see. Best as an item up.
More lethality, by the way. So, sort of a one-and-done deal.
I think if memory serves, we're kind of expecting to maybe a little bit, not, be full tanky, but, a little bit more tankier than just a full lethality. Kind of trying to give the Bob Sergux special on the Poppy, but
Zonya's up as well for Bob, speaking of.
Yeah. Very much so. I mean, look, for this team fight, we've got sums up. There's going to be a lot that's going to, kind of cancel out each other here. It's just, who really gets the execution first? As Nox trying to come on over, the public execution does land onto Bob, and Bob will be decimated, but he will have to trade his life, as now that will flash on through, but Dell just has to flash away, just to not get that Rend burst to set off that Callista. I mean, top lane for a support?
There are some pings going on, man.
I mean, what's maybe it's just them pinging the flash. That Bob doesn't have flash. Maybe that's what's happening. I mean, you're gonna have to make a choice here. You've got Soul Point, you've got Baron. I'd probably still be more in the favor of picking Baron. But if you're a GC side,
I mean, to be fair, Cloud Soul is probably one of the best souls in the game, especially for this comp. With
of course.
I mean, you take what is already an intensely mobile comp, and then add a Cloud Soul on top of that. Hecarim, that is an insane attack steroid. Unfortunately, he's been spotted out by Vale. Oh boy.
Yeah. No, certainly through. It's just like 4 clouds onto Hecarim. Feels like it's the man's wet dream. As look, what really much more will happen? There we are. Dragons are finally spawning, and it looks like they're, yeah. Look, GZ sending it all in on for this. Don't have too much of a reply yet. We've got ALE trying to group up. What are they going to do? I mean, Dragon's gone at this point. Not really going to be able to fight for that. Rendon 2, 1, bang, done and dusted. But they are storming in mid. Got, oh, Willie! Willie needs to be careful here. Survives with the flashes. Right, so they do have
the gamble
priority.
is to base raise it. That's an interesting call, especially now that you realise you can't. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Hecker in the back line does now finally use up that ultimate through. But
Oh,
the shockwave
no.
goes wide, misses. Poo Queen though does get hit with the hook, but no one is there. As Delos did an exceptional job. Is this really it for ALE? Are they?
Yeah.
ALE.
GC just entered that.
Wait,
GC
Willy
just
saves it still.
no shot.
He
Willie.
saves it. Willy Wonka saved the game.
What is
Still
this
keeps it.
game?
Did he actually just teleport backline to just stop the wave?
He did.
I think
100%
he
he did. And what is this game, man?
I don't know. I mean, look. I don't know. Either way, what can we talk about right now? Bot inhibitor, look, you're gonna have to scratch it. It's probably gone. Hopefully Willie doesn't cancel life for it. Baron's being taken. Look, it opens up a couple of things. I mean, ALE are just gonna be able to use it to push.
It opens it
do
because
whatever
you're
they
not
kinda
dead,
wish.
so...
But, I mean...
That was one of the single biggest fumbles, I think, I've seen in a long time. I mean, the collapse was there for GC Academy. Oh my god, there goes Willie's
Look
health.
above. Look above. ALE have taken charge of golds by 100 at the moment. They're coming back. It only took 36 minutes.
But, like, they had the collapse there. The onslaught of shadows just goes completely in the wrong direction. Lands onto, I think it was Poo Queen and Bob Sack.
Okay, they'll do enough for the
The
peak.
command
Yeah, they'll do enough for the
shockwave
spots.
does not hit anyone. Oh, okay.
No. This can probably... That... Oh, no. Oh, dearie me. Look, Abaddon tried to try and see if he can claim anything back, just to try and equal it up, but Poo Queen is coming on through, but doesn't get the return. Oh, that's really not good though, but Willy Wonka might be the next target they're trying to claim up through, but he will be dead there. But game is still alive. I don't know why didn't they group? Am I crazy? Why not group? You got Veil. I don't know what's going on. What?
At this point, all I can say is I'm pretty sure neither can they.
If I had the ability to ping, I might be pinging right now. Like, I might just be spam pinging, like, a lot of question marks from start to finish. Look, I mean, the bot wave, as much as it's really big and mighty, it's going to get picked up by Veil, you know, so they can't really siege really too much longer. I mean, at least from ALE. I mean, Baron's will be coming down soon. Oh, I know they've got about another minute. Oh, about 40 seconds left maybe. But look, what is gonna look through? Nothing at the moment. Yeah, okay. Elder might be the play. This might be what sets the game really, as now these 4 stars come on through. But Nox, you're ulting, but no one is there. Like, you had your shot. Look, you went for your shot, didn't catch the bunny. Snow bunny gets away. I don't know. Alright, Panda.
Welcome to the game. Oh, no way this is GZ Academy's avenue back into this game, which is just sit bush, wait bush, find someone, blow up. Like, Veil gets caught. He's so much of their damage right now. Oh, in ALE, are just gonna keep trying to force the darn issue, which is the crazy bit to me.
I mean, you've got your infamous Willy Wonka sitting up very high top. They did seem to kind of know that Del is around, but has to, you know, work your magics away. still can't really execute anything. I mean, look, really at this point, just basically stalling it out as much as they can to wait for this Elder to finally spawn through. I'm just gonna assume in the next 3 minutes, probably 5 minutes, that this game should kind of be over, even though Elder Dragon's up in a minute. Oh dearie.
I don't even know. I genuinely am quite honestly losing faith. It is just going to be, that is it. That is, I don't even see the Magi's 10 stacks. This is entirely the game plan here. Sit bush, camp bush, drop everything, hope they die.
I'm rocking my chair back and forth with anticipation, just waiting to see if something does happen to finally turn the tide really majorly through. Still just a nice little huddle in mids, closing out waves. Getting some wards here and there, but still don't see much. Okay. It's up in 15, if I'm reading that right. Surely. Alright. We've got big pings coming on through us, and the hook does go onto Dell. Dell is, though, very, very, very alone with no one around. The Aurora ultimate does come on and then through, but doesn't really do too much, as now he's back on through. But we had Oriana on the side by Poo Queen, just culling it down, but does not yet get the kill. Vale flashes away. GZ Academy are so low. But what just happened? I just don't know what happened. And Zed just lives. Sorry. The Collector does not claim the 5% bounty yet. We've got Nox proxying. I don't know what to say, Panda. I don't know what to say.
TP's coming in.
TP is coming on in, but it looks like we've got a 2-split fight at the moment. As now Serenity, not really Serenity, but that's Abaddon taken and down. Vale is
what is going on?
Poo Queen, they missed the Oriana Shockwave onto a GA, but he's finally dead. Bob Sagox uses his Zonyas to stay alive for another 1.5 millisecond. Panda, send it with the end. It's all on you.
Why? Why? Like, ALE had this dead to rights if they just play smart teamfight. Like, they were dominating. And then all of a sudden, GZ Academy find their perfect teamfight. Dell's gonna dive in. He's just hopelessly holding on to a dream and a prayer to keep things alive, but it doesn't matter. There's no one left. No Poo Queens. No Bob Sagox in the back line. They're all dead because they threw away an opportunity. And GZ Academy spoon-fed their way back into the game. Both teams had the opportunity, and only one of them could have claimed it. Look, GZ Academy get it done. To be fair, I did not hold faith that they were going to be able to do that, because ALE played out of their minds to bring that back to the point that they did. But the truth of the matter, at that stage of the game, all it takes is one bad team fight, one poor positioning. I'm more criminally upset that the full lethality Ambessa won that. But it did. And Nox's Hecarim, I think, was integral to it.
Yeah, look, if there's anyone that can kind of take the crown of, leading the series, at least for the final game, it will definitely be Nox. Nox definitely took the teams on his shoulders just to try and carry that out. And but I'm still trying to process everything that even happened. Even when it came to the last fight, like, it just...
Keeping in mind
come in,
that
I don't know.
This is the same team where Willy Wonka on the Ambessa died tower diving Vale because Yen was more worried about last hitting than helping confirm the kill. He then also stalled the game out even longer because his team died, but he went and proxied the wave in mid so they couldn't end the game. Like, that game really just had it all in terms of the obscenities of grassroots esports.
I'm shocked. I am hurt. This gas in my house is making me see fumes, and I'm starting to see tormenting things on my screen,
Oh,
and I'm
shit.
somehow yapping it through.
All I know for sure is that GC Academy have got it done. They are on to the semi-finals of the OCC. Justifiably so, given the way that they brought that back at the tail end. They held on. Fearless Draft and Best of Threes as a whole are a pretty exhausting ordeal. It does take a lot of stamina, and kudos to them for holding out in the end. I haven't had word from confirmation, but from production, but I need it. Let's go to a break. On the other side, it's time for our final quarterfinal of the night. I'm sorry, I need to recover. I need a break. We'll see you guys back in just a
I'm
little
gonna
bit.
turn off the oven and find out where this leak is.
One quarterfinal done. It is time to move on to the final quarterfinal. One more spot up for grab in the semis here for the OCC. We saw what can only be described as a showcase between GZ Academy and ALE. Now we head to the other side of this playoffs bracket. And I mean, if Series 1 was anything to go by, Kat, we can say one thing for sure, and that is anything is possible.
Anything is possible when League of Legends people are around, and especially when you have a man by the name of Bob Sagas. I'm sorry, that name's going to still in my brain. And the Willy Wonka special, I think those are my two best acts I think I enjoyed of that last series. But look, we are heading on to our, very new games with these two new teams. I'm very keen and excited to see what kind of flows on through, and I'll kind of let you get on to it, Panda.
YYG, it's Bing, Esti, Thirsty, Magic Goose, and CBV taking on CRG. Lost from Light Aria, Evie. It's too late. There's Kajimo and Yavin. It's Evik, I'm assuming, is my tired League of Legends overstimulated brain could possibly imagine. I mean, coming into it, we've seen some of the picks that we would have expected to really step up and shine. Not necessarily pulling out victories, but at least doing reasonably well in their given roles. I mean, the one pick that I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of is Gwen. Obviously, has really risen to prominence in that top role. Has been banned out almost exclusively in that last series, so it's going to be interesting. Lost from Light Bing. Do either of them get to pick it up and play it on the Rift? I would be surprised given how frequently it is banned, though.
Yeah, as much as we would like to see it, I'd be very shocked to be able to see it. I guess when it comes down to trying to figure out on what is the lineup going to be looking at with these guys, because, where they kind of hover with, I'm probably maybe not see too much difference of what we might have just seen with maybe in our prior games. However, when I was seeing two of the names, maybe it was just more like Eve Quinn. So when I saw Eve, look, from what I know, with a little bit of data that I can kind of get for that one, is probably going to be getting some either a Galio, or if they let him get Galio, or maybe cracking on with more of an Enchanter mid laner, just to try and help out with his team. We do, of course, Arya as well. The only thing I know a little bit about Arya for the CG lineup is very, very fond of aggressive junglers, especially that kind of hyper carry, lead the charge for his team. Graves being one of those signature picks, but we'll leave that
banned out first. Not what I would have thought of as a priority ban, but obviously Gavin is concerning enough with the Renata that they are going to target that away from him. Pantheon, the immediate response, whether it's ASD or CVV, again, jungle support. Pantheon really does shine in terms of offering a lot of global pressure and just burst potential in general. I think Bob Sagox probably could add that to his repertoire. Lethality Pantheon a little bit better than Lethality Poppy. Aphelios against Kajimo Banda. I could not tell you the last time I saw an Aphelios warrant a ban. Elise. So that's, I'm guessing CVV targeted and support Elise, which is, I think, probably seeing a lot more play than Jungle Elise at the moment. But I think they made a couple of changes in the last few rounds of patches to make Jungle Elise a little bit more viable. Even saying that, Lulu. So of the bans we've had so far, not a single one is the standard priority ban that we've seen in global competition.
You might maybe get the wish that you were
Varus
seeking.
is the one that has seen any banning priority at all.
Yeah. I mean, what's this going to really open up? I mean, I'm assuming for YYG, I'm just going to say I feel like support was going to be like that opportunity of trying to pick it up, snag it as soon as you can, and Leona's going to be that opportunity there. And
the only reason I think Leona was first pick is because of the priority picks that are still available, there's still counterplay. So, unfortunately, Leona into Karma.
I'm going to shoot my shot and say Karma mid. Maybe. I'm just shooting my shot.
Karma, no, so it's definitely Karma bottom.
Okay, has to be. But...
Jinx. Okay. So we've seen the bot lane duo picked first. In terms of Rift priority, in terms of ban priority, I'm very confused.
We don't care.
We
don't care, is what we're saying.
So I would have thought Ashe Varus, I think I would have thought were available, given that was the priority in terms of pick ratio. Neferi going to be picked up for SD. I mean, it's alright. It's got some setup. It's got some damage follow-up. Now it gives counter to CRG. They can pick something up for themselves that isn't going to struggle too greatly into the Neferi. What is Aria look to play here? With a Zeri, Karma on light. I mean... Gwen.
Like
okay, Gwen's just going to be taken for loss. Again, that could be
Yeah.
jungle Gwen as well. I don't know. I don't know.
enough.
This game just doesn't make sense anymore.
I mean, look. Jungle
I would
Gwen,
have said top lane, given
Neferi.
that's where she's looking
Like-
strongest for Gwen, but...
I can't.
I don't know.
I just can't say.
I'm not even going to pretend to understand what goes on in Oceanic League Legends anymore. Vi is going to be taken out as well by CRG. Very, very strong. Would have done very, very well into the Zeri. Even just in general does reasonably well. Irelia.
Aurelia? Yeah.
So I think Bing is about to pick Yorick.
Might be the case. Oh, Silas coming on out as a last ban. I mean, I wonder what. I guess that might help. I don't know if that just stops maybe a comfort kit pick, maybe for Thirsty, if that's potentially what it is. But I don't know what this last ban's really going to be, and maybe it's just going to potentially hover maybe for another jungle. Or I'm at a loss of words. It was a Yuumi ban. I don't know. If they're banning Yuumi, is that mean
Okay,
that we're going to be seeing
so
a
you
Karma
called
mid?
it. It's Karma
Yeah.
mid and Milio
Alright.
support.
All right, that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing, unless we're going to get flashbacks of, I don't know, last matchup where maybe it could be Milio mid. Anything's
well,
possible.
There you go. So
Ah,
the Fury potentially top.
Mid?
So
I
No,
can see
we
a little
said
bit
top.
in the Fury. Yeah, top. All right, that's fair.
unless it's Neferi or Hecarim.
Uh,
No, okay. So I'm a little bit upset now.
everyone's
So this is Jinx Leona bot, Neferi mid, Hecarim jungle, Rumble top. And if it is anything but that, I'm going to be even more upset.
I promise you, the
'Cause
players
it could
aren't
be
playing at my house.
It could be Neferi top, Rumble mid, and Malphite.
I guess it makes sense why we got Silas, but I mean, it was last pick Malphite anyway.
Okay. So
but-
yeah, Neferi mid into Karma, which I mean isn't going to be the worst. Gwen jungle, Malphite top into Rumble.
Malphite sits under tower like a boulder. Gets level 6, makes a TP play, gets triple kill, CRG win, done, easy. That's my vote.
Lost from light teleports in, ults into the middle of 3 people, not hitting a single one of them. Gets turned on by a Leona and immediately dies. I mean, look, to be fair, it does alright into Neferi, Hecarim, and Jinx, but Rumble just is more than likely going to melt through Malphite. And I don't think... I want to believe that this is going to be a tank Malphite and not a Goomba Stomp, you know, press R, blow up person Malphite, because I think if that happens, this game is already over for CRG. Well, it's time. Quarterfinal number 2. Okay, so it's the Fury Malphite mid lane, which I think is the right call. But it's going to be Rumble Karma topside. Which, so far, CRG are making the right adaptations here.
That very much is. I like that a little bit of play by CRG, you know, doing a little bit of the fist bumping at the very start, really showing that they're really in on this just to try and... Can they get another one? Hold on. Hey, we've got another one in. That's already 2 within the 40-second startup. I mean, I'm still trying to understand a little bit on really...
So this is going to be explosive Malphite, by the way.
It's going to be...
This is going to be an AP Malphite.
We just hope that Neferi knows how to use the Shroud and just kind of avoid it. Because, you know, now that with the couple of Neferi updates, you know, is allowed to evade for that slight little buffer. I'm going to assume, though, at least for jungle clear, it's probably just going to be Hecarim most likely going topside, rotating down with Gwen essentially doing similar for themselves, but will be picked up though by the wards. So look, you know, Asta is going to now have a little bit of a priority on knowing, I guess, where they are, which will help out YYG. Not overly too much, but it just starts it up. But hey, the rock and the dog working together in harmony. Not really. I don't know.
Yeah. Glizzy Neferi stepping into prominence in a way that really shouldn't happen. To be fair, the best of those skins is easily the Brom one, and there's no debating it.
Oh, of course.
The man's rocking a kebab on his shield. Like, there's just no two ways. It is going to be a top side match though for the junglers, so they're both going to be pathing bot, assuming with their clears. And both are going to be warded out in their Raptors, so it should be known at the very least.
Yeah.
But both sides. Although to be fair, Hecarim, if he does decide to shenaniganize, might mess things out just a little bit. But no, yeah, it should be well aware. In the mid lane, I'm surprised the trading is as heavy as it has been.
Yeah, it very much is, but I mean, I don't know what much more you'd kind of expect, at least from an Arcane Comet Malphite. You know, it's just going to throw a boulder, and you're just going to see the Comet flying on through. But I mean, as long as, you know, EFQ just kind of, I guess, avoids the subtle trade being made by...
Okay,
oh,
SD, going aggressive.
Yeah, he very much is, and I mean, I feel like... I mean, Arya, though, I mean, is relatively half HP, which, you know, Acido could be able to try and get a nuke on. But, I mean, look, are they going to go for a smite battle? Let's just have a look on through. Zeri does dash over the wall. Azza might be the following pick. No, not at the moment. He's still currently alive. Arya, though, is trying to back away. One more to attack might be all that's needed. But Magic Goose doesn't currently get it as Kazimo backs away. Gavin, though, does get the soccer ball on through, which is not going to allow Leona to go anywhere further. That was very close. That was close.
I mean, CBV nearly setting things up there. The Ignite was dropped. Going to be a stolen buff, so it will be Arya being triple up. No blue for her. I don't think it's the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but in terms of map priority, is going to give Asdi and the rest of YYG priority in terms of information around them. Oh, okay, Asdi's doing it again.
Yeah, it very much is, but I mean, I'm not going to see too much really happening here. If anything, I mean, if Cash plays it right, then they're going to play it a little more on the safer scale. I mean, solid response in terms of by Gavin, just to kind of, you know, drop the little shroud as we get a little bit of a poke battle here. I mean, the good thing about Malphite is reluctantly does have enough AoE clear just to kind of kill the wolves for, you know, as we just kind of seen with that trade exchange, which kind of came into his favor. Oh, that's a grass as well, top lane tank armor. There we are. Yeah, standard though.
Well, I mean, for being... The fact that he's doing as well as he is rather impressive. You know, range... Oh, Gavin.
Uh-oh. Gavin, though, does get the volleyball stalker ball just to keep himself alive a little bit longer. It does have Vash available. That was very close, though, again. But what that will mean is Gavin doesn't have heal or flash up. So, you know, when the bot lane is reset, I mean, it's gonna... You know, one wrong grab might spell sudden doom. But, I mean, Arya did get a Gromp. Although lost blue earlier, I don't think they lost the Gromp fight, but yeah, I don't know.
Another weird game to match the vibe of the night.
It really is. Like, I'm trying to like fathom, and you know, as much as I'm trying to think, it brings a little bit back to earlier to what you kind of said. Is look, it's probably just going to be best to think in the present as to what you currently see, even if what you see not what you would want to see, because this is scary. I'm very worried about this.
If our eyes aren't real, to quote an OG. Kejimo, what are you doing?
Barrier was pre-used up. I mean, look, I mean, it does stop it from going in, so too much. I mean, he's still waddling away.
Okay,
there it is.
Never mind.
Gets the frog. The frog is down. I repeat, frog is down. At 5 minutes 50. Void grubs are up. Pings are showing up from the side of YYG though. Try and rotate.
Oh dear. Well, we are starting to hit those power spike moments. I'm mildly concerned. Onslaught of Shadows, Solar Flare, Super Mega Death Rocket, and Equalizer makes for a pretty potent combo in a team fight. Although in saying that, they have a Malphite, so...
Rock. It's just rock. Rock slam. Rock C. Rock do. But it's a little bit of, I guess, a tug of war here at the moment, as they're trying to set it up through, and at the moment, though, is dropping down very low, so we'll get one Void Grub by YYG. Equalizer does come in on the backline, but Gwen is currently immune, but not for much more longer. As we're going to do is walk on through. The dog comes in, claims that first blood, as Thirsty will be able to get that extra gold into his pocket. CRG, though, wouldn't really make much for that. Just not in the right spot there yet to really get a big execute play.
Well, I mean, look, the ship's right. It's not going to be an absolute blowaway, but an early, I say early kill, it's 7 minutes a kill. And it goes to the Fury, which could be problematic later on.
Yeah, it certainly could. I mean, it most certainly could, and I would hope for that it should. You know, try and open up anything here, but again, still feel like Malphite's going to be able to really close out those wolves, really, and not have too much of a bother. But I mean, hey, you know, build just ninja tabbies and what you're going to really do. We did have a little bit of a jungle fight, though, on the top side at the moment, as really, I think Ari's just
Oh my god, he's just doing it under the nose of Aria again.
Yeah. Oh, no, maybe not, as EQ, though, might be the next target here, as one dog does land, does get the rattling ram on through, but get a better name, does drop the heal, just to keep himself alive. Unleashed Force does come on through, Fears 2, Flash from the Leona, the hits nobody because Gwen is immune. Light coming on in, on the side, can they do anything?
That is the most
potential
criminal thing I've ever seen, as he baits a fight in the CRG jungle and gets CVV killed because of it.
I mean, they are, but I mean, oh, but let's get a better name. Jinx comes on in as Magic Goose is the goose of his own. He is currently getting excited, but can't do much more. I mean, works a little bit in their favor. I mean, not too much in their favor, but I mean, is this what CRG need though? Is the question. I mean, the support gets the kill, so I'm gonna say no. I take that back.
Absolutely, 100%. That is the meta. Unfortunately, it's not Bob Sagock, so it's not going to account for much. Bob would be doing criminal things with a full mage of Milio.
Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. What we have and what can we do? Am I gonna... Okay, no, it's not gonna happen. I thought maybe if they're gonna do like a rotate mid, in the terms of like bot lane going into mid for any form of priority, but look, there's no void grubs, there's no real points for that. It's just gonna be kind of like a take wave and reset themselves. I mean, gold's still fairly even though, as at the moment, Light is just gonna be doing what Light can do with a little bit of karma. Just stacking up those grasps, just getting one extra 5 bit of HP. Can he get another? Hold on. Pops up the mantra. Where's the auto? Where's the 5 HP? Never mind.
I mean, in terms of the top lane, you look at it, Bing has had a phenomenal time in the grand scheme of the matchup. He's actually leading in CS and has an extra assist on top of what Light has. Magic Goose, Asdi, under award. Asdi has been like perennially underwards. Oh boy.
We're going to fight on at the moment, but that is a nice, you know, stun done by onto Ifuba, as now Magic is going to be the target here, but there is nothing else here as Aria does get blown up. But we do have Kazimo trying to see if he can turn anything through. That will be Thirsty taken down here. EFQ just banging up a little bit of poke has. We've got both ADCs claiming double kills. They're getting excited, not landing much more longer. That will be our fight. Dragon, though, for YYG.
If Solar Flare was up there, that is just a quadra straight into the back pocket of Magic Goose. Unfortunately, no 6 on Leona means no setup. If they'd lock down Kajimo, that then becomes an even worse situation, but they don't. And it stems the bleeding just a little bit. It's not a huge blowout lead. It's only about 800 gold. So CRG still within reason. I mean, you still got a 2-0 and 1-0. The jungle is where things are really struggling.
Yeah, that very much is. I mean, you know, 0-3 compared to an 0-1, but it's currently 23 CS at this point of time. I mean, he's kind of spoke into it a bit more. I mean, Bing, I thought would have a little bit, not saying too much of a struggle, but I mean, he's really just keeping a very equal CS trade, which is perfect for, I guess, for what he's going to be needing, especially when kind of having to manage with a ranged top laner, though. Aria really wants this scuttle. Should be able to claim it, though, as we do have Void Grubs being started up again by Asda. As should be able to get the 4th one slicing in very, very soon. One more Q. Claims that in. I mean, they're just going to let them have it. CRG not really wanting to respond to it. Do they look for something bot?
I think they almost have to. You want to shut this Neferi down as much as possible. Looking at it, full 6 Void Grubs is not a great time. Oh, Aria's been found.
Aria has indeed been found though, but is using that Gwen Scissorine abilities. Doesn't get too much. Oh, the Zenith Blade goes maybe a little bit too soon. Jinx Rocket comes on in, does get cleansed out just for that little extra healing, and that will be another kill popping on for Kajima. I believe that's a bit of a misplay. Not too sure what CBV was, I guess, trying to get there when Thirsty kind of had to back off. Yeah. Bit of miscommunication, I'm going to say, from there.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, it's going to be the Rod of Ages Karma too, so a very, very tanky Karma. It's going to be hard to chew through, the saving grace being that it is a Jinx with Noxian Blessings online. I'm not quite sure where this Malphite is going to be going, because you look at the build path, it might even just be that tanks Malphite from the mid lane.
I mean, it could very much be. I mean, I would hope for it. I mean, to be honest, I feel like you're going to need it.
You're leading in towards a Sunfire, almost.
Yeah. Very much is. It's just what I guess I wasn't expecting. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. I mean, what is going to happen in the next minute? I mean, we've got Infernal, from my understanding. Infernal should be, like, coming up. I mean, it's not Infernal, that's Atacon. What am I yabbering on about? We're already at 13 minutes in. Here I am, sitting with a cursed brain from yapping for too much. Oh, thank you, Caster. Not Caster. Oh my lordy lord. Panda, help me. I think I'm having a stroke. I don't know what's happening here. Mixing up my words. Thank you very much, though, Spectator. You saved me. It's going to be Cloud. That's all I was trying to get at.
Yeah, so there you go. Sunfire is going to be started up.
Yeah.
For Avik on the Malphite, which, I mean, look, yeah, to be fair, as fun as it is just seeing full AP Malphite, it's not as strong as it once was, and into the trio of Hecarim, Neferi, and Jinx, it's going to do a lot more. A solid kill. The Rod of Ages. And this has just been the story of tonight. There's just so much going on around the map, you can't quite keep up.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm very shocked to be seeing Light, I guess, taking a blow there. But hey, what's happened has happened, as that really now sets up Bing for his continuous dominance now to now try and push that through. Asda though, I mean, just kind of really gonna pony on away. Couldn't see much. We've got Kaj in the top lane, getting them plants. Get
money.
That wave. Rock. Dogs. What next?
Rockenstein. I mean,
Rockenstein,
two Eclipse as well. So this is, again, hyper-aggressive Hecarim, as you'd expect it to be. Just full-blown, Kajima's there 1 second, gone the next. But in the grand scheme, you're not going to have a huge amount of magic resist, which means that you just put Bing into Avik and he just melts, because that's what Rumble does best, with the Leandries as well, as you'd expect. First item. Oh dear, I feel
like you just have to let it go.
Yeah, I think it's the smart call, but
I mean, look, they're trying to force on some of them. Jeb's teleport coming on in. the Flash Malphite ultimate does come on to Magic Juice, but no one is there to really help you out. Closing out through. Aria tries to see if he can claim anything. Kashmo does claim one. Ultimate comes on flying. Inquid now finally taken on down. Unstoppable force. Oh, Via's up a couple, but this Zeri is just untouched, and Aria does live, and that's a triple kill. Can he continue? He does land the zap. Hold on, he goes for the flash. Could this be the penna? Could it happen? Oh, it is the Petza! It drops in as Kazimo's gonna be claiming it! Making his way into this first match, palming it on through!
That's criminal behaviour. If he completely shuts Magic Goose out of the fight, who was at the sticking point, I think, for this YYG team, jumps in, drops everything on it. Meanwhile, Kajimo has been allowed to exploit the fact that they've split the difference there. And yeah, Light was just not there. You look at it. Yeah. Magic Goose is so far pushed back. If he identifies that, boom, flash onto him, and because all that while CBB is just trying to split the difference, and this YYG team fight is just completely in shambles. Kajima on the back line, given free reign, doesn't even get hit by the onslaught of shadows, and he just works his way through every single member of that team, aggressively onto Magic Goose there. And then Bing thinks, oh, this is my moment to shine. I can do it. Unfortunately, The man, the myth, the legend, Gavin, there to make sure he doesn't go down.
Yeah, very much has indeed. I mean, that is, I mean, for CRG, that is especially what they're going to be needing. That's a lot of gold now being funneled up onto this area, as now they're sitting on about an item and a half lead compared to Magic Goose, which, look, if that continues to weigh, is going to set it up through. Alright, so Herald at the moment's dropped down to half. Could maybe put their foot to the pedal. I mean, there's not really too many carries around, but I think they're just being respectful since there isn't much vision to know. I mean, now they have finally now spotted the Doge, Thirsty, and Bot, which I would expect to see now a play being made for it, maybe. But I don't know. Alright, Herald's now taken down.
Giving her to YYG. I mean, it's not going to be a breaking point for CRG. It just gives YYG a little bit of an avenue back in. Okay, he's just going to drop it on the tower and give it a light, maybe an avenue to just dive Bing rather than dive light.
Might be allowing it. It's still not going to destroy it yet.
It's going to be close, yeah. Okay, so they're just going to use to try and set up a tower dive. They're taking some big damage, but they will get the tower. Light's dead to rights here.
Yeah, Light is indeed being taken down there. Kaz tried to, walk up through, but couldn't really get much more there. Not too sure. Though, I mean, there was a lot being grouped up to that bot side. Don't know if it was just maybe a little bit of a slight skirmish. Sure, it probably would have been the case. Magic. Oh, okay. Magic Goose. Not going to go for the mid. Just going to respect it. Just because don't know too much, at least for the map. Do we get the hacks on over? No, we currently don't. But we do have Ava, though. Sorry, Arya, I should say. Cool. Lining up with those little tethers of the threads. And they are needling on through. Can Eve Q finish it? I don't think he can. Now, see, this is when AP Malphite could have done the job. Oh, can't believe you went tank.
I don't know. There was a lot of damage coming out of Arya there. Like an insane amount of damage on the fadeaway too.
It was. It very much was.
And I think that's exactly what Evic needs to do here in this game. He just needs to play spoiler, get up in the face of YYG, be disruptive, and allow Kajimo, who's already 8-0 by the way, with a 700 gold bounty shy of 20 minutes, to just run rampant through the middle.
Yeah, it's rampaging through, and I mean, level 12 already. I mean, look at most of the solo lane. He's basically the same level as solo lane is in this game. I mean, it's only Bing that's level 13 at this point of time. That is what you would not want to have if you're definitely having to fight and be opposed against Kaj. We are seeing nothing. I'm a liar. I'm a fraud. Alright. I mean, look, probably the win con is still just going to be really mainly, I guess, just EveQ, just really just either being what Malphite does, pick a target, which at this point of time, I mean, Magic Goose is really just going to be currently it. Though I do kind of want to try and see, there we are getting a couple of little bits going on here, but CRG might be able to be on the cavalry, does come on through, Equalizer drops on down, Gavin is looking to be maybe the target here, but he couldn't really get much more than he could chew. Jinx Rocket, though, does fly on in. Cersei trying to see if he can get anything at the moment, but CRG are just unified at the moment. Zenith's Blade comes on in with that Solar Flare. Nice soccer ball through, but we do have Kaj in the back line now. Got no more peeling, as now that's Onslaught. What am I saying? He is still alive with that barrier into that ultimate play, as now Magic Goose is trying to see if he can get anything on through, but he's trying to auto-attack a tank Karma, which is not going to be dying, so then the needle's coming on. And you are left alone, my boy, CVV. CVV, I think you just turned into a pile of armor and bones. That's going to be an ace, though, for CRG at the moment. It's now Adacon being started.
12-0, by the way, in 20 minutes.
Jesus.
And Light is pushing a tier 2 in the bot lane as well. This is just criminal behavior by CRG. They are just getting so much free reign here. Yeah, not only are they going to take the top tier 1, the bot tier 2, they're going to get Adacon as well. Eventually, there we go. They get it done.
There it is. There it is. And we see Gavin with the Milio being the main slayer of Adacon. I mean, look, I got to give, respectful for what it is. I mean, the synergy between Kaj and Gavin right now is really bloody showing, at least when it comes to their duo synergy at the moment. I'm still trying to see if there's much that's going to happen with Goose here, and of course CVV, but I just feel like this Milio pick is just stopping any form of action right now, even with that Solar Flare play. It's just too bloody tanky, and even a Karma, sure, might be AP, Rod of Ages just does it all, but Dragon was getting started up at the moment, and there's just no vision though. I mean, sure, they see Gavin, but he's just clearing that out. Not going to expect much harassment there. And that should works really good for the team, as we did get a flash engagement coming on. Dan, as Thirsty is dropped down to quarter, gets hit by that tower shot. Can Eve Q complete it? One more Q is all it takes, and it will fall in love as he's now kissing the rocks goodbye. And Thirsty dominated into that. Now we're back into mid. Things are just getting lightly pushed, but nothing further.
You missed a prime opportunity there.
I did. I'm sorry.
Thirsty ordering up a hot dog with relish, soda on the rocks. Either way, Magic Goose he's cooked.
My God, that damage was a lot, but just couldn't slice it in. But Asdar might be the next target here. As one more thread of the needle. I didn't realize he still had that ultimate. Never mind. He's out of the bowl pack. Over the wall. Eve Q, the rock. The Dominator, as he slowly slaps it through. But that will be mid-tower being taken up there into the Solar Flare, but it's not really going to keep them CC for much more longer, as that ult from Lilia was used up. Stun, though, onto Arya was perfect to just trade a 1-for-1 there. But again, Kaz claims another kill, even though I feel like it's probably not much at this point. But yeah, 13-0 now at 23 minutes.
Averaging more than a kill every 2 minutes, which is pretty impressive.
Oh, dearie me.
16. It's still 16-8, which is the criminal part of it.
We've got the unstoppable force very, very, very soon.
Jesus, they just can't touch him at this stage in the game. Like, there is just nothing doing here.
Ain't gonna lie, I was looking at that Hecarim skin, and I don't know why. I had thoughts if it was arcade, but don't think that's arcade. Is that is that Arclight? I don't know what these skins are. Just reminding me a bit of...
Looks like it's just a chroma, honestly.
Is it a chroma? I don't know nothing. I know nothing.
I'm pretty sure it's just the normal skin. Like,
is it? It looks
radical.
It's like
Sentinel or something.
Yeah. Like I thought it was. I mean, I definitely know it's not arcade, but not getting the right visual effects and cues for that. But yeah. Alrighty. 24 minutes in. Baron is, I mean, an opportunity as well, but we do got Light here at the moment. A little bit caught out, but not too much there. We do have TP coming in from EQ. As they're trying to keep it on through, Mantra Tether does keep him Light alive a little bit longer. What will happen though? You've probably not seen him live very much more longer there, as now the redemption comes on through. EQ does land a play there, but we've got Cash here, but there was a lot of CC availability that was not used there. Ultimate drops on through. That will now be finally coming to kill there, as Thirsty's got now one in his pocket. Look at Magic Goose. Pow, 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 pow. Just tickling, but oh no, it goes to the cooker of Bing himself. Claims that kill up there, but we did have Arya. Sorry, yeah, pushing mid.
Thirsty did get 1,000 gold shut down just then. So I suppose that's something. Unfortunately, Arya is very, very hard to take down. He's just going to fade away into the distance.
Gwen is immune.
Oh, Bing. Bing wants it. Bing wants it so bad.
He's providing the Bing, but he just needs the bong. But there is no bong as Leona is not there. I actually don't hate this play. I mean, it kind of makes sense since, you know, Kaj and Eva still down. There is no TP being played there. Like, I should expect them to take it quite strongly there. Do we get the smite still, though? Hold on. It is not a smite still there. Doesn't happen at the moment, but Arya is going to be taken down very, very soon now by Asdar. Magic Goose might need to back away there, as he just takes a faceful Q right there, but they're still trying to make a play here. Because Cash is now arriving, but Asda might be the target. That might get himself killed there. Light there. Oh, there it is. That is the last Zeri auto. Did come on in. Light, though, popping the redemption. That isn't Light that uses the redemption, but Light is now following up in. He's a bit too much more than what he could try and do. Magic Goose cleans that with the rocket.
Corporate greed is bad, kids. Just remember that. Yeah, it was, I don't know why, as he stopped to try and take his blue buff. It got him killed in the end. But that was a heck of a bailout, stealing the Baron away from under the noses of CRG.
Yeah.
It's certainly not going to give them a heck of a lot, given that the entire map has just gone outside their base, and even their mid and inhib has gone too. So most of this Baron buff is going to be used to just push waves out, give themselves a bit of breathing room. Unfortunately for them, Magic Goose might be about to die.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roll. You're walking in very blind there, but there's not much vision that you can kind of do. That is going to be the ultimate landing on in onto Goose. Cash will then get an easy double kill as this. He's a big
16 and 1.
Look at the gold. I was going to say it's going to be like a 6k gold lead. That's like 2 items ahead. Jeez Louises. Oh, we did have a little bit of an action though, top side, but I mean, Thirsty's not able to get much within the Fury. Ocean Drake was taken out, Equalizer comes on and down just to kind of clear out the wave. Yeah though, I mean, you said it yourself, Magic Goose is going to be cooked.
Some biblical levels of greed here. Just well and truly overstating the mark. But this should be CRG just marching it down. Slowly closing out yet another lane of racks from here. I mean, realistically, they can close this out however they want. They should have a soul coming up in just a moment if they do want to take it. Yeah, okay, so it's about 4 minutes. They got a bit of time, but they're that far ahead at this stage in the game. I'm not sure if there is a clear avenue back in.
I mean, I can't really see anything to... I mean, not unless CRG really make a horrific... play where they just kind of get caught out twice and die and, you know, kiss their hopes and dreams. But, yeah, look, it's pretty comfortable for what I'd say for the least part. YYG, don't see them having much more longer input for this game, but Aslan is kind of careful, should be able to dash out, potentially. Yeah, just going to have to use the Ghost up. He's still trying to go for these trade fights, though. I mean, yeah, sure,
okay.
But...
So, Kat, just so we are clear, CRG currently have 19 kills.
Yes.
16 of those kills are currently claimed by Kajima. And he assisted in 2 more of them. There is only a single kill that CRG has gotten this game that Kajima was not involved in.
So from what you're telling me is Taj isn't good enough, not with 100%
He's certainly a gamer.
It just needs to be better. Nah, absolutely killing it. Absolutely dominating it. And look, here we are. It's your last tower. They can easily just stay around as, you know, the inhibs, the inhib minions are being pushed in very, very soon, kind of like linked up with that timage. Sadly, just slightly before, but might just give enough time. But, I mean...
There's only so much YYG can do. They don't have the tools to deal with a beat, unfortunately. And yeah, even the way, okay, Ari's just going to dive on in.
Yeah,
Magic
look, very much
stuck again.
Yeah, very much is, and Kaz is just going to have free reign in here. I mean, look, does have to stop his movements for only half a second with that Solar Flare. But look, EveQ's just tanking on in. Not really too much to really do. I mean, YYG are just going to have to take it. They're just going to have to, unfortunately, bend over and get their bottoms spanked as, CRG are making a very, very strong stance into this quarterfinals. And that's going to be the first game getting done up very, very soon at that 30-minute mark, as that will now be finished up as CRG 1-0.
Absolute domination from Kajima from start to finish, given it every opportunity. And look, to be fair, YYG did get a couple of fights where they were able to take him off the board early, but I think you talk about critical mass. Kajima hit that fairly early on, and I think realistically, as soon as you hit double digits before the 20-minute mark, the game's kind of done. So, yeah, Kajima started rolling and never really stopped.
No, I definitely did it, and hey, we popped off with I mean, I wasn't expecting a Pentakill to kind of come into this series, but hey, we got to witness it. Another little OCC special. If only we could get something like that from last game, maybe, something so close. But no, look, to try and see this next game, though, I'm weary on really what YYG can kind of do, because I feel like they maybe probably had the first, I'm being realistic, maybe like 10 minutes of like maybe equal trade, but after that it just went down the drain, pop, gone. They just were getting rampaged across the map from top to bottom by CRG.
Yeah, the downward turn was pretty severe and happened in a pretty accelerated fashion. So yeah, for YYG, they've got A lot of work to do to definitely try and bring it back going into the second. Speaking of, when we come back after the break, game 2 of quarterfinals number 4. Can CRG be stopped? That is the question. We'll have to find out when we come back. See you soon. Coming back from the break, and this could be the final game of the night, although, Kat, I can tell you for sure, we're not that lucky.
What can I tell you? It's already hitting me.
It's been one of those nights.
It has been one of those nights. The muted production is top tier for myself. Yeah, look, a little bit to what we were saying earlier. I couldn't even tell you. I don't even remember. Gosh damn it, I only said it 10 seconds ago. Very banter.
Look, in 10 minutes, we would have started this broadcast yesterday. So, going into it, Kajimo, the unstoppable force in the bot lane, it would seem. They just did not have an answer for him because by the time they realized he was an issue, he was already 12-0. So, yeah. Poor Magic Goose. Honestly, I feel for him the most, I think, given that he was just hard shut down by Avik because that seemed that was Avik's entire job was see Jinx, jump on Jinx, Jinx can't fight, team die, because Kajimo then walks up and takes himself a penta, a triple, and he got down near close another quadra at the end of the game there.
Yeah, it is one of those things where poor Magic Goose kind of just has to gets demolished by a big rock, and with a big rock, a big force. And I mean, even, from, Bing trying to see if they can really land anything with like equalizers, but nothing was just working in their favor, like for YYG at all. It was just a disaster that kept on happening. And I just hope that, look, for them, hopefully it doesn't, happen into game 2. Hope they can maybe try and crawl their way back in. But I'm really wondering to see what they can kind of draft that might show them that way.
I mean, look, that was very much a back to front draft, I think, is what I'm going to go with here in terms of what we currently expect to be picked and banned versus what we actually got. No one could have told me going into that series that we were going to be seeing Zeri, Jinx in the bot lane, Malphite coming out, Karma top lane, Gwen jungle, all of those picks I would have expected to be elsewhere on the Rift. But to be fair, for the most part, I think they all worked reasonably well. I think it was just the fact that Kajimo was given so many opportunities to just find resources, and from there, yeah, look, he had the money, bought the votes, won the election, game was over.
And that it was. And, I mean, hey, it's going to lead them to victory. We'll just see, very shortly on what kind of comes into this Game 2 matchup. I mean, if we're trying to think of, I wouldn't say, we may as well put it down to unorthodox picks. Let's try and think of a team that we could just magically put down. I mean, if we're seeing Malphite coming in, that, to me, screams a Swain. I don't know why. Could a Swain come in from mid? I mean,
in theory, we've seen Swain bot lane. We've seen Swain a couple of times throughout this tournament. I mean, the one pick I always joke about is like Kog'Maw ADC. As much as it was an absolute menace back in the day. It's something we're not saying. I mean, Ardent Sensor has not been a relevant issue for a very long time. And to be fair, I think arguably this is probably one of the worst times to play ADC in the meta at the moment, just because there is so much that punishes it. So yeah, you could have a bit of fun. We could see a Tahm Kench center, something along those lines. Go for a bit of a throwback. But I mean, I think from there, that is probably the most unorthodox draft we're going to see this tournament, at least for the remainder. I think things are going to tighten up just a little bit. Yeah, look, there are a couple of one tricks and things you could pick out in terms of personal champion pools. But I mean, look, maybe we get something crazy along the lines of a Fiddlestick support. But in the grand scheme, I think we get to see pretty vanilla picks for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to hope so. But I guess we'll find that eventually for when draft obviously picks up and pulls through. I mean, I just couldn't imagine. Here's what I'm going to see. Oh, speaking of the devil, we're now finally drafting on in, but we are noticing CRG taking the blue side while YYG from Remembrance took the vote for the red for this round robin. As now we continue. So
YYG lost, so they would have opted into red side. Yeah. Which globally following the same trends for the most part. Everyone seems to be loving the red side. Yeah. Would have to assume Dragon Control would be the main reason, but CRG gonna ban out the Pantheon to start things off. Again, something we saw in the last ban phase. Gwen's not an issue. Rumble's not an issue. Renata's gonna be insta banned away from Gavin again. Although, it would have been again, because it was YYG that opened up the banning phase with the Renata.
That's correct. Yes, that was their first priority pick. I'm probably going to assume Elise. Yeah.
Okay, so CVV is just being targeted out.
Just same thing.
Although that could be SD, again. But Pantheon, Elise, can play support, can play jungle, can play top lane.
It's the hovering capabilities. I mean, gosh, if we go back to the way back, maybe when Elise was first ever out, you could have even experienced Elise mid, but I wouldn't expect that to shine in this day and age of League of Legends. And we've got another Philios. Look, it's looking like very similar bans from what we just had in the first round. But I mean, I don't know. Are they gonna rotate it again? Could they do something different? Are they
Kajimo, after picking this area, I can understand why the Aphelios is being banned.
Yes.
If the guy is even a sniff good at that champion, it's pretty scary. Diddly, take it away. Could be Bing, could be SD. Probably not anywhere else at the moment on the Rift, but yeah, priority jungler gives you a lot of room. If you take some great tempo lanes, it can be very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, most certainly can. I mean, we're probably going to see we're going to get another repeat of a Vi ban at the moment, maybe, or they're going to set a round rotation.
Okay,
that's going to be a Lulu. Never mind. All right, well, I mean, for CRG, do you take it then as the first pick into it? I mean, with all the potentials, but I have no idea.
Varus.
Varus is going to be it. That will be the rotation.
Yeah, look, anything in the 80 carry role, I think he's going to be fine with. It's such a good 80 carry at the moment. Gavin proved capable. It's a Misfortune. Once you see the usual suspects banned out, Varus, usually Misfortune is the answer.
Right.
I've got a bit of PTSD after Split 1, seeing Oceanic teams play Misfortune.
Yeah.
But Violet did phenomenally on the champion in this past weekend for the Chiefs, so I think Oceania has redeemed itself with the Misfortune picks. It's not bad, it just is a little bit reliant on the ultimate to really be maximum threat, and Galio picked up. So Magic Goose going to have a bit of a pocket save there in the form of the hero's entrance.
Yeah, no, very much will, and I mean, look, you never know. Hopefully you pray to get a devastating taunt into obviously the bullet time. Maybe that might make that ultimate play. Or you've always got your opportunity for that grand entrance. I'm probably going to be seeing Graves. Gosh darn, that stole it right before my time. Because I was really wanting to see maybe the hyper carry, jungler that I was talking about in the round 1 rotation. To me, what that would probably might confirm is I might be seeing an Enchanter mid. Instead of it being Karma top, not that Karma's going to get picked again. But
potentially, yeah. I mean, Graves is okay. So this has to be very resilient.
It has to be mid. You know what? I thought.
To be fair, apparently there is someone who's like I think he's just Master,
Yep.
not Grandmaster,
Where?
as Zillion Tank Top.
Oh.
So, yeah, apparently it's a bit gross.
Oh.
So Thirsty, that has to be Rel support, I would imagine. I think that's probably a misclick.
Yeah.
Because Rel Misfortune is a scary combo down the bot lane.
Yes.
And if this is Varus Zillion, well, to be fair, there shouldn't be a huge amount of kill potential as long as Gavin holds the time bombs. He should be fine. But if Rel is given the opportunity, yeah, it can kind of set up a bit of a steamroll for Misfortune with that Magnetic Storm.
Yeah, very much can. And look, I really do kind of like the Jax ban as well. I mean, you know, if you've got a Galio and a Jax mix up, the Grand Entrance divide, it can really work deviances together. However, I mean, I don't know. I mean, from looking at like in the terms of, I mean, I don't know if I would see Varus Zillion bot, but then maybe that's because I'm trying to be a hard believer on seeing if it's going to be a mid response to the Galio. Not like it's going to be allowing big priority, but it's just the fact that there's Graves. Like, I wonder if they're just going to work together to try and maneuver around the entire map. Kindred, though. Oh. And we did get an on final ban.
So, I mean, it could be a Kindred into the Graves. That makes sense. Yeah. So, Rel... So, they're not anticipating it to be a Zillion support. Obviously, with the Rel ban would indicate that way. Brom would have been a very scary pick, paired with the Misfortune and the Kindred. Leona... off the board, so not an issue. Maokai picked...
Ooh.
Maokai's support would be my guess. Unless this is like some crazy Kindred top, Maokai back into the jungle we would expect. Or it could be Galio support. So realistically, there are still a number of possibilities.
I mean, there are possibilities, but I guess...
I think Galio support into a Zillion wouldn't be the worst idea, but I definitely don't think it's where they want it to go.
No, I feel a little bit more...
Nautilus, okay, so Nautilus Ferris, it is going to be a mid or top Zillion. Oceania, baby.
We're getting it. We're getting it. Why is my brain rotting for all this cooking that I've been thinking and potentially predicting? But yeah, I was going to say a little bit. I mean, I would expect potentially Maokai more in the support role. Kind of like do agree with you in that. I feel like it would just be more of a better
Kindred Misfortune bot lane. What a lane.
I mean, it could be. Oh, I mean, hell, who knows? Volley Bear. So we got the
so
Bear.
Top, Zillion mid,
Bear on the
Graves
top.
jungle, Varus Nautilus bot lane. Which, to be fair, is a very solid comp.
True.
I think they lack a bit in terms of the AP damage department, but Varus, I suppose, does a decent amount of magic damage. It's not going to be a priority. But yeah, control mage to the nth degree. And Gragas.
Ooh.
That is a lot of AP damage. Though, to be fair, they've also got two champions that do a heck of a lot of AD damage as well. So yeah, Maokai support, Gragas, Galio.
Yep.
Look, it's a comp. Let's put it that way.
I don't know who I'm going to fave. I mean, I guess for team fight wise, YYG maybe has a little bit more of the upper hand, but I guess it's because you've got the Maokai pick, you know, can really create a dramatic entrance in there. And then I guess you got... I don't know really what to say.
You got Nature's Grass, you got Hero's Entrance, you got Lamb's Respite, so it is going to be very hard to kill whoever ends up in the middle of a team fight. You've then got the Explosive Cask to knock them out of Lamb's Respite, which does make for some slightly cheesy shenanigan plays, but it's again, I will say what I said before. It is a comp. I'll give you that.
Just have to see if it cooks. That's all I can say. Well, look,
no, this is a rubbish comp. There's no cooking here. What do you mean? Drunken Rage is now Raucous Rage or whatever it is.
Oh, I think they reverted it back. Actually, I think it got so much flack for it that I'm pretty sure they reverted it back to it being Drunken Rage now. Pretty sure.
Oh no, the guy who brews alcohol drinks alcohol. Like,
man drinks alcohol, not allowed to be angry, but we are finally coming on in. As YYG are trying to keep themselves in with this, as they are now 5-man sprinting at bot. Probably going to be, seeing a jungle invade, which I mean, that makes sense, I guess now, looking at their comp. it would open up something to kind of happen. But Cash here might be able to see them, and yeah, it's going to get caught out. Dang. Ward pops on through.
On hit Varus.
Yeah.
It's a lot of faith in their ability to... Hey, to be fair, you've got a Zillion. So, Kashimo, again, not quite the Lamb's respite, but at least to bail out in some form. Of because of the fact that, obviously, Evic is going to have that ultimate, make sure that the Varus comes up if they need to. Although, to be fair, you drop that on a Volley Bear, who is already just an absolute beefy unit. Light, sitting on the red buff here, this is some jungle invade shenanigans.
Dude. Yeah, that very much is. Never mind.
Oh boy.
I'll just go for a deep ward.
I thought for sure that they were going to try and cheese this Kindred level 1.
That would have been cool. That would have been nice. I think it would have fit the theme of what is next and what can happen in these games. I mean, look, mid lane, I don't see much action happening. I shouldn't really be seeing anyone kind of killing each other, though. But we do have the root advance onto Gage at the moment, as now we do have Gavin doing a bit of work just to try and equal it out. But Gage took quite a bit there. Pot's going to get used. Never mind, Malaya. Pot was not used. Arya, though, was responding, though, with an invade.
Do we see another quintessential triple buff play? Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Thirsty and Avika are fighting it at hammer and tongs. I think Galio does a little bit better, I think, than the Zillion early.
Yeah.
But not by a huge amount. And like, there you go. The ward.
No.
He's not going to be seen, as he is trying to draw that down. I don't see a world in where this deal amounts to anything. Yeah, as just the tingling in his lizard brain lets him know that there might be something going on.
Yeah, there very much was, but look, we had a flash, engaged, done away by Bing, but this does open up a bit as we've got two bot laners very, very low, and they don't have a barrier or like any defensive sums up. But look, Asda is trying to act on his sporting tool. Hook goes in, does go for the buckshot, which is finally on through, but Gavin is going to get taken down. The tower is doing exceptional work, as has claimed already a double. Will they feed this to Goose? I don't really see. Never mind. I'm a liar. Goose does claim that through, as I thought it was going to be an Asda triple. But look, that's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of YYG.
So, old Graves, brilliant tower dive by CRG. Current Graves cannot attack around the tower and pumps 2 shots into it trying to find a kill. Yeah, that could not have gone worse, unfortunately, for CRG.
Look, fortunately, it just wasn't really set up for there, but it looked Thirsty at the moment is going to get hit by the hook, but it's not really much kill potential. I mean, oh, what is going on? Look, Flash Play's coming on through for a bit. We do have the bomb on Gavin. Okay, though, we try to get the Flash torn in. I mean, it's trying to buy time, I guess, for Asda to come in, and hopefully it might have started something, but yeah. A little bit of action happening at the moment, but Arya is still not over the wall yet, as Gavin's going to have to flash on in. Get out of that fight.
The jump.
Yeah, very much was. But Asda
they wanted the flash over the wall. No, we looked at oh boy.
Uh-oh, this is working very exceptionally well for Asda at the moment. He's already claimed another kill for his pocket. We'll be able to claim another for a double. This is looking to be...
That's a 4th kill for your jungle Kindred at 4 minutes. That is a kill a minute.
This is
onto
scary.
Your jungle Kindred.
This is scary, man. I'm very scared to see. But I'm glad that we got brought to top. Okay, I say that as they started to fight each other like a drunken alcoholic this Gragas man is. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just not... CRG... They're not running, roughly around the same first team comp that they kind of were operating in, where they probably had a little bit more in, I guess, for movability-wise. But it's just seeing what this can do.
I mean, you look at the comp, though, for CRG. Arya is going to turn into a late game beast on the Graves. True. To the point where he is essentially just going to one rotation, one shot anyone that he runs into. Maybe bar the Gragas. Because obviously, actually no, to be fair, it depends on the Gragas build. The problem being, he is going to have such a hard time finding that opportunity to blow up someone that it doesn't matter.
I mean, he's certainly going to be having a little bit of a struggle there. I mean, he should be having a struggle there. But with some of how these games and fights have been, we've seen sometimes the impossible happen. As now we do currently have Gragas, should be able to flash out of that and, you know, not have to worry too much about sudden death. Don't go for that auto, please. You're so low. I know you're trying to make a bomber, you know, class play, but don't have the health for that yet. But yeah, Void Grubs are up.
He's definitely looking for something with the explosive cast there. Unfortunately, not going to present. And as a result, it would just be a bit of a ships passing in the night situation.
Yes.
Oh, why? Why did you stick around, Bing?
He's stuck.
What is your major malfunction here, buddy?
He's going to get slowed. And one more. Bah! Aria will be able to claim that quite freely, but we do have EFQ, though, currently being in the middle of the assault between Thirsty and Asdar, is still alive, but you can't kill him the Zillion as he rewinds time and brings himself back. Blue, though, being currently stolen. I think Aria, you're kind of going to have to respect this, but try to go for the Smite Steal, just doesn't get it. Yeah, that should... Maybe they should make that into a play for trying to grab Void Grubs, or just go for a little bit more of a jungle push. Take extra camps if you can.
Yeah, he's going to be able to kill the Grom. And, oh, perfect timing. Oh, Ari sticks around for it, though.
Yeah. Could you win this Smite battle? Well, not really going to be a Smite battle, but an auto battle, and Aria does definitely not do that. Definitely doesn't get it, but EFQ back up, though. As well, these areas are a bit split. There isn't really much of the mid lane support yet, as, you know, Asda's just... Asda is 4-0. She's going to be able to dominate that in, and EFQ has to speed Demon himself away from that. I didn't understand that. But it's happened.
And we likely never will.
Yeah.
Oh, look, at least Aria is finding some traction, getting some gold, getting some kills, but the fact that, again, your Kindred is 5-0-1, a champion that snowballs insanely well, if given that opportunity, is a little bit concerning, but it is far from the end of the world, far from the end of the game. You look at it, CRG have a couple of things going for them. One, that for some reason this misfortune, despite having a kill on Kajimo, is down about 20 CS somehow. That's why.
Yeah, I think we've just saw that. Bullet time, trying to go for the shot, and it is shooting, but something we're going to be dropping to Kajimo to just about a quarter HP. Looks like a little bit of a fight there. His Ignite was used up. There was no sums used by the side of CRG. As well as only a Chain of Corruption ult being used, as Gavin is still not level 6 yet. Cleanse was used up to stop that immediate chain, as we do have Aria on the backside, trying to come in very, very slow, but Gavin is also very low. Magic Goose could be maybe the target here right after they kill the Mao guy, and yes, he will be, but Kindred might be up on cleanup duty. Isle, as they are on Isle 3, needed to clean it, claims a double. That's now a 7-0 Kindred. Oh, dearie me. Uh-oh, Light. I shouldn't see Light killing in this kill here. It does get a decent amount of trade poke up, though. Against the Gragas, as the Drunken Man has to back away. Bing waddles off. CVV. I started off good, I guess. Just didn't get the execution.
Oceanic teams and just feeding extreme leads to enemy junglers. Who would have thought it was such an iconic duo?
Yeah, and I mean, we saw an attempt of a bomber play, but that explosive cast kind of went nowhere. It went into the eye of the storm, I guess you could say, as we did get the thunder raining in from Light.
Sub 10-minute Kraken Slayer finished up for the jungle Kindred, by the way.
As you do.
Yumi's going to be the response from Aria, which I think is pretty... Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say, it was a pretty good response, but... Okay, it is a very good response, as it's the one thing that keeps him alive there.
Yeah, very much did. And look, they're going to know that each, you know, jungle and mid flashes are on the exact same timer, so they're going to basically know when they are, of course, back up. Magic Goose, I mean, kind of caught up a little bit in the CS. Was sitting at about a 20 deficit. It's only hovering around now about 10-ish. Dragon's up. We've still got jungle topside. I just don't know if they have enough damage, but I feel like they've got the rotation for it, though, in the terms of advantage on timers. But look, Thirsty is trying to get as much damage as can to Eve Quinn right now. See if we'll be able to speed on away, but they are now going to finally realise, I guess, that B-Dragon has been started, but it's on about a 1.5 deficit. The advance does come on through, grabs a couple, chain of corruptors onto Asda at the moment, but there is no one able to really come on in as the Lamb Respite is still keeping people alive. But oh, we did get the Zillion Time Bomb in as he will now finally die, but gets brought back up. Magic Goose is also very, very low. Bullet Time's coming in. Arya does not yet claim that kill as that will be going on to Cash as he gets a double for himself. I don't understand how this team fight is turning around in the favor of CRG, but people just were dying and then they didn't. The revive came in just after the Lamb Respite. A lot.
I'm sorry, what? Kajmo finds himself yet another couple of kills there.
Yeah.
And Arya finds himself his 5th. They also get a massive shutdown onto Azdi. And now CRG are back up in gold. When I would have hated to have seen the gold differential between the junglers before that fight started.
Yeah, and I just...
Yeah, so now somehow, after all that, Arya is ahead.
I don't know.
Never mind.
For the Oceanic
okay,
scene.
so then Gavin comes in and feeds a kill, and it's all okay. Epic's dead as well.
Oh, and it's just done the same thing. And that's now going to be another little cheeky double bev coming in for Asda. I guess, you know, he's putting a little bit of work on the Kindred. It was just, I feel like YYG probably could have just maybe given away the dragon. That's just because, you know, Asda did have about, you know, an extra 2k to still spend, which, you know, got himself that Dirk and pickaxe right after the fight as that happened. But look, they're going to now use it to rotate for the grubs. Will be a 6 grub, easy clean sweep for the side for YYG, which, hey, what further can continue? I don't know. I'm heading into a spiral moment. My brain is rotting.
Magic Goose is on Povo watch right now. Like, he's 13 minutes into the game. He's got a Vamp Scepter and a pickaxe. That is a rough gig.
He's trying to mine with a pickaxe, but he can't mine anything. But, I mean, gets teleported away, but this should open up for both sides to now start barreling down onto this bot tower. Need to be careful, but I'm sure they're going to know that they're sprinting down, especially with that Scrying Knob being picking up onto Thirst as they do back away. But Asda, very, 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 very far into the trenches, but I guess he can. He's got a Maokai, as well as Galio on the backside. Does get that extra stackage on for his pocket. Pretty sure that was marked. Sorry if I was wrong. But yeah, we do have 5 marks already at 14 minutes for Kindred, which is, from my understanding, that's pretty cracked. It's a lot.
It's been a quiet game for Light.
Yeah.
He is going the... what is the flavour of the month build for Volibear?
Let me quickly pull up a op.gg or a up.gg. Let me just, you know, quickly whip that up. Cosmic Drive, though.
Yeah, Cosmic Drive, it's just mobility.
Mobility
mage tanky type. It's mobility. It's Bouse. It's the Bouse Volibear.
It's got your Bouse special, and I mean, and when you've got yourself Resilient as well, you can just imagine the extra speed that could come off with it if you ever get speed boosted while running with a Cosmic Drive and boots of Swifties. Bro's going to become Roadrunner, even though he's a big, giant bear. Huh. Wouldn't picture the two together, but it can happen.
Bit of a lull in the game. I mean, Kajimo, definitely the win condition here for CRG. Give him the space to work, and he can really just rip and tear through the YYG roster. You've also got Arya, who is farming up a storm, or as he's well deep into enemy territory. Can they isolate? I don't think they can. Yeah, just gonna boost it on out of there. Gavin off the mark with the hook as well.
Ah, well. We do have TP, though, coming in from Bing. Spirits away! He's really just going to be here to kind of take the wave, slice that up. Don't fight that, please. Anyways, Dragon...
To which the response is, you're not my dad, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, my fault.
Like
I'm
that.
sorry.
we could tell them not to fight, they ain't going to listen.
I mean, what do I know? I just sit behind a screen and and yap on what they're doing and trying to decide what they're doing. Trying to think of the minds of these players. Yeah. Not a smart move by me. Scuttle, take it down. I mean, CRG should be able to take this dragon pretty comfortably, especially with, you know, Asda on the top side, and they're going to now definitely know that Asda is top side. But yeah, top's getting pushed in, probably looking to try and claim a kill there if they can, of course, onto the volley. Not going to be able to really land that stun, as unfortunately that second time bomb. Skedaddles onto the minion, dragon down, after these next 2 autos. And, ooh, yeah.
Oh, like, run buddy, that is a collect the Kraken Slayer. Kindred, who is very confident and very Fred. Gavin, he's died 5 times, which is almost half the team's deaths, unfortunately, at the moment. But
don't tell me this is the Gavin special.
I mean, to be look, he's got 6 assists, so he's contributed to 2/3 of the team's kills with those 5 deaths. So he's at least positive in terms of kill contribution.
It's positive.
That is 100%
support
copium if you're wondering.
I just say, I feel like that's just the copium of being a support player. If I was seeing that and you were my jungler or, you know, top, yeah, I don't know what would happen there. Look, I mean, I really don't see much happening. I mean, CRG are going to just try and, you know, farm up really as much as they kind of can, really, until maybe where they're at a spot where they feel kind of comfortable with, or maybe trying to, you know, get that little Chain of Corrupt pick if they can onto any of the members on YYG. But, I mean, for the junglers, I mean, the items are pretty equal to a degree. I mean, obviously, you know, has Boots advantage, which is now, of course, upgraded by the Field of War. But I mean, in terms of just for pure items in general, with aside from the boots, I guess it's moderately equal in that space. EFQ though, just going to be able to use his clock to speed himself up and dazzles away back to front within this tower. But we've now got the Nature's Grasp coming on in, which will be able to grab onto one. Will he get the rewind clock? Yes, he does, just to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. They're going to go in. I should hope not, as that tower's going to be very beefy. But our Drunken Man in the top lane is being bullied. Does get a nice explosive blast there, but Arya's going to go for the flash. Buckshot into the wall. You have met your demise. Drunken Man down. Drunken Man is down, I repeat.
Yeah, unfortunately, for YYG, there's only so much you can do against the man with the massive clock. You really just have to find those openings when the ultimate is down, try and make plays accordingly. But that's 2 towers in succession. They might find him now. He doesn't have his massive clock. Oh, he does! The massive clock procs!
Unluck it! Comes, oh my lordy lord, that piercing arrow did a lot of damage. The Lamb Respite keeps himself up a little bit longer. Galio not going to be able to kite much for more, as he probably going to be the next target there. Yep, Gavin gets that hook onto Thirsty. And that would be a Kel. Oh my lordy lordy! Quinn, you need to be lucky. Well, one lucky son of a gun. As Magic Goose claims mid. Light here, coming on in. Does get the storm on through, but Arya isn't yet in the spot where it needs to be to try and get extra damage, but that will be stopping the tower as that thunders it down for the next second. Bullet time goes where it pleases.
Awry, unfortunately.
Here's the bomber.
Yeah, they're just not cutting much further into the tower. I think that's not bad for CRG. I mean, they're still leading in terms of gold overall. I think it was purely off the shutdown that they claimed against ASD, because there really isn't a heck of a lot going in terms of disparity, or they might be looking for it. Steal, but can they find... Yeah, he's just away. 7 marks. That's pretty impressive.
Very much is. I mean, it's slowing down since, of course, not getting as much of the kills participation. But even then, you know, keeping it pretty equal up when it comes to at least the invading of the jungle space to claim those extra stacks. We've got Atacon and 35 spawning bot side. Still probably won't be a fight as of yet. I mean, they should be able to see it through. Does it come through? Nope. Nothing happens. Very ambiguous. Very ominous. But, yeah, as just kind of recalls out of the fight.
Proto Belt, Cosmic Drive, Volibear. Good luck trying to tie this dude down.
Volley is on the scene.
What a game. What a game. This is one of the games of all time in Oceania. In the grand scheme, though, really it's situational for the most part in terms of potentially closing this game out, because one good team fight from CRG completely guts YYG and their threat. But the same could be said opposite-wise. There's still a lot of threat that YYG possess.
Yeah, I mean, the threats are there, but I mean, we've got the LDK in coming from Arya now, which is going to kind of help out with a little bit of tanks, but we've got Light just sort of belting in and out without too much of an issue. Does have to drop that ultimate though, just to get a little bit of extra distance to keep himself a little bit healthy and out of the fight, as Teleport did come down as well by Thirsty. So we've got YYG on one side and TRG on the other side. You know, Twisted Advance going to get used up. Is it going to pick anyone? Even though it's Nature's Grass, Cash does pop up that cleanse, but doesn't get the hit by the taunt. But we do have Arya just still slithering out of the fight as he just absolutely nukes Asta. This is just turmoil for YYG as CRG just went 1, 2, 3, skedaddle, skadoodle. YYG, your time is now caboodled. Oh my God.
In the bit. I mean, in terms of teamfight threat potential, YYG's comp is just gross. There is no two ways to describe it. It is absolutely feral. Unfortunately, again, as we've seen multiple times tonight, they commit so heavily onto Kajimo and Arya. The bullet time gets 2 seconds of channel because of Gavin there. The bullet time completely changes that fight if it gets channeled all the way through. And Kajimo is just allowed to do what Kajimo does best, which is just walk his way through a team fight, picking flowers, enemies' corpses, and whatever else he may want off the ground.
Yeah, very much has, and very much will be able to freely, I guess, pick off what he could, especially when that play gets kind of played on through. I mean, it just sets CRG to where they want to be. I mean, the gold leader's getting a little bit more long. I mean, it was, for the most part, it's been sitting around 2k, but now they're sitting around that 4k mark. Pushes it a little bit more. I mean, for a Kindred, that was, you know, for Asda, was sitting very comfortably with the Kindred, you know, was 9-1 and now is 9-2. Not saying that they've died a lot, but they're just not really able to get much with these fights. And Twisted Advance.
The momentum shift has been pretty severe from that sort of that 12-minute mark. And you look at it, CRG instead with a lot more confidence all of a sudden, feeling a lot more free roaming around the map. They just brute force their way onto this tier 2 on the bottom side. It gives them a huge amount of priority on the bottom side of the map. They are sitting on Soul Point as well, so with 3 minutes 40 to go on that Cloud Soul. Again, Cloud Soul, very, very strong Soul, and they're going to take themselves a mid-tier 2 as well.
Oh, I mean, Cash thought, Cash tried, didn't hit. But we do get another flash engagement coming on in as the Embrace. Will it pick up anyone? I mean, you've got Gavin, but no one's there. CRG just basically walk on out like nothing happened. Picks a tower and just lets YYG crumble in their own footsteps. As haven't seen any more stacks picked up by Asda. Still sitting on their 7. It has definitely slowed itself down in this game.
Yeah, the pace is well off. Arya, he's not pacing. Well, he's not slowing down the pace anyway. I don't know if they know he's there. I don't think they know that Arya is in position right now. They haven't got the information. Light is... Bing. Anyone that steps too far forward is in trouble. And they're going to drop the ward.
And that's going to be exactly coming on in. But people are very, very low. No explosive cast used yet to knock people out, as that was literally just an equal time. Look, as this came a kill there, as now we've got Light trying to come on in on the bag with the bullet time, with the flash on the hook by Gavin. Not all drops on in. EQ so low, but it hasn't popped with his ultimate here. But Cash is just free roaming in the back line. He's already claimed 2. Can he claim a triple? The Gragas is rooted up. He is now going to be deficit into this. Can't be another pentakill for Cash. It cannot happen. That is a beautiful bomb, which is going to pace it through.
Oh
That's another Quadra. This could be a second penta of the second.
They're going to give it to him.
It's just going to be given. And that is another one to finalize this through. And they're just going to storm the top. I lied. TP down bot from Light to seal that deal.
That is absolutely criminal scenes. Kajimo in back-to-back matches has found pentakills. To be fair, that one was a little bit, you know, a little bit spoon-feeding there at the end. They just fully pull off. There are definitely players in Oceania that would not have had the same trigger discipline as CRG in that situation. And he plays, like, to be fair, YYG start this brilliantly. This is exactly what the combo is about. Explosive Cask, Aria knocked out, a huge damage threat gone. Asdi trying to play on the backside, and then Kajimo just comes streaking in from the bot side, just works his way through the team step by step. I think if Thirsty doesn't drop the hero's entrance there, they can stop Kajimo. Oh, okay, they just can't stop anything.
Nah, it's just gone. I'm sure this could probably set up that fate. Because I mean, is this Aria's turn to get himself that penner? I mean, he's trying to get on the spoon train fed as now that turret is going to get stopped up. Nothing further. Oh, Aria, one more auto is all it takes.
He has the ult.
But he's got the ult there to keep himself alive. EFQ might not yet be sacrificing that life. Beautiful stun up into the Gem's Corrupt. Thirsty is a bit droughted. Got nothing left in his pocket. As, I mean, this is just going to be opening up both from the top to the bot to the mid. Every tower has been taken down. Gavin goes for the hook on to the Gragas Drunken Man barreling Rage, and there's going to be one more auto attack. It's going to be needed. Kaz claims that instead to set himself on a legendary pace. Aria takes that tower to the face.
And that should be it. I mean, realistically, that should be game. That should be series. Kajimo's now 13-2. He's outpaced for Asdi, who, despite best efforts, was not enough to put the team on the shoulders and carry it over the finish line. Kajimo, in back-to-back matches, has really put on a massive effort. He's doing so much work for this team in that bot lane position, and there are those that would crumble under the pressure. Unfortunately, one of those is Aria, as he's well deep. Light is going to find revenge, and he honestly should get out here. The Cosmic Drive, Proto Belt, and the Ending Despair, Bolly Bear is just too hard to kill.
Oh wait, and we got a double bomb on play up to there, which absolutely nuked the Maokai, as Light just... full time comes in.
Kajimo. The
Go
crowd
Kaz!
soul.
Speed in! Speed! One more speed burst going to be used up as he will now be able to claim that kill on to Thirsty. Never mind! Gavin goes yoink! I'ma drop the anchor as he claims it for himself. This should be the game.
That's game. Thirsty's down for 39 seconds. You haven't got a bullet time. It was used to clear a wave. Thing dies. They're just going to... Yeah, this is just an absolute rout. CRG putting on a clinic here. Led face first by Kajimo in the bot lane.
Yeah, no, certainly is. And oh, we get a nice little notification board of Aria respawning back into the mid. But look, Asta's trying to keep it alive for much more longer, but it will not be keeping it any longer as CRG make their way to the semis, showing a strong, solid performance. 2-0 in their favor.
I mean, look, Aria did a good job in the jungle, but that entire series was the Kajimo show. I'm sorry, that guy had... It must have been near 30 kills by the end of that best of two. Back-to-back matches where he got pentakills as well. He did... look, yeah, shoulders are wide for the CRG bot lane. That's all I can say.
Yeah, look, if there was... It's like it's a miracle, you know? The games were very into it. I'm just... You know, Magic Goose just couldn't find anything. You know, I think it was just a goose and unfortunately couldn't provide the magic for his team. And even with Asta getting as much as he did, I mean, I'm sorry, I just see Aria just go bing, bang, blew up. Got to where
you got to feel for Asta. Like, despite, I mean, he was 9-0 at one point. Like, just massive showings. But it didn't matter because Kajimo was just this inevitable monster down in the bot lane. Just kept brewing. And by the time that it was too much to handle, the game was like... By the time they actually started to try and make moves on it, the game was over. Like, they just could not do anything. And yeah, unfortunately, they get baited into bad fight after bad fight. And CRG, I mean, look, it was close until it wasn't. It was the main theme of that series. And then as soon as it wasn't, it really wasn't.
Yeah, no, it most certainly was. I mean, sure, you know, I mean, I'm glad to see that, you know, Aria had obviously quite the strong resilience to still continue, obviously, the jungle fight as, you know, when you have a Kindred that's 9-0, that screams, you know, I'm kind of out of the game. You know, I'm not going to have much more presence. But Aria was still able to find picks and trades coming on in. I mean, for most of the time, they're still somewhat equal in that CS level. I mean, if anything, I think they were leading it by the most part, even if they're 9-0. Not still able to keep up that level advantage. And just Cash, absolutely performer, cracking on in.
Well, let's have a look at the playoff bracket as it ends. Quarterfinals done with semifinals on the horizon. Now 4 teams remaining. Jesus Loves You All take on UQ LOL in the first semifinal to be played, I believe, next week. And then, of course, GZ Academy and CRG. One team just scraping through in what was a hectic best of 3. The other could not have been more decisive. That is going to be another interesting semifinal to watch. Next Friday, of course, back with more OCC action. Catsby, in terms of the teams that you've seen, CRG, GZ Academy, who do you reckon's taking that grand final spot?
Well, I mean, I was told that, that we should be having, GZA as the favorites, but the way that they played today really, really scared me, in the terms they just couldn't find that footing. But look, still a week away, got plenty of time to scrims up, try and make that dominance. But anyways, I'm going to give my heart for CRG. I think they played exceptionally well, at least based off today's performance. Very solid, very strong. Even when they were having a bit of a deficit, they were still able to make those marks and page that through. And hey, we witnessed 2 penners from Kaj, the legendary ADC himself.
Yeah, Kajima definitely feeling like he's a bit of an inevitability in this tournament. We'll just have to wait and see, though, how inevitable is he? Him and the CRG roster will be back next Friday. Semi-finals kicking things off a week from today. Make sure you're back ready to go with more OCC. We'll see you guys then.
into the waiting arms of Rel, who stuns him up, and King Boomy just pumps arrows into his face. Ari goes down. Boomy trying to glide, trying to play the fight, but he can't. It's a triple kill, but quadra kill. 4 feeders are not, as the 4th member of FTR goes down. FTR has the Grandmaster's Might, has a Counter-Strike, there's no flash, you don't have E, you've overplayed your hands and you're gonna get punished for it. Down you go.
Toy is just being thrown around like a rag doll.
It could be absolute disaster, and he does exactly that.
Not a Yasuo that's
Oh, it's even more to
okay.
process. Flash bait seal. Leather Knight goes down. He went and flash there. Gonna escape away as the Q flash forward now from Gatling Prodigy. Gonna take him out. Minions there to witness. Here's a killer instant goes. I take everything back. Their way into midside here. Obviously, all the ultimates, apart from the Fate Seal, back up and available. And there's a beautiful Glacial Prism taking out Valare. 1 and 3 back to the Shopkeeper. It's coming very familiar with what it looks like walking out of base here. It's going to be taken away by Gambling Prodigy yet again, showing us that he has secure hands. And here comes a flash pop blossom onto 4. The flash over the wall from Gambling Prodigy. Going to keep him alive as 3 more members going to fall. And the pit is a massacre for the blue team. Every single member just going to be sent home in a body bag. This is going to be another fight. This is going to be a cleanse flash to Aqua. Yet again, actually a good play for 5 Mighty Bulldogs.
Back in, I don't know where you're thinking of going, but Brattles is low. Wake up, one more auto will do it. Chikara looks like a fresh meal. Why are they not giving this to the Ash? Rest of the team's not looking Brattles. This is actually a monster mesh because you are burning them alive. And it's absolutely disgusting to see. The shutdown looks good for Stardust, but it doesn't matter when Brattles is an absolute fiend. It's a double Swade ulti battle lock if ever I've seen it.
And he's made his way to mid, but the Grandmaster has followed him down and he's going to punish him. I'm not sure a call. I don't think there was any thought process that went into that. As hold on a second, there might be another pick here. Revenant forced flash over the wall. Flag and drag actually going to go all over Luke's face there. Not over yet. Cled's now being dismounted. Dodge the Aatrox Q2. Flashes the Q3. Ignite in the face. Revenant has to space that. Oh, I have no words for that. Boomy is a charge coming through. Noxian General. Look at the damage. Popped before the Lambs despite could even finish. Oh, what is going on?
No.
One. He's going to get killed by the crop. Has to run away. Has to be the safety. Shoot flash. Luke's gonna take the kill.
He's gone.
They've just lit.